What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another late-night logical, plausible, probable. We're going to be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up. But I will tell you this, before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable here on Sunday night, March the 28th, 2021, the year of our Lord. And, well, it's been an interesting week. It's been a long weekend. Got a lot of stuff going on. Been dealing with a lot of trash talking Evo-Atheists here on YouTube today, and getting some great entertainment out of this week's meme responses, the dialogue back and forth in regards to my debate with Randolph Richardson the other night, and some of just the usual, intellectually challenged positions that are taken by so many of the YouTube Evo-Atheists, running around, talking trash, not backing up their claims, just endlessly spewing unsubstantiated talking points while simultaneously claiming that folks like myself don't actually, in any way, shape, form, or fashion, back up their own claims. And so this stream tonight is, it's an opportunity for some of the trash talkers. There's a Sean H. There's a Henry Kyle. There's more than a few. We're going to go through a couple of them here in a minute, who are more than welcome to come on to this stream. If they arrive, let me know. Tag me. Say, I want to come in. I'll post the link, and you can come in, and we can have it out. Mono e mono or mono e fem, whatever that term is, and we can have a discussion, and you can outline your case against my positions, and I will respond, and we can have an intellectual combat fest, and we'll see who comes out the victor. We'll see if they actually show up, because they talk mad trash in comments, but the vast majority of them never actually will rise to the occasion other than in side chat. So, and in line with that, I almost forgot, because it's been a while since I issued the challenge, and he has yet to respond directly to it. Cygnus Eustis, you, sir, are welcome. You like to call people boy and child. But it seems that you're the only one who lacks the proverbial C.O. Jones to actually come and confront the people you talk mad trash to. So you're going to have a conversation with Praise I Am coming up, but you don't like trash talk him on a daily basis. It's very interesting. You want to go have a talk with him, but want to have all sorts of caveats before you will actually back up your trash talking and calling some people rather irritating things. But anyway, all that aside, let's have some fun with some of the memes, which I really appreciate everybody who's been commenting, getting some entertainment out of these. It's pretty, I get a good chuckle out of the comments that have been coming forth from oh man, from my community page. So this one was a good one. So in Evo-Atheist world, it's totally realistic for monkeys to be running the world. Okay, so one of the comments I make on a regular basis is jokes about the hyper-literalist atheist issue, and it's on full display in the comments. In this one, see if I can find that one. Okay, so one and only Cygnus Eustis. What's ironic is you are so ignorant of science, you do not know that Homo sapiens belong to the family of great apes, not monkeys. It's like, man, if you do not grasp that this is 100% satire, sarcasm, joke, like completely dripping with, utter disregard for the talking points spewed by Evo-Atheists on YouTube. It's just too good. Like you can't make this stuff up when it's quite entertaining. So here we go. Emo. So I said, are you denying having mental problems or learning disabilities? I'm asking because I don't want to be mean to you if you're disabled. It seems like the only rational conclusion to explain your hyper-literalist responses. Plus, it's a known trend. His response, you need to show the flaws or error of my hyper-literalist responses, not question my mental abilities in lieu of argumentation. It's like, okay, so you're going to respond with a hyper-literalist statement to something that is poking fun at you over something that's also sarcastic. It's man, you cannot make this stuff up. But moving on, so this next one we're gonna look at, let's check out some comments. So this one was some fun. It's a poem I wrote a while back, a little short, kind of both having some significance as well as kind of poking some fun. So they say the code of life is incidental. I say it's rather fundamental. They say our genes are accidents. I say they're rather elemental. They say if you don't agree, then you are mental. I say they're being temperamental for ignoring the transcendental. And I mean, I think for those of you who are actually like contemplating the meaning of existence and the things that the significance of all the things that we talk about, discuss, have our interactions with, and let's see. Here we go. Who is this? Who is this guy? I will talk trash. I'm on your side and agree with you on the facts. But when it comes to your debating atheists, debating atheists, but you are pretentious and sort of snotty, but not in a charming way like Ass Cliff. So the guy's name is Even Rude Ranger, and he's saying that I'm being rude when his name, I'm not being nice. I'm pretentious and snotty when his name is literally Even Rude. Is that actually a name? I mean, so Even Rude, if you want to come on and discuss your, let's see what you guys. I think your channel would be more effective with less know-it-all tone and less sarcasm. I mean, Even Rude, if you want to come on the stream and discuss that, I'm happy to let you come on. I'll post a link for you if you want to come in and back that up. Part of the reason I'm even involved in this stuff on YouTube is I got very sick and tired of people like you running around claiming that we need to be soy boys and just bend over and accept all of the trash talking that is spewed ad nauseum by the Evo-Atheists, and that Christians and just theists in general have been acquiescing to, and that has put us in the position we currently are. So I'm not really sure what to say about that, but if you want to come on and back it up, feel free. Okay, so let's get back to... Here we go. Let's see. Cygnus again. Don't give it your day job, little Johnny. Hemlock Cocktail. The evidence is in your favor. What are you smoking? I'm unaware of any evidence for creationism. That's why evolution is in textbooks and scientific journals, and creationism is not. Wow, that's not a standard talking point. Here's Henry Kyle. He was talking trash to me earlier, so he wants to do a debate on MDD. I said he can come on right now. He's magically in a lab. He's actually supposedly Henry Kyle is in a lab right now. It's 10 p.m. Central Time. If he's in Europe, it's anywhere from, let's see, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. if he's in Europe right now. It's kind of interesting to him to be in a lab right now. Good old Justin Johnson, he responds all the time. He's got stuff like, I'll bite. It's not a theory unless you have confirmed novel testable predictions. It's a hypothesis. So please, what novel testable predictions are we waiting for? Yep, it's good stuff. Let's see, is this guy gonna come in? Nope. Oh, Jamie's coming in. Jamie, what's up, man? How are you? Oh, and Jamie's gone. Okay, well, Henry, the link is in the chat if you want to come on in. Here you go. Anyway, somebody was saying to go to one of them in particular. Let's see. What's up, Jamie? Can you hear me? Jamie, you're on mute.
Hey, my phone's gone crazy. What's up?
No worries, man. How are you?
I'm all right. Just doing some painting in my house and some yard work and without freezing outside.
It's cold. You're up in. Let's see. Are you in Washington or Oregon?
Yeah, south south of Seattle, on the I-5 corridor.
Okay, so still got a. You're still dealing with a little bit of winter, huh?
Yeah, surprisingly, like it's been pretty mild, and then it'll just get close to freezing again. So yeah, doing crazy work. But I I think your approach works. I think it's needed. We all can go overboard in our own way of doing things, obviously sometimes. But by the way, that debate, oh man, that was just so perfect. Everything in your intro was so stuff I've been looking at lately too, Steve McRae's channel, and he's trying to help the atheists understand why they are basically lying to themselves. And the lacktheism thing is I've concluded it's dishonesty and wanting to manipulate people, and some of them don't even realize what they're doing. They're just parroting what they see.
Yeah, well, it's very obvious that a significant percentage of the YouTube atheists they're parrots, and they, in spite of evidence countering their positions, resources, sources, et cetera, being provided, they do, when the next interaction, if you ask them if they actually went and looked at the sources you gave or they demanded, they say, no, I didn't. I haven't had time yet. It's a magical thing. No, they never have time to go and look at them. And before I go off on a tangent about this, Erica, welcome to the stream. I think, is this maybe the first time you've been on my channel, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Hello.
Hi, Erica.
How's it? Hi. How are you guys?
Good.
Doing pretty good. Yeah, I tell you, the thing that blew my mind more than anything about the debate last night was towards the end when I asked him if or actually, he initially said he didn't have the time to go and research these things. And that just absolutely, utterly blew my mind. I'm like, hold the phone. You are an activist espousing lacktheism.
Doesn't he head the Canadian atheist thing or whatever?
Yes.
It's should kind of have your be in the know.
My mind was so blown when he insisted that he did not have time to go and do research for something that he is an activist for. An activist. You are an activist. You can't back up your claims. You're going to play the ignorance card as an activist? I mean,
yeah.
In no other scenario would you ever say that out loud. Think about this. Just imagine for a second if you're a talking head expert on CNN, Fox, MSNBC, or whatever, right? And when you're asked a question, you're like, I really don't have time to go and look at that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, hang on, aren't you like a constitutional law expert? Well, or let's see, let me put it in different context. Aren't you a civil rights activist? Well, yes, but I'm kind of busy. I don't really have time to research the history and the laws and the different policy position changes that have happened over the years. And I don't really go and look at any of the statistics of any increase or decrease in race related, insert whatever. You would be the talking or the anchors would look at you and be like, well, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. And then the producers would call you and be like,
you're never coming back.
We really appreciate you. Actually, we don't appreciate you. Yeah. Good luck in the future. Bye.
May God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah, it's astounding. It's really astounding. Erica, Jamie and I are running our mouths. Anything you want to that's on your mind you want to share?
Well, I just wanted to say, how do you not have time to research, especially when you're going to go on a debate? And I wanted to say, gotta love all these keyboard warriors. They can say whatever they want in the chat, but they can't come on stream and back it up.
Yeah, it's an amazingly common trend.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, we're getting a crazy sound, background sound. What's going on here? Is that me?
I don't know. That was weird. Wasn't me.
It was probably me. Sorry.
That's okay. No, it was like weird. It was like a scratching sound or something.
Like
That
a
was
jacket.
me. Yeah, it was my microphone was scratching on my jacket. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. No worries. It happens. Yeah, the so cool. Going back to what I've been talking about here. So this was a little poem I wrote. We seek to avoid highs and lows throughout our lives, but if there were none, what would we learn from? And the reason I posted this one on the community page, because obviously we read by both theists and atheists, was one of the standard talking points from not all, but a good percentage of the atheists, at least the ones I've interacted with, is you know if there was a designer, if God is actually good, and et cetera, why would there be anything other than just good? Like, why wouldn't it just be like this flat line? And like, okay, so are you suggesting that you want to be in a dopamine free world because you're always at like a high?
They call those like sociopaths, I think.
Yeah, well, generally. And the when you think about the, like, for case in point, like what is like cocaine addiction, for example, right? Like it's dopamine and serotonin being released in your brain. But over time, what's the addiction? Well, over time, in order to feel normal, you require a higher level of release of those substances, right? So people go and snort more coke to reach that high, but eventually they reach a point where they can't go any higher without dying, right? And so otherwise, if they're not on it, they feel like they're in, because they're actually in a literal just flat line emotionally.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, this is what is being espoused by, now again, I'm not assigning this to all atheists, but to a large percentage who are making that argument of like, well, why are these highs and lows? It's like, do you want to live in a world where everything is just the same all the time? To me, that would be extraordinarily boring, and no aspect of learning, gaining new experiences, and taking new approaches to things. And actually another poem I wrote a long time ago, but it was about the necessity being the mother of invention. And it's a well established concept, but we kind of take it for granted, right? Like,
Yeah, that's what America.
oh, well, if I never had a challenge, like, yeah, it's like, yeah, you're going to live in a really boring life if there's nothing that challenges you. And we see it all the time in modern society. People just sitting around, being very placid because they don't feel like they actually have to do anything. Oh, wait, because they don't.
Have you looked at the correlations between America and the stages of society and compared it to the Roman Empire after the first century? As it declined, it's
Oh man,
eerily similar. And
yeah.
it's like the different stages of decline, and it's not looking good in that sense. I don't know.
Yeah, we're in deep trouble. Western civilization in general is in deep trouble. I mean, there's no anybody who thinks otherwise is living in a very naive, ignorant state of knowledge in regards to history. And
that's the truth.
I mean, every empire has followed the kind of your point you're making about the Roman Empire in comparison. Like, but every major society has always followed the same path. And we're like on a beeline, except in this context, the collapse of the United States is going to be the most epic collapse of an empire of all time. I mean,
yeah, it'll send the whole world into decline, probably.
Oh man,
I agree.
Yeah, the collapse of the United States will be, well, I mean, there will be a great reset on a global scale. I mean, it really fascinates me, having grown up in the United Kingdom and spent the first 18 years of my life in Europe. The coming back to the States and then really being able to observe the level of ignorance of the average American, for example, of like any level of comparison and differentiation between the United States and the rest of the world, really, it's very fascinating, and it's a quite stark reminder to me of like, man, we're screwed. But the in the from a macro level perspective, it people just do not recognize what the United States is on the global scale, right? Of like the impact, how the rest of the world like is governments and economies are like kind of on the knife's edge about what's going to happen to the United States, right?
Oh yeah,
And
depending on us in a lot
and
of
then,
ways.
and then from an economic perspective, it's like the GDP of the planet. I think it's gone up. Well, it's probably gone down a little bit from 2020, but last time I looked, I think it was like 74 trillion. Let's see.
What, like
uh,
three is the
let's
GDP of
see.
America or something?
Let's see. GDP. Okay, GDP of the planet was 87.8 trillion in 2019. Okay, the United States was 21.4 trillion.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Is that higher than normal because of pumping money into the system, or is that
No,
normal?
no, that's about the same ratio it's been for quite a while. But
Wow.
So that's like what, 25%?
Yeah, somewhere around there. The little over 25%, like 26, something like that. Anyway, the numbers aside, the about that. But beyond that, to take it to another level, right? So that's the GDP of the United States in comparison to GDP of the planet. Now let's look at the debt of the United States. We just tipped like right at 30 trillion. So the United States debt is 30 trillion. The GDP of the planet is 87. I mean, let's just think about that for one moment in terms of like, holy crap, dude. Like,
What are those other things like the or the projected
oh, the unfunded liabilities.
yes, the unfunded
Oh,
liabilities,
yeah,
200, 300, isn't it?
yeah, the unfunded liabilities are over 200 trillion. The so I
Then
mean,
the inevitable debt, right? Basically, if we stay on the track we're on, it's inevitable or whatever, I guess, or it, well, that's probably not the right way to say it.
well, and here's the thing: from a economic history perspective, fiat currencies that have ever crossed over, I think it's 150% debt to GDP ratio, have always eventually had collapse and hyperinflation, like without fail. Now, when it happens has varied. Like the timeline for how long it's taken to have that collapse has varied significantly based on the strength of the country, black swan events, war, all that kind of stuff, right? But every fiat currency that's ever crossed that at some point has had that collapse. So when you think about like we've been undergoing quantitative easing since 2009, pretty much. There was like a brief timeout on the quantitative easing from the Fed, but other than that, I mean, it's just been like like freaking liquid cash dump into the economy, into the global credit markets and everything. And I mean, it's like there's no way you cannot. There's no way around this. And what I mean, the central banks have been doing this on a global scale of like at some point you have to raise interest rates in order to curb hyperinflation. Like,
Yeah. What do you think?
There's no other way around it. There's no other way around this unless you do something like crazy artificial reconstruction of it and be like, you know what, we're just not going to, we no longer recognize debt or whatever. Like, hey, we're going to do like a bankruptcy restructuring or whatever. Like, I mean, I guess that could happen at some point, but and it may, given the potential that what is okay. This guy makes no sense. So. Do Christians in here think stacking silver to protect against irresponsible economic policy is good or bad, keeping in mind what Jesus said about storing treasure on earth? Dude, why don't you come in the stream and have a conversation? Like, yeah,
Come join us. I don't think that there's anything wrong with planning for your future, obviously, and in an ethical and proper way. I mean, that's just being smart. I don't think Jesus expects us to be poor. It's not like rich people are evil because they're rich necessarily.
Right. Do you think they're going to start a war for the economy's sake?
Who knows? I mean, that has been an escape mechanism for economic issues for a long, not just the last couple hundred years, like for thousands at this point, but who knows?
Right.
I suspect it won't be directly the reason, but
no, it'll be a sub tactic somewhere to won't be a publicly addressed one. Although with what's happening with the Chinese right now, I mean, China is straight up. I mean, they were flying bombers over Taiwan the other day, and
Wow.
They basically ejected the South Pacific Fleet, like portion of the South Pacific Fleet, United States Fleet, kind of pushed them back. Right. And the Philippines, the Filipino government the other day directly asked the United States if they were attacked by China, if they're going to respond. I mean,
Wow.
Under the treaty, like, hey, the CETO treaty, like, are you guys going to honor this when we get attacked by the Chinese? I mean, like,
It's terrible. They're so big. They have so many people. Like their building projects are amazing. It's incredible. The world's
yeah,
never seen such a thing.
yeah, it's astounding. Danny, welcome to stream, man. How you doing?
Fine, y'all. How are y'all?
Hanging in there. Did you last time I think I talked to you, you were working on your paper that was due, like, I think it's past Monday, right?
Yeah, I submitted it.
Nice.
I made a 95, so.
Ah, right on. Congratulations. I figured you would rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I only slept 6 hours that weekend, I think.
Oh, wow. That can be that can drain you. But you're still in your 20s, so you can overcome that.
You mean
Yeah,
people in
you're
their
young
30s
yet.
people, like if you were to do it, you wouldn't be able to overcome it.
No, I can usually pull that kind of thing off for, like, well, not 5 hours for a weekend. I can do like 3 hours one day, 5 the next, and then maybe another 5. But then I'm kind of like out of commission for a day or two. Andrew, what's going
You
on,
guys
man?
are young.
Yeah,
You
hey
can
guys.
handle that stuff.
I
Hey,
heard
Andrew. Hi,
trade.
Danny.
I heard trade
Hello.
war, and I went, "Yep, China's already hit us with the trade war. They've taken our coal. They won't let our ships dock and take the coal off. They've taken lamb, barley, I think even beef. They're just hitting us with tax after tax after attack, attack, and of course, the only thing the world could probably do against it is not buy steel, because China is the world's leading steel production country.
Yep, man, on a heavy level too. Like,
and all we have
huge.
to really block them is we have the elements that they need to make steel.
Well, true, but they realize that they have a 80% global market share of rare earths, and
Yeah.
where the rest of the planet is basically all the civilized first world is utterly dependent upon rare earth, and they've got an 80% market share. And what really pisses me off about that is the United States has some of the largest known repositories and of
hang on, I got a phone call I got to take on mute.
We've got giant deposits of rare earths known. No, we know exactly where they are, and we haven't been mining them. They've been getting blocked for almost a decade at this point by different environmental activist groups. Have been doing litigious actions, and then the EPA has been putting all sorts of roadblocks in. It's like, so are you actively attempting to mitigate our national security by blocking not just the substances that are needed for your TV and your cell phone and any level of technology, but for missiles and planes and any other kind of military equipment in the modern era? They need this stuff, and you're going to actively prevent us from having the resources needed. This makes no sense whatsoever, unless your macro level objective is to mitigate the United States as the sole global superpower.
Well, the way I watched a documentary on it recently too, and part of it I heard was because of those factors you mentioned, that it's just not it's not viable as a business or whatever. But it's slowly reaching the cost where it will be worth doing, I guess. But it just has to get to where it's where it's viable to mine it or whatever too, I think, because of all those factors. But yeah, they're They're not. I've heard that China, it's kind of a mixed bag though too. I've heard they've got issues, financial issues as well.
Well, I mean, they do have financial issues for sure, but the difference between them and us and Canada and the UK and, you know, Western Europe at large is their government doesn't actually care if their people are starving or broke. I mean, that's just the blunt reality, and that's a massive advantage point. If okay, cool. Well, if it comes down to it, we're okay with 100 million people starving. I mean,
That's horrible.
it's
Yeah, they'll relocate millions of people for a project or whatever. When they did that dam, there was rumors that the dam might fail. I've heard it too, because like that dam is so big that it like shifted the earth.
yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Erica.
What do you guys think with what's going on with that Suez Canal being blocked?
Well,
is
it's
that
currently
gonna affect-
blocking. Sorry, go ahead.
Is that going to affect like what we need as far as food and?
Yes.
That's
So
what I figured.
not from a survival perspective, but from different things we take for granted. So like, for example, a huge portion of lamb meat comes through the Suez Canal. So there's there's other sources for it, right? They'll be logistically repositioned post haste, but that's causing a blockade. For example, bananas. There's actually a shortage of bananas right now in certain areas because
They have that's partly because of there's only one type of banana and they're all clones, so there's a disease ravaging them.
Oh, is there that too? I know that. That didn't surprise me. But yeah, from a macro view, so the United States is a little bit less at risk because a huge portion of trade for us can still come in through the West Coast. But the imports but Europe is in deep doo-doo overall. I mean, Europe is there's a huge chunk of Europe's economy that is dependent on things coming through the Suez Canal and then going into Greece and Italy very often and over to Gibraltar. So Europe's in deep trouble. Then from a more long tail perspective, there's a lot of imports the United States gets from Europe, but if they're not being able to do production, then they can't ship anything. So that's a problem.
Right.
But I'd say the thing that has me more cracking up than anything about the Suez Canal thing is, have any of y'all seen the the course that was being piloted before they went into the Suez Canal?
No.
Okay, so I was watching a video on this the other day. It's pretty funny. So I don't know what was going on, but the gigantic ship, does a very, very weird, very strange course, kind of like just circling around before they go into the Suez Canal, right? And let's just say that the shape that was formed of this course may have looked like different components of the male members, shall we say. And the pilot or the captain of that boat also happened to be like one of the first females captains of a ship of that size, right? So
Wow.
she does a course that looks like the male genitalia, and then goes
TMI, too much information.
then goes into the Suez Canal and the boat ends up stuck sideways, blocking 10% of the world's economy.
Wow.
I mean, you can't make this kind of stuff up. I'm like, wow, this is interesting.
Is she making a statement or something?
Well, that's what I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they were I guess she was like the first female Egyptian captain or something like that. Anyway, I'm wondering if there was some kind of here's my random hypothetical conspiracy theory. I'm wondering if there was some kind of jackass who was, very untoward towards her. I went, and it was kind of a, you know what, screw you. See, you don't think I have any power? Fine, watch me jack up 10% of the world. How about that? Which one of us is the boss now? You know, but I don't know. If I hadn't seen the video of like of watching the boat or the ship's path, I probably wouldn't have believed that. But after I saw that, I was like, okay, either what I'm watching is absolutely is like is fake, or wow. Okay. Anyway.
That's
So Danny,
interesting.
have you been having any? I haven't seen you interacting with Pudding in the gang as much lately. Have you been busy, or you've been?
Yeah, I've been so busy. But I have spring break soon, so.
Oh, nice. Well, that's good. You got any plans for that, or are you just going to be studying?
Relaxing. I'm probably make a little bit more YouTube videos than I've been doing. But yeah, the good thing is that now Speed is saying, he subscribes to this group called Scientism. But the good thing is that most of his friends, like Immutable and stuff, are actually disagree with him there. But so everyone's against Speed right now in terms of his Scientism rant. And now he has to do these like therapeutic videos in the mornings where he's like justifying the view to himself with like only people that won't challenge him. So it's interesting.
Yeah. Well, Pudding is oftentimes calling for therapy sessions and 12-step programs. So perhaps he is trying to self-therapize, if that's even a word, in the mornings in recovery from his scientism addiction.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. I don't know any other explanation.
That's yeah. So did you take part in any of the after shows last night?
I went to what's her name? Amy
Newman.
Yeah, for about maybe like 20 minutes. And that was it. I think I didn't really contribute to anything anyways when I was in that stream.
Yeah, they looked pretty full last night.
Yeah, there were a lot of people.
10 people in there. I was going in there. They're doing that Bible, just reading the Bible kind of thing. And there's maybe 2 or 3 people in there. That was kind of interesting, but it's like they're not very. I showed them a bunch of stuff that I thought was interesting, that shows that they're just making a joke out of it, and I was just, there's evidence for that stuff, for the about Moses and Abraham, and there's like, I want to see a debate on on the Exodus or whatever. Do you guys watch IP's Exodus video?
I haven't yet. I guess it was released like a couple days ago, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's I pretty much agree with it. I mean, or close to it. I think he suggests that the Exodus Pharaoh was the son of Thutmoses or whatever is the third. I thought it was Thutmoses the third who was the Exodus Pharaoh. I think it's the best candidate because he was probably the peak power Pharaoh at, in that period or whatever, or maybe ever. Maybe not. I'm not sure about that, but it's it's in the right timeline, 1450 something, and there's some interesting things that they've come up with about just that could point to the Exodus story making sense. Like it doesn't seem that his son was took on as Pharaoh right after him, his firstborn son, because of the names or whatever. And there's some other things too, like that story they found from the Egyptians that was saying like the reason the so and so became the Pharaoh was because something. Oh, what? Something about the Sphinx, like they got some message or something from some divine being or whatever to like if they uncovered the pharaoh or uncovered the Sphinx, it would he would become pharaoh or something. I forget what it was, something crazy like that they found, like some writing on that or something. Kind of interesting, but yeah, I'd check it out.
I'll have to go. I don't know, some of his stuff. I used to like always want to go and watch his stuff, and when it came out, I would go and watch it immediately. But several of his last most recent videos, I've kind of just been like, dude, you are reaching hardcore.
Oh, I agree. I disagree with him on a lot of stuff.
And I've just been like, man, this like you're doing as much mental gymnastics as the atheists that we interact with to conclude some of your points, you know. And then other stuff I agree with him on, like you're talking about. Now I'll check out the atheist video, but like his last one about Genesis and stuff, I'm like, dude, you are doing some major leaping to justify some of your points.
Yeah,
Who
I
is
just like to keep the
IP?
dialogue open.
Sorry, go ahead, Erica.
Who is IP?
Inspiring philosophy. Michael Jones.
I'll
His
write that
content's really
down.
well done, but
You've seen, you know what we're talking about?
No.
You've probably seen him on Modern Day Debate. He just debated Matt Dillahunty a couple times. He did recently. That debate that James did the crowdfunding campaign for against Michael Shermer.
Nope. I really don't go on Modern Day Debate unless like you or Praise or Gavin or somebody I know that's going to be debating. I'll go on for a little while just to show support, but
Gotcha.
I tend to stay away from there.
Yeah, it has gotten a little bit overrun with atheists.
Atheism?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Danny, apparently you are a college child.
What happened?
I mean, apparently Mr. Smarty Pants, Henry Kyle, who talks mad trash and big game, he thought you were in college.
Oh, I said I was writing a paper and all that. I think he heard all of that stuff.
No, I know, but no, he was from your profile. He thought you were.
Oh, no, I teach high school, so there's a sense in which I'm still in high school.
All
Well,
right, I'm going to have to say goodnight because my battery is almost dead.
Uh-oh. Well, thanks for joining us, Erica. And I'm glad you were able to come onto my stream for the first time. I see you on praises all the time. I mean, I've been feeling left out. You're always in side chat, but you want to come in and join me. So I appreciate you you gracing us with your presence in the stream.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and it was a blessing. I just thought I'd aggravate you guys for a little while.
Well, I appreciate that.
Glad to have a female.
Yep. Oh yeah. We do get accused of being misogynistic, don't we?
Well, then I'll continue to pop on here and there.
Well, you're welcome anytime.
All right, thank you. Have a blessed night, everybody.
You too.
Good night. Hi, Bob.
Hey, what was that about? Were you guys being misogynistic and she jumped in?
No. I was being facetious about all of the. I mean, it's a standard atheist talking point, right? If you're a Christian, that means you must be a misogynist, patriarchal, etc., etc.
Oh well, I mean, they've got a point. That's generally true if you're like a conservative Christian.
Yeah, well, there's a massive difference
You're
between.
misogynistic?
Well, Bob's wife does call him master.
Sometimes.
Now,
Only
Bob,
when I ask her to.
Now, Bob, you and your wife's behind closed doors role-playing action does not need to be public knowledge.
It's biblical, baby.
You know what I think is pretty funny is the have you guys seen some of the recent talking points being spewed by some of the more loud atheists on YouTube about how Christians have no sense of humor? Or theists in general, like you guys have no sense of humor. You don't understand anything. You don't. And I'm like, you guys don't pick up. You have hyper literalist interpretations of blatantly obvious sarcasm, and you accuse me and other theists of not having a sense of humor. Wow. Okay.
I have a sense of humor, but there are some topics that you just don't touch, like joking about God or abortion.
Well, true. I would agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
So I mean, I suspect, you know, when non-believers accuse Christians of that, it's because they made some they you know made some mocking comment about God or our religion or something, and then we push back and they're like, "Oh, you don't have a sense of humor. I was just joking."
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm guilty of not being kind of silly about some stuff sometimes, and I regret it. But yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Jamie, I think you have a similar problem that I do, in that we sometimes will make a joke, but our tone is not set in such a way that it's obvious that it's a joke.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's true. Danny's more serious than I am.
Oh, really?
Oh, I think so. You are. I'm just joking. Yeah, he's a valuable guy.
Well,
I
according to Speed of Pudding, John Peterson, who ironically has come to the realization that he gets too worked up and it may be threatening his own health, as and is retired from YouTube. According to them, Danny may be one of the biggest assholes on YouTube.
Yeah, he doesn't back down. He like holds them their feet to the fire, and they don't like it. So there's a couple of clips out there, like the one with Pine Creek, and he's just so smug. He's like trying to like act like it's like the questioning was really direct, and he was just like obfuscating what Danny was saying, and like as if he was dealing with some like ignorant theist that doesn't like. And then he's like, okay, yeah, I'll play along kind of thing. And it was just like so stupid. He looked so bad.
Notice that the paradigm here was theist here for some ignorant theist.
That was the the air, and that was in the air. You could just see it on his face. I don't know. That's how I would describe it. Like, because you were
a Calvinist.
No, it was Pine Creek. And
he's an atheist, and I mean, there's this guy named Nathan who, for some reason, has taken a liking to Pine Creek, who's just, for lack of a better phrase, like hates Christianity. Like, and I don't think he'd admit that, but I just think that the sheer number of videos of not even giving like a lot of arguments against Christianity, but just either ridiculing or straw manning, or I mean, it's just like, or just sheer complaining, a sheer amount of complaining about Christianity. I mean,
oh, so he's just another Aaron Raw.
No,
it's worse. I think it's worse.
Digital Gnosis, right?
Danny, Nathan. Yeah, for some reason Nathan likes him, and now he's like copying. Like, so.
Do you know why? There's a story behind it.
He used to be a Christian, right? And
yeah, Pine Creek like pulled him out of it or something.
Whatever the story is, they've created a kind of like a small little like cry fest over how much Christianity harms them, right? And I'm just like rolling my eyes.
Well, unfortunately for Nathan, I think I've tried to talk to him a little bit. I'll challenge him whenever I go in there, and he starts to be. I feel like he starts to be a little more like not so one-sided, but it's as far as I can tell, is what happened is Pine Creek was like a big part of him leaving Christianity, and then also involved with that is kind of like a relationship he was in with a Christian girl, and like he was pretty new into Christianity, and he was really serious about it for a little while, kind of wanting to learn as much as he could or whatever. And he was kind of into the Jordan Peterson thing, and Paul Vanderklay, if you guys know who that is a pastor that kind of part of that group, which Jonathan Peugeot is about too, who blocked me for some reason. I can't figure out why. But I think his relationship ended kind of ugly with the Christian girl at the same time, and so like the chances that he would ever become a Christian now after that, like his first serious girlfriend, that they were going to get married, I guess, and then it kind of fell apart along with his Christianity, and so that's like forever linked, I think, to his deconversion.
Well,
which
I asked him a question. I asked him, look, all things being equal, you have a theocracy, let's just say a Christian theocracy, and you have a secular government. Which one is going to be a quote unquote happier or better society? And he said, all things being equal, the secular society. Then I asked him, what's your argument? What's your justification? And he said, intuition. The guy is just, he's just being emotional.
Yeah, at least he's honest, I guess, in that sense, at least on that matter. I was almost surprised. It was almost refreshing in a way, because
I think
I
don't know Nathan, and I'm going to speculate right here. So what I'm saying is conjecture, but I think that was like our fourth time conversing. He knows that if he couldn't just make up a justification, because I would have called him out on it. Okay. So he was either forced to not answer or give his actual view, because I don't think there can be a justification for thinking that
that's
one,
true. Yeah.
Right. So I think he was just forced to be honest. Now, he could just be overall an honest person. I haven't spoken with him enough to know, but whether he's honest or dishonest, he was forced to say it.
Yeah, I think that's right. I get the impression he's fairly honest for the crowd he hangs out with. I'm not sure though. Like, you don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as dishonest, but right. I'm just saying that it was, I don't know, it was just.
There's definitely emotional connection here on the issue, I believe. Like, cause yeah, he's doing like a series of things on like worse Christian apologists, and then he attacks like some of the better apologists out there, and it's like, and some of the stuff they say, and he'll have like a guest on, and the stuff they're saying, I don't know.
Well, the last video, I think he actually explicitly says that he's arguing emotionally. Like he says, oh, I forgot the exact quote, but he was attacking Craig's position about animal suffering and evil, right? Craig's position is they don't suffer in a morally relevant way. And, he just like flat out says, I hate to be arguing from the position of an emotional, like if it becomes kind of emotional argument, but this is where Christianity gets you or something like that. You can look at the video for yourself, but that's just hardly, I would never I would never make a video just like saying, boo this, right? Like this.
Yeah.
Position.
Like, because oftentimes you'll have something decent to say, or I don't remember why I have that feeling about him, but he does strike me as usually pretty honest and like kind of playing in the middle to some degree, but it has been moving the other way. But yeah.
Yeah, he looks up to to Pine Creek, and then when I am very sharp, when I'm very sharp towards Pine Creek, and then he's sharp towards me, he always defends Pine Creek, right? The guy is just like enamored. They're like just friends, and so I think that's part of what happens. That you're just going to be a lot partial to your friend's views, right? And it happens to me too, right? But but there it's just blatant. It's just dripping from his mouth. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you guys familiar with Sentinel Apologetics? Rob Rowe?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's really pissing me off lately.
I heard a little bit of him, and I just had to turn him off. But I don't know. Is he respected around these YouTube parts?
Yeah. In fact, I have a love-hate relationship with. I mean, I like the guy, I guess, but the way he talked on SJ's channel with CJ and them, and John was there, I think, too. My thing was cutting out. That really, I gotta go back and watch all of it and see. But like, he just seems so arrogant and like just ugly there.
Dude, the egotism of that guy, and him and his little buddy that were on SJ's that stream you're referring to. I mean, they were straight up questioning the belief, salvation, etc., the Christianity of like CJ. Anybody that it's like,
Oh, CJ Cox?
yes,
But CJ Cox seems like one of the most genuine Christians that
well, exactly my point. And I mean, in the side chat, I'm just spitting like, who are you guys? Like, are you wolves in sheep's clothing? If you're going to come in here and be attacking CJ of all people, like,
Well, dude, Rob was a live stream not too long ago that I was listening to. He was suggesting, I don't know what triggered him on this, but he was really going on, really upset about how young Earth creationists are basically like, he was basically wanting to suggest that we're a cult. Like,
Yeah.
to be a young Earth creationist, you're basically displaying cultic behavior. Like, because he's obviously like, I don't know where he lives, I guess New Zealand or where or whatever, but you know, he's educated and I guess in the United States it's so different, apparently, like with that whole issue. But he, I think they've kind of strawmanned the whole thing, and they feel justified in not even looking at some of the some of the better scientists out there that are, and everybody that's doing actual good piece of work or whatever on the subject. They think it's just a joke, and he was going on about how funny it was that he made a meme out of it or whatever, and it was like a thing from some illustration from like Answers in Genesis maybe, and it was like, and they were just yucking it up about, because it showed a picture of like a Tyrannosaurus eating a watermelon or something, and that was like a meme or whatever, and like, I don't know.
What's interesting about people like him is it's very ironic, actually. They have a tendency to be every bit as uninformed about evolution and abiogenesis in general as, and in some cases, even more ignorant than Evo-Atheists that are running around being adamant.
They have the same syndrome too. It's the whole, they know that you're just dishonest, and you're just accepting your what you think you have to accept, and like it gets to a point, I think, where they think they don't even have to consider the genuineness of what you believe or whatever, and so that you're either an idiot or you're just a liar basically, and that's like, they know that's true to start with. And I think that's kind of like the mindset they're in. And that happens with these people too sometimes. And I try to tell them sometimes too. I'm like, dude, not everybody's Kent Hovind. Not that I even have a problem with Kent Hovind, but a lot of the topics have moved past stuff he talks about. But it's like, you should, as a Christian, if we're going to both call each other brothers or whatever, I try to have like a decent relationship that way with him. But like, I think he blocked me too now, because I said something about some of the feminist movement in the past made young women, they made sex not matter. They put out that vibe, that like it's okay to just sleep with whoever you want, sort of thing. Because he was talking about something cultural, and I mentioned that, and they like instantly blocked me for saying that, which I found really odd, because I don't know, he must have like a soft spot for feminism or something, because that's just a fact. I'm sorry, like that is a fact. But anyway, sorry, that's totally off topic.
No, I know, no, it's not off topic. I mean, you're right, and it is a. I mean, I can't stand the guy, to be honest. I would debate him. Actually, I've challenged him to debate before, and I think SFT has as well. I mean, it's like, and same thing with Inspiring Philosophy. Like, he refuses to defend his position to other Christians. And it's like, so you're willing to go and argue with an atheist, but you simultaneously, in his debate with Matt Dillahunty, for example, he talks about like evolution. Hey, we would agree on this. I don't believe in what the young Earth creationists say. It's like, okay, so you're attacking or you're dismissing your supposed quote unquote brothers and sisters that have overall similar belief system, and you're going to side with the atheist, but you won't actually defend your position to the people you're dismissing.
And I'm starting to think it's because they know we have a few key, like, doctrinal concepts that are kind of on our side. That's what I suspect, anyways. And so they kind of want to avoid it because I don't want to like think assume the worst or anything. Of course, I think often they just think we're like hopelessly like not lying to ourselves or whatever. But also I think the whole sin issue really they've made it into a meme. Like were you there? That whole thing and the whole idea of animal suffering, and they don't. I've been trying to talk to a bunch of different people, like on the older side, like respectfully too. Like I guess Braxton Hunter and Jonathan Pritchett aren't necessarily. They're not committed to either view, but they seem to lean old Earth, I think. And I'm really
Braxton says he's not old Earth, but he's not like. I think last week I think he said he's not old Earth. And he's not young Earth. He's more maybe like old cosmos or something. Old young creation. Yeah, something like that. Otangelo, welcome to the stream, man. I saw you put a link over to the Atheist Experience. Is there something from that stream you think would be worthwhile to discuss?
Yes, a caller tonight called in and making the argument of the origin of the genetic code.
Really?
Yeah, and after that show, I did write him an email on the.
Hang on, Otangelo. Which one of your sock emails did you email? Was this email to the caller or was this the email to Delante?
No, my name was Daniel Bennett. Okay, so he didn't know that I was sending him an email.
Well, you just issued a disclosure, so any atheists in the stream right now, I'm sure, are going to be tweeting and emailing right now to uncover. Matt, I have uncovered the latest Otangelo alias.
It was precious. I can put on the screen here his answer, but I think you should actually first see the stream where he answers the bollocks that he answers to the caller. And then I can show the answer that he gave me in the email.
Okay, so this link, this is about where it's going to start.
You go at 1 hour and 11 minutes and 54 seconds. At 1 hour and 12 minutes, basically.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. Oh, I gotta mute this. What's going on? Okay. Okay. Un momento. Oops. All right. Oh boy. Okay. Let me confirm audio's coming through.
Talk, Billy. What's up?
How you doing, Billy?
What's up? Hey, Billy.
Hey, not bad.
I'm tentative.
I agree.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Dang it. Okay. Well, that was wrong. Hang on. That was not the button I meant to push. Okay.
I have high hopes.
I'm ready for some science.
Yes, I love science. Let's talk, Billy. What's up?
How you doing, Billy?
What's up? Hey, Billy.
Hey.
I'm tentatively excited, but also sad. What would you like to talk about, Billy?
No. Hang on. Let's all pause for a second. First of all, Billy, we are not going to hang all of the bad shit that's gone on in the rest of the show on your shoulders. So welcome to the show, Billy. You want to talk to us about intelligent design?
Yay, it's Billy. I just resented.
Well, yeah, well, you've talked about how the genome is not really a code; it's just a metaphor. But I found like countless peer-reviewed articles that indicate that the genome is in fact a code.
No, you didn't.
Rise of upwards of. I did. And
no, you didn't, Billy. Billy, you didn't because you didn't, Billy. Because if I can finish my sentence, there aren't peer-reviewed articles that say that the genome is a code.
You interrupted him first.
Mind to another.
Yeah, that's not what I didn't say that's what it said.
Right. So this is why I had to make this point, because you said that I've noted that the genome isn't a code and that's metaphorical, and then you said you found peer-reviewed articles that suggest that it is a code. But when I say it's not a code, I mean it's not a code from one mind to another, and we use that as a metaphor because it conveys information.
Oh, okay.
See how easy this is when people actually let me
Okay, so he's stating that the only way a code exists is if it's information being transferred from one mind to another.
It seems so.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. That's like saying that machine language doesn't exist, and machine language is not a code. Wow.
Finish. Go ahead.
Right. I've also found simulated models that determine or that indicate that nature is not capable of sequencing a genome, no matter how much time. Not a functional genome, sequence hypothesis. There's no way that nature could sequence a functional genome.
Why not?
Well,
what's your exclusion criteria? What's the exclusion criteria? You said there's no one sec. Like, this is important. Like, if we're going to assess this scientifically, and you're saying that it's impossible, and you read the articles, if you're looking at the articles, and we're talking scientifically, then there would be exclusionary criteria. They would say that there X exclusionary criteria exists, and thus it can't be possible because of this exclusionary criteria. So, what's the exclusionary criteria that you came across?
I did not see exclusionary criteria. It just says that the simulations always result in genetic entropy.
Okay, we're gonna talk again for a second. Okay, we're gonna talk again for a second, Billy. So I understand. It sounds to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I could be, but it sounds to me like you read an article where scientists ran simulations based on their understanding or their hypothesis, is a better way to put it, regarding how it could have been possible, and the simulations that they utilized to test their hypothesis failed. That doesn't mean that it's not possible. That just means the hypothesis that those specific scientists proposed in order to see if it is possible wasn't a valid hypothesis. There's a very strong and important difference between it is impossible and this hypothesis that was proposed to test if it is possible failed. Can you recognize that?
Well, that's not these simulations.
Okay, so who thinks that Shannon Q realized that Matt Dillahunty didn't know what the hell he was talking about and was being a dumbass and setting himself up to get annihilated, and she jumped in trying to be all adamant?
Yeah, that might be the case.
They simulate nature. They simulate
Billy, we really need you to answer Shannon's question because this is important. That there is a difference between we don't have a model that can do this and there is no model possible that can do this. Those two things are very different. You are claiming the latter.
Right.
So basically, here he is proposing a materialist.
No. First of all, Billy, stop.
Well,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Ignorance.
Well, and here's the thing, and this goes back to the ongoing ignorance of the Matt Dillahunties and his ilk and his minions and followers, is that the recognized problem, one of many, but one of the recognized issues is how do you get the value assignments for source and target alphabet. I don't know how many times I have to go over this. It's like
that's what I asked him in my
you
email.
must have source,
I'll show
target,
you the
source,
answer.
target, encode, message, decode. You must have the decoder that can reconstruct the message from the source alphabet that's been encoded into a message channel and into the message and then reconstructed into the target alphabet. Like, this is such basic communication theory 101. The fact that all of these talking heads that are running around on YouTube making these adamant claims or rejections of positions that are put forth, propositions, and just claim that they're 100% false and nobody's considering this, like, that is a categorically false statement. And it's either you are a purposely ignorant fool, or you're a liar at this point. Like, there's no way around it. Yeah.
So I have a question. Do they apply the same level of suspension of disbelief that they do to evolution to Christianity?
I don't know, maybe more extreme. I don't know. All right, let's continue. Dang it! Damn it! Why do I keep pushing the freaking plate back to the beginning? Where were we?
The exclusionary criteria. It just says that the simulations always result in genetic entropy.
Okay, we're gonna talk again for a second. Okay, we're gonna talk again for a second, Billy. So I understand. It sounds to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I could be, but it sounds to me like you read an article where scientists ran simulations based on their understanding or their hypothesis, is a better way to put it, regarding how it could have been possible, and the simulations that they utilized to test their hypothesis failed. That doesn't mean that it's not possible. That just means the hypothesis that those specific scientists proposed in order to see if it is possible wasn't a valid hypothesis. There's a very strong and important difference between it is impossible and this hypothesis that was proposed to test if it is possible failed. Can you recognize that?
Well, that's not these simulations. They simulate nature. They
Hey,
simulate
Billy,
random behavior.
Billy, we really need you to answer Shannon's question because this is important. That there is a difference between we don't have a model that can do this and there is no model possible that can do this. Those two things are very different.
But
You are claiming the latter.
Right. These are exact simulations of reality.
No. First of all, Billy, stop. There's no such thing as an exact simulation of reality. That's not possible currently. But we're asking you, do you understand the difference between, hey, each one of these proposed models has not been successful, that statement, and a separate statement, which is there is no possible model that would achieve this. Those are two different things. One is about what has been speculatively reviewed, and one is about hypothetically anything. And you are saying that there's no possible way, and I want to know where there's a peer-reviewed article that makes a universal declaration about models that have never been presented, because that should not happen in a science journal.
Okay. Maybe I did misspeak. Maybe they didn't say that it's impossible, but there's been multiple simulations and they all come to the same conclusion.
Right.
Right. And so that fundamentally changes your argument. Your argument originally was you read peer-reviewed scientific articles that showed that this is impossible. And now your argument is you've read some articles and we haven't done it yet. So you're giving up and declaring it impossible.
You didn't say it was impossible.
Multiple.
Yeah.
So we've run simulations that are millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of variations. They all end in the same outcome. The trend is that this is not a feasible and plausible hypothesis, nor does it support the positions being put forth about it being a viable hypothesis. Nope, we just haven't done it long enough.
Materialism of the gaps.
Yep.
Independent experiment.
Yeah.
That comes to
So what? How long have we been doing this?
I accept that. I accept that wholly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We
I
haven't
accept that
solved
wholly.
abiogenesis. We don't have a solution for abiogenesis yet, but that doesn't mean that there isn't one, right?
Miller-Urey experiment's a good step in the right direction too.
No, let's bust out Millie. Okay, we now have evidence beyond doubt that the ignorance level of Shannon Q and Matt Dillahunty regarding this topic is strong.
Like that's been repeated over and over and over and over again, and we show that we can get like amino acids.
Yeah, we can get. We know that it can
happen.
happen. We just don't know how it happened. But the fact that we keep failing to show how it happened doesn't mean it didn't happen, right?
Yeah. Or
You can't
how they
get
come together, us
homochiral
not
amino
knowing,
acids.
like, and we've only been a scientific species for a very brief amount of the history of the entire universe. It's an unrealistic expectation on every conceivable level that we would know the source of all life in the universe. Like to think, I understand the desire to want to know it, but continuously looking towards science's attempt to try to figure it out and seeing those failures as evidence that it is, insert God here, is a huge mistake because you are closing yourself up. You're giving yourself a constraint. You're saying that these failed attempts mean it's impossible. That's a huge mistake because if you're saying that if everybody else adopted that attitude, could you imagine a failed attempt meaning impossibility?
Yeah.
We would give up.
We wouldn't
Like,
solve anything.
We would
And
never
what's
solve
worse,
it.
Okay, so do you guys think that they think that when he's talking about simulations, that it's like we tried one scenario and
Nope.
it failed?
He was
Well,
talking about multiples, and they were all showing genetic entropy to be a problem.
No. I mean, do you think that Shannon Q and Matt Dillahunty think that because it seems to me the way they're framing this, there's been a simulation. It's like they think there was like one or two.
I guarantee they know there's more than one. They're just trying to frame it as though it's only one.
Well, I would agree with you on that. I'm saying, like, we're talking about millions of simulation, like scenarios for each simulation that's being done. Like they're trying to.
The problem, John, is when will they acknowledge that a naturalistic explanation is not sound? They will just say, well, we'll try forever. And even if never an explanation will be found, we will keep sticking to the materialism of the gaps proposition. Even if we don't know the answer once it will be solved and found, it will be a naturalistic one. That's a classical materialism of the gaps argument. Why not adopting the status quo that life comes from life until proven otherwise?
Well, I agree. Okay, let's see what else they
John.
got.
Well, it wasn't a failed.
What's worse?
Put up Sal's comment.
Okay.
What's worse?
Was successful. Sorry.
What was successful?
What's worse is even if science could somehow show that it's not possible for the genome to arrive through known materialistic mechanisms, that doesn't in any way prove there's a God. That requires its own proof. You don't just have a God win by default. That's called an argument from ignorance. That's a fallacy.
Well, it would still indicate that it has a supernatural or an
No, it doesn't.
source, though, right?
No, you don't,
Well, I mean,
because we aren't aware of how it could be possible naturalistically does not mean that there's a supernatural explanation. You don't get to make a supernatural even a hypothesis until you demonstrate that there is a supernatural realm and that it can in fact interact with reality.
You're making the argument. From ignorance.
Whoa. Hold on. He just stated that you cannot put forth a hypothesis unless you have already proven the hypothesis?
Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
I mean, okay. Danny, is Danny still with us? Danny, what do you think about that?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. What? Can you repeat the last sentence? I was reading something.
Yeah. So Dillahunty just said, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, you can't put forth a supernatural hypothesis unless you have already proven that the supernatural the supernatural realm exists before you can even put forth a hypothesis for the supernatural.
Yeah.
Isn't the argument that this Billy guy is running is to show that that there's a supernatural entity?
Right,
Like,
but well, that would be the logical flow, yes. But he just stated you can't put forth any hypothesis for the supernatural unless you have already proven that the supernatural exists.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, the most he did not mean this, but maybe one might say like you have to show that's coherent, but that's not what he said.
Well, let's just go back. Let's listen to that again.
Show that it's not possible for the genome to arrive through known materialistic mechanisms. That doesn't in any way prove there's a God. That requires its own proof. You don't just have a God win by default. That's called an argument from ignorance. That's a fallacy.
Well, it would still indicate that it has a supernatural or an unknown
No, it doesn't.
source, though, right?
No, you don't,
Well, I mean,
because we aren't aware of how it could be possible naturalistically does not mean that there's a supernatural explanation. You don't get to make a supernatural even a hypothesis until you demonstrate that there is a supernatural realm and that it can in fact interact with reality.
Okay, was my
which is facebook.com/.
was my paraphrase correct on?
Yeah, he worded it weird. I think he just meant something like you gotta give another argument for other than if the way I just understood Dillahunty is that you can't get from it's unlikely that it's it's unlikely that it's a natural explanation, therefore it's a supernatural explanation. He's saying that you have to provide an auxiliary argument for a supernatural explanation. That's how I interpreted it.
Ramen, thank you so much for this. Is your second super chat. Very much appreciated. This one he says Cruella DeVille. Yeah, well, I gotta say that Shannon's the look on her face, her little head bounce in that segment was pretty entertaining. The shock.
But if we could prove that nature is not capable of generating a genome, there's only nature.
You're proposing hypothetical.
Okay.
You're proposing hypotheticals and saying, what if this imaginary thing that I'm saying is true?
Yeah.
But,
as soon as that's actually proved, then you can call back and we'll discuss that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That
that's a
hasn't
bunch
been
of
proved.
nonsense. That what they just did was a bunch of nonsense.
So, Danny, I love your response to this. So, I interpreted what they just said as nothing is impossible until you've proven that there is absolutely 100% no feasible way for something to be done through purely naturalistic means. Then you cannot put forth a hypothesis.
Yeah, I think that's what they just. I don't know what they just said there.
Because what really gets me on those kinds of statements, which you and I both know we hear a lot, is I'm like, and I use the paint example. It's like, are you suggesting that it's a remotely plausible scenario that paint, even though it is created through the execution of physics and chemistry, are you suggesting that paint's going to create itself and put itself into a freaking aluminum bucket? Like, are we actually going to go down the rabbit hole and try and come up with a hypothetical where that's possible? I mean, you could come up with a hypothetical. It doesn't mean that it's a remotely coherent or plausible one to be pursuing.
I just don't understand why people respond. Like, if let's say hypothetically God exists, then we should expect to see X, Y, Z. And then someone's response is, "You can't. I'm not granting you the hypothetical. I'm not granting." Like what Shannon Q's response was, like, you can't create a hypothetical once you have an imaginary. It's just such a weird response. It's like they don't understand what a hypothetical is.
A biogenesis is a hypothetical.
Well, every aspect of it is.
I just want, before we let you go, and we do have to let you go, we're encroaching the end, and there's still a couple more callers, or at least one. I just want you to just say out loud to me that science has not discovered that it is impossible for abiogenesis or for the genome to produce through natural means. I just want you to say it out loud to me. Just do it as a favor.
I can't do that. Sorry.
Why?
Yeah.
Not. You need to, I'm going to let you go, and you need to ask yourself why you can't do that, because you admitted it both tacitly and explicitly in this conversation. Through the course of the conversation, you did. Listen back. But when you were asked to do it directly, you were met with dissonance. Something in you said, uh-oh, I can't say that out loud. I want you to listen back, please, and try to figure out what that is, because that's an important question. Okay, Billy?
Okay, so I'm just going to go out on a limb and guess that Shannon Q and Matt Dillahunty don't actually know what has to be accounted for in abiogenesis.
No, they don't even understand the argument and where the problem is in explaining the origin of the genetic code. They actually don't even know what the talking point is.
Okay. Oh, so you had Dillahunty craps out of his mouth for a living. You said you had email response back and forth with them.
Yeah, I can put it here on the screen. Just a minute.
You must have Dillahunty on like full scale paranoia when he gets emails.
I didn't keep it too long. Just made a syllogism.
Have you? I'm not seeing any. You haven't tried to share a screen with me yet.
Yeah, I have.
I'm not seeing anything. Oh, there it is.
Strange. Okay.
I got it. There it is.
Okay.
Oh, let me take the comment down. Okay.
Do you want to read it, or shall I read it?
Hang on one second. I'll read it out. Let's see here. We've got. I don't think you handled the second to the last caller, Billy from Texas, well. One, the assignment of a word to represent something like the word chair to an object to sit down is always of mental origin. The translation of a word in one language to another language is always of mental origin. For example, the assignment of the word chair in English to Ixi,
Shizi. Yeah, Shizi in Chinese.
Shizi in Chinese can only be made by intelligence upon common agreement of meaning. Sidebar. So an example of value assignment. So I sat there and he, and then what happened? Otangelo, who knows what the correct pronunciation is and the correct encoding of it into sound waves and amplification and pressure, was able to correct me. However, if a Chinese person heard me saying that, they might have known I meant chair, but the way I was pronouncing it could very likely mean something entirely different. So anyway, in biology, the genetic code is the assignment and convention, a cipher of 64 triplet codons corresponding to 20 amino acids. It functions as a higher level constraint distinct from the laws of physics and chemistry, much like a grammatical convention in a human language. Since we only know of intelligence being able to do this, this assignment is best explained by the deliberate arbitrary action of a non-human intelligent agency. I agree with that.
Okay, so this is his answer. Here we go.
What? I guess he said 4. Oh, okay. He's responding to you. Okay, so he's responding to, since we know only of intelligence being to be able to do so, this assignment is best explained by the deliberate arbitrary action of a non-human intelligent agent. Okay, so he's quoting you. We are the intelligent agents that assigned the language to chemistry, but no intelligence was required for the chemistry of self-replication.
That's just an assertion.
Well, that's more than an assertion. That is the second half of it is an assertion. No intelligence was required for the chemistry of self-replication. That's an assertion. The first portion of it, we are the intelligent agents that assign the language to chemistry. That is a false statement. That is either it's ignorance or a straight up false statement.
It demonstrates that he doesn't understand what it is about.
Well, it's a false assertion.
Yeah, but he demonstrates that he even doesn't understand what the genetic code is, what it does, and what its function is. He has no clue. And
Well,
I answered, yeah.
He thinks it has to be metaphor. It can't be code because he knows what it means if it is code. Therefore, it can't be.
Okay, guys, I gotta go. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, Danny, before you,
Yeah.
can you stay for 2 seconds?
Yeah,
You have
yeah.
the mouse. Okay. If somebody claim or didn't know what a contingent fact was, and then they were told, and then said they didn't think that was actually existed because if it was contingent, then it couldn't be a fact. What would you say?
Oh, they think that if some statement is contingent, that it's not a fact because it's contingent.
No,
They
that's
said
not,
that.
like, well, yeah, and like literally the concept of necessary versus contingent facts. That if it's contingent, then it can't be a fact.
No, yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, I would agree. So reason I'm bringing that up is that is something that was argued in a previous debate to mine by Randolph Richardson in his debate with Zach. I forget the guy's what his adherent apologetics, I think his name is. But my mind was blown on that one.
Yeah, no, look, scientific facts are contingent. None of those are necessary facts.
Right. And so in philosophy, if somebody argued that contingent facts, like, that's not actually a thing, what would the response of a philosophy professor be to that individual?
Well, the first thing is it would end up with modal collapse, meaning that there's no possibility. The idea of contingent facts allows for you to say something's possible, right? So it's possible that there could be 6 people in the room. The fact that there's 5 is contingent, means it could have been that there's 6 people in the room. If everything is necessary, right? If nothing's contingent, everything's necessary, then you've lost your license to say the word possible, can, or could, or even would. That's probably what they would say.
Okay, so it's a basically, unless you want to have a 100% predetermined deterministic universe, there, and even beyond that, but I'm at the surface level, unless you have contingent facts, everything has to be 100% predetermined.
Yeah, like if you don't have if there are no contingent facts, everything has an explanation, everything is necessarily true, then there's no, we call that modal collapse. And there's a view in philosophy called necessitarianism, which is the view that there's only one possible world, the actual world, no other possible worlds. And
Okay.
you don't want to be in that corner.
Well, that sounds like just determinism.
Well, I think that, well, there's a view that, I don't know if you heard of the principle of sufficient reason, but the idea is that if everything has an explanation, then that means that there can only be one possible world, right? Because if everything's explained, then it's only going one way, right? There's no brute contingent facts.
I'm torn on this. Did you see my comment, Danny?
I did, and I responded to it, Jamie. But yeah, so determinism, if you're a determinist about every kind of thing, then you either think that there's infinite regress, which actually, if you have infinite regress, there's a sense in which you could have a determined world, but everything's contingent. It's just you could have had a different world in which the infinite regress it's just different. So there's a way you can be a sort of determinist. You're gonna have to accept infinite regress if you want the license to say could or could not.
Well, there's no leap of faith in that one.
Do you guys? I'm not a determinist, but do you guys think that there's possible connections to the way things are, like created? Let's say God creates the universe, all the planets, etc. Can you say that? Is it possible that things are like, say, like Danny brought up before, like something's a certain color, like will that end up depending on the nature of the other created elements, for instance, and then so in a sense, like in order for that to be green then or that size, then gravity has to be this, and if gravity's that, then the other constants have to be what they are for everything to be like
well,
God
no. Okay, there are necessary facts and there are contingent facts. But to put this in a more like just purely philosophical perspective, like this is where the whole infinite regress issue gets so stupid, in my opinion. Is like, let's put it back into like video game scenario. So you've got AI, and you can have like a simulator mode with all these like free play, libertarian free will for the characters in the game, but they're still subject to the predetermined like colors of the freaking trees that have been written into the landscape of the game scenes, and that has zero to do with whether or not there's everything is 100% deterministic.
Right.
I agree with those specific things might be deterministic, but they've been determined by the creator of the game. This is why to me, and especially in the modern era of the stuff that we now like we're doing ourselves, kind of like created in the image of God. We can create stuff and environments and theoretical scenarios and all this kind of stuff, right? Like why people have such a hard time grasping like God can create the game that we're in, and then allow us, and then allow. I'm not saying you. I'm talking in general. Like, and then we're characters in the game. Let's assume we're able to create AI at the level that can do this, which we're trying to do. Hello, but let's assume we were able to do so, and then we're watching our characters in the game, in the environment that we've created, run around and do stuff. Like, we're not controlling what they're doing inside of the game. We've just set the barriers and what they like, the extremes that they can go. And I mean, to me, it's just, I'm speaking rhetorically. It's like, it blows my mind how people have such a hard time, especially on like the more rigid atheist side of the equation, like accepting that premise being remotely understandable or comprehensible or realistic, like semi-explanation or analogy of what we're talking about. Like that's like rejected out of hand. To me, that makes no sense. Like it's.
Are you talking about how like they think that like God makes it such that there can't be contingent facts? Because is that what they're thinking?
Well, yeah. So I'm also talking about, and this applies to like the Calvinists too, right? Of
determinism, basically, right?
The pure determinism. I'm like, I don't understand why, and we'll dumb it down to like a Matt Dillahunty level when he's talking about like game of chess. It's like the rules of chess and the board and the squares and the row, the rank and file were predetermined before the game was played. And then how the pieces can move on the board are not necessarily restricted to, they weren't predetermined before the game was played.
Yeah, true determinists couldn't enjoy chess, I would say.
I mean, it's I don't know. That it just blows my mind how people don't.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Hang on a second. Henry, you don't have to have headphones, but you have to have a microphone activated before you can join. Otherwise, I can't let you in.
Anyways, I do need to go to bed. Thanks for having me, guys.
No problem, Danny. Have a great night, man.
All right, Danny, come back to the faith.
We're waiting for you, Danny. Arms open wide.
So Atangelo, did Dillahunty respond anymore after that, or was that his the end of his email?
No, I did respond to him, and I responded to him this.
Have you ever studied biochemistry? Do you understand that what the function of the genetic code is? Do you know what it does? If not, why do you make assertions on your show of which you do not have any understanding? Barbary, and you quote different things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there is no deterministic link between codons and amino acids because you scrolled past it.
No, I put it here again. You can read it.
There is no deterministic link between codons and amino acids because any codon can be associated with any amino acid. I mean, there's multiple papers that say exactly that, or very different words, obviously, but the exact same premise, that it's arbitrary there is no deterministic link. The laws of physics and chemistry do not account for the value assignment. Like, this is recognized premise. It's a problem. And if it wasn't a problem, why would they be doing scenarios and hypotheticals and simulations to try and figure out a way to account for the arbitrary value assignment that is not determined by physics and chemistry and affinity, chemical affinities, and all that kind of stuff? Because as we all know, chemical affinity was like the standard talking point for long. Oh, it must be chemical affinity. Well, there isn't. It's not there. So keep trying.
So it's arbitrary, in other words. So it could have been otherwise, and so the fact that it would be consistent in forming life sounds like it would be a whole other can of worms to try to explain.
Yep.
Well, see, the thing is that because it's arbitrary, there's nothing chemically that's determining what amino acid should code for any, or what nucleotide should code for any amino acid.
Well, we know
I think I did leave that very clear in these quotes here. And you don't have to be a biochemist in order to understand what is being said here.
Well,
there has to be something that exists already. There has to be something that exists in abiogenesis to assign those values. Because if you don't have it, then you can have AGC and it can be anything, because it's not chemically necessary that it codes for any protein. It could code for all of them.
Well, code for any amino acid. We know beyond doubt that you can reassign the whole point of it being arbitrary is they know beyond doubt, because it's been done, that you can alter which amino acid a codon codes for.
That's what they did, right?
It can be. I mean, they've done it manually. Like, they know it can be done. Like, you can alter it if you modify the tRNAs and the decode process and whatnot. You're literally altering the transmission, the decoder to read the code values differently. Like, it can be done.
Yeah, did they make it
chemically? That means it's chemically arbitrary. Like, we know this. This is recognized, and it's amazing. But so Henry Kyle has joined us. What's up, Henry? Made out of the lab, huh? Henry, you're on mute if you're responding.
No, I knew that. Yeah, I made out of the lab.
What kind of lab are you in?
I'm taking a comparative vertebrate anatomy course. I was in there studying. We got a practical coming up soon.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. So anything you would like to address?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, because I've heard before around the conversation on code that it's a template. I was wondering if you were familiar with the distinction, if there even is one, because I don't really know about it.
So can a template, a recipe, instructions, can those be encoded?
Yeah. Like, are they synonymous? Would you say?
No. Can a template be encoded?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay, so can something be both? Can something be a template in a code?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the confusion?
Is DNA only a template, or is it both a template and a code? Because it acts like a template.
I mean, do you think that there's not coding and non-coding portions of the genome?
No, I think, well, yeah, there are.
Okay, so then why are you asking that question?
My question, because as its function, I've learned, I took molecular genetics in the fall, and we always looked at the function of it as a template, and this thing's just kind of automatically being copied.
You think
molecule, which is like a hard disk on a computer. It just stores information. That's it.
In code, a class is a template, but it was written by a person.
Well, it encodes information using the genetic code, at least in the protein sequencing region. And of course, there is also so-called junk DNA, which has other functions, which encodes for regulatory functions and so forth. But
So I got a question for you, Henry. So in your, you said molecular genetics? Was that the title of the course?
Yeah.
Okay. So did they get into chromosome folding and for transcription factory connections and things of that nature from a gene regulatory perspective?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are known segments of the genome that are necessary for those actions to take place?
There's certain, from what I remember, there's certain areas in the chromosome that essentially get the whole process started and kind of regulate it as it goes. And they recruit different factors.
No. I'm talking about for the folding.
For the folding of of what? For the protein?
No, that's in protein synthesis. I'm talking about the actual folding of the chromosome in order for the regulatory components to be in the correct positions in order for the transcription factors to be executed in order to express a particular gene sequence.
Yeah, okay.
So you don't know. You know what I'm talking about, do you?
I do know. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know what the names of the proteins are that do it, but they like.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about proteins. I'm talking about
if you're talking
segments of the DNA itself.
The DNA can't just expose itself. The proteins have to go.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it expose itself. I'm talking about segments of the genome that are necessary for the folding to be executed by the proteins. If you don't have them, we have all sorts of genetic diseases. So do you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, I am confused right now as well, John, by what you just said. I don't know if you saw that video by Robert Carter.
Otangelo, short tandem repeats. What do they do?
I don't know.
Short tandem.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about either.
So going back to junk DNA. So suppose for a long time, supposed junk DNA was short tandem repeats. And it's just these either non-coding sequences. They're just repeat. It's example of junk. What have we found out? Oh, wait, turns out that those actually act as hinges and folding segments where when you need to literally bend a portion of a chromosome over so that it physically interacts with a another regulatory section, and where those proteins and transcription factors can be expressed or executed in order to express a gene. It turns out that, if we delete a portion of this short tandem repeat, now we literally cannot make the appropriate fold in order to express the gene. Or to take
not know that.
So in eukaryotes, as an example, so in prokaryotes, everything is packed in a purely linear fashion. In eukaryotes, we have promoters and all sorts of other things that are not, they can be megabases away from the gene sequence. Correct, Otangelo?
Yeah, I've seen recently a video by Robert Carter, and he said that the DNA is 4-dimensional. And he meant by that the way that the chromosomes are packed in the nucleus also is very important, because there are regions which are in the core of the chromosomes on the package, and these are not expressed, and only those which are at the random or close to the nucleus, so on the membrane of the nucleus, which are accessible to the machinery to be expressed. And the expression depends very much also on the 3D constitution of the package, how these chromosomes are packed. And there are even molecular machines, which literally physically, they move the chromosomes from one place to the other in order to orchestrate which sections that are expressed and which ones are not expressed. And this is orchestrated in a way that I think science hasn't still a fully understanding and picture how this is orchestrated. But there is a regulation, and there are mechanisms and signaling pathways and so forth, which actually literally physically they move the chromosomes around inside of the nucleus and permit that certain sections are accessible to the machinery which expresses the information, and other sequences of the chromosomes, they are packed inside on the core, and they cannot be expressed.
Absolutely. I mean, it's getting to the point where, and this is why Henry, I'm assuming you're undergraduate.
Yeah.
I've had multiple conversations with, actually on this stream and other streams, with PhDs, and I've asked them directly, when you were an undergrad, were you learning any or very much of the underlying complexities and variations that are necessary and components that are necessary, or were you just learning in undergrad? Were you learning like very surface level stuff? And to a man and woman, they've all said, "Oh yeah, I didn't learn. I hardly knew anything until I got into grad school." And you're being given very superficial understanding of general concepts, but not actually the underlying necessities. So, for example, for transcription, how many proteins or known proteins are in the transcription complex? And you don't have to know the exact number, but ballpark for, let's say, eukaryotes.
I don't know the number. I know it's quite a few.
Okay, 85 is the currently recognized number. Do all of those proteins interact simultaneously? Is it in stages? And do they interact with purely the DNA or with each other?
Well, they interact with each other and the DNA, and it's in stages.
Okay, so you have protein-protein interaction that's separate from DNA interaction.
Yeah.
Okay, and then different pieces have to come in specific order to go into the next stage, in different stages, correct?
Yeah.
And then certain things have to be released prior to the final initiation of that complex into actual transcription, right?
Yep.
Okay, so are you suggesting that that is not a necessary sequence that has to be accounted for? And if you remove the process from the like steps in the process, do you think it'll still happen?
No, that's not what I'm suggesting.
Okay, so you think that's all just happened?
Well, what do you mean by just happened? Like, are you talking about the origin of life? Because when you're looking at something like a eukaryote, that's an extremely complex organism at that point.
So you don't think the prokaryote's complex?
Oh, the prokaryote's also very complex. The earliest life forms that we know are very complex.
So what's the recognized minimum number of genes you have to have?
I want to say it's like in the 200s, or that's like code amino acids. So you need like 200.
Right. And so like how many base pairs are we talking about?
A lot. Like close to 1,000.
So how many?
1,000?
Did you say 1,000 base pairs?
Like, like at least.
Okay, so 1,000 base pairs is equivalent to 1 divided by 10 to the power of 1,300. As far as being able to search out the possible combinations of all of those protein or all of those codons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I misspoke. I meant you need plenty of genes, you need plenty of proteins, and you need even more base pairs.
Can you give a number?
A number of base pairs that you need?
Sure.
Oh, I don't know it off the top of my head. You need a lot, though. Guaranteed.
Can you give an approximation?
I mean, if you need 200 genes, I don't know how the genes can be huge, so it depends on your organism. But I guess probably many, many thousands of base pairs, at least.
Many thousands?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact number.
Okay, so I'm just going to go out on a limb and guess that you haven't actually done any kind of research into abiogenesis.
Yes, I have. I've read quite a few books about it. I've talked to professors about it, and my courses relate to the content.
But you don't even know the answer to this question?
That's a very trivial question. I mean,
it's a very okay. You don't think that the fundamental necessities is a foundational component of having any kind of understanding of what's required for life to exist?
I think I understand the basics very well. I mean, I've read all of Stephen Meyer's books so far. I guarantee you that number was in there. I don't remember it.
Okay, so you read Stephen Meyer's books. So what about his books do you reject?
Do I reject?
Yeah. In one of your comments to me on, you said you read the Stephen Meyer books, you used to buy into it. Now you reject it because you know all this other stuff. But you can't answer simple questions about this stuff, but that's a side point. So what about Stephen Meyer's positions do you reject?
Well, I would say a lot of his theory, the majority of his theory is based on essentially irreducible complexity, which I don't think, first, I think it's very vague. Humans are irreducibly complex in millions of different ways. And I don't think that you can solidly prove that something is irreducibly complex. I don't think anything that we know of fits that, except...
Can you define irreducible complexity?
Well, he would define it as, if you take a part out, then it no longer serves its function.
Right. Okay. So to be clear, the definition that at least that Michael Behe brought up for irreducible complexity is that you have a fully functioning system, just a single system, and he used I can't remember what it's called, the tail of a bacteria. Flagellum. Yes, flagellum. And he said that irreducible complexity is defined as you cannot build this thing where each of the individual pieces are useful by themselves at any point.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can read here the entire argument if you guys want. An irreducibly complex system is characterized by 5 main points. 1, a single system composed of several well-matched interacting parts. 2, that contribute to the basic function. I think this is often overlooked and very important. 3, the removal of any one of the parts causes the system to effectively cease functioning. 4, an irreducibly complex system cannot be produced directly, that is, by continuously improving the initial function, which continues to work by the same mechanism by slight successive modifications of a precursor system. And 5, any precursor to an irreducibly complex system that is missing a part is by definition non-functional.
So, Henry, is it your position that just because you can use something for something else, that doesn't mean that you have to have all the other parts in existence simultaneously in order for the end function to work?
No, I would say no, but I think your question is a little bit weird.
Well, no, it's the direct interpretation of what you're dismissing.
No, I'd say that there's an evolution. Like, look at the flagella. It's a good example. There's not just one flagella in nature. There's thousands of them, and they're all different, and they're all different levels of complexity. Some are very simple.
Are there different sizes of engines in the world?
Yes, and there are some that are simpler than others.
Right.
Is a V8 more complex than a V6?
What was that?
Is a V8 more complex than a V6?
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is where I get so much entertainment from. It's like, I don't mean this to be totally insulting, but the naivete of like, oh, there's more complex flagella, therefore they must have evolved, if you don't understand the underlying requirements in order to get even the simple one, and dismiss that at first. And then from there, it's like, oh, well, because this one is here, then the more complex one must have come from it versus from an undirected evolutionary process versus similar foundational principles from an engineering perspective were applied to a more functional or a one that has a different specialty than the more simple one. So it's like case in point, we'll expand upon the 6 versus 8 versus 12. Like, okay, so you have a 6-cylinder or a 4-cylinder that's designed to be very fuel efficient. You get a 6 to kind of be a balance between power and fuel efficiency. You've got an 8 for somebody who doesn't give a rat's ass about the cost of gas, and then you've got a 12 for a Ferrari. Are like in that context, was there specific purpose for the variations?
No, hold on. I want to address like your objection as a whole. I see it as a very reasonable objection, and I think Bob or Argotha, you brought up like the irreducible complexity thing. I wasn't quite done finishing what I'm saying, which is fine, but I was going to end with the only thing that we know that I think fits the criteria for irreducible complexity is the DNA. And so your objection at the beginning, you were talking about how I'm dismissing like the fundamentals. I'm not.
Well, I would agree that DNA is irreducibly complex, but do you think that the flagellum is not?
In its current state, yes. Same with DNA, same with humans.
Okay,
Okay,
can I
do you have
answer?
a pathway?
Can I answer to this? In order for you to have an information system, you need basically 4 things. First, you need the hardware. Second, you need the software. Third, you need the information. And fourth, you need the information transmission system. If you are missing any of those 4 parts, you cannot transmit information. So that makes it an irreducibly complex system. And we can go even down to DNA. DNA is composed of 3 parts, of the base, of the ribose, and of the phosphate. If you remove any of those 3 parts, it cannot exercise its function any further.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so you earlier you claimed that you've talked to your professors, therefore you reject all this. So continue with your rejection.
Reject what? Because we started off talking about Steve Meyer.
Yeah, ID. You reject ID, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so continue with your rejection.
Okay, see, this is why I reached out for you for that debate, because I have quite a bit of information on it, and I don't want to like throw out my whole hand of cards in this, if that makes sense. But I think it really depends on your view, your worldview as a whole, because if the Earth is only 6,000 years old, right? Which
zero relevance.
Yeah,
Zero
go back to
relevance.
abiogenesis. Yeah, he's going away.
I get in relation to abiogenesis, I give no F's about the age of the Earth.
It does have relevance.
How big from your evolutionary worldview? How big is your window of opportunity?
Yeah, 500 million years, right?
For what?
Abiogenesis.
What's your window, Henry? What is your window of opportunity?
Window of opportunity for what?
For abiogenesis, in your worldview.
Like when could it have started? Like what?
How much time do you have? What do you know what window of opportunity means, right?
How much time do you have for abiogenesis to form?
And what was the
to form?
Yeah, and what was the selecting mechanism for the 20 molecules needed for life?
Exactly.
Guys, let's just ask him one question at a time. Henry,
yeah, that's too far, Tony.
What is the window of opportunity per your? I'm assuming you're a universe 13.8. The Earth is 4.54. How much time do you have in order for life? What's your window of opportunity per your own current timeline for life to appear?
And so how long would it take if I set up the Earth? How long is it going to take for life to originate?
Per the current timeline, the current recognized timeline by academia, what is the window of opportunity you have for abiogenesis?
From when? From the beginning of the Earth?
From the formation.
Well, that's what he's
to when life appears. What is your window of opportunity?
John is asking you.
Maximum and minimum. What is your window of opportunity?
It doesn't matter what mine is.
What is the recognized? Okay, if you're okay, you want to say that you were asking me if I'm a young Earth creationist or if I go old Earth in relation to its relevance to abiogenesis, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm saying I give no Fs whether it's 6,000 or the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. In relation to abiogenesis, let's go through your timeline. Let's not even talk about mine. I'm talking about yours. What is the window of opportunity for you from your recognized evolutionary timeline for abiogenesis? What's the amount of time that you have to work with?
John, put 200 million years. That's about the claim.
Yeah, Lee Cronin says 500 million. He said that
the window of opportunity is 200 to the minimum is 200. The maximum is 500 million.
Well, okay.
Right.
Okay, so that's what you now have to work with. So let's talk about the feasibility and the plausibility. Go.
About what? About designing.
No, Henry, let me state you something. If you have 13.7 billion years and you have a certain number of possible interactions in the smallest fraction of time, you have a total of 1 to 10 to the 139th power of possible trials during the entire history of the universe. Okay, so you cannot have more than that number of trials to get one sequence which is required to have life right.
Oh, Tangelo, that was 139?
139, yes. 10 to the 139th power. That is the number of all possible interactions which are possible in the entire history of the universe.
Right. So to put that in perspective, that's 10 to the power of 139. That's a 1 with 139 zeros after it.
Yes.
The probability, or actually the number of possibilities in a protein that is 200 amino acids in length, given that there are 20 proteins that are used in life, is 200 times 1.3, which is about 260. Yeah, it's 260. So that is 10 to the power of 260. The reciprocal of that. So 0 dot, and then 260 zeros, and then a 1.
Yes, I've heard that. That's from Stephen Meyer's signature in the cell. Or that's where I heard it, at least.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, it's true. It's totally true.
Actually, the example that Stephen Meyer uses is for 150 amino acid length, and it's 1 in 10 to the 164th power. But the probabilities that are being discussed are for very short proteins. As you admitted earlier, there's ones that are gigantic, and things such as the helicase is 1,000 base pairs. About 1,000 amino acids. So your probabilities are going off the scale, which is why I believe it was I had a brain freeze on it, but one of the recognized improbabilities for the known necessities, just for transcription and translation, not for all of the things that are necessary for life, but just for transcription, it's 1 in 10 to the 1,013th power. So, and that's recognized that's not a Christian thing, that's not a creationist or an ID thing, that's like atheist, origin of life research or math. It's recognized, this thing is recognized. It's one of the reasons that people such as Eugene Koonin, who's a hardcore atheist guy, it's one of the reasons he's like, well, we must live in a multiverse in order to account for the improbabilities.
You can take helicase, which is a life essential protein. It has an average about 1,000 amino acids. So the odds just to have that protein is 1 to 20 to the thousandths of power, or 1 to 10 to 1,300 of power, just to have one protein. And you have only 1 to 10 to the 139th power of possibilities in the entire time span of the universe. So that already demonstrates that you can't even have just one of thousands of proteins which are required for life to start by random chance.
And your amino acids are always racemic. Every experiment has always produced useless yields.
So how do you go from that? Just from that? And there are many other problems. This is just a tiny one.
ATP synthase is 7,000.
All right, let's let Henry respond.
Okay, I'll take like another couple questions. I got to go to bed at 8 a.m. in the morning, but the only explanation, right, there's two explanations. And I was in this exact same boat. These are fantastic objections, and I agree with what you guys said. I mean, these are just straight numbers. You can't disagree with them. The issue I see is that we have evidence of life before the fossil record shows that there was life. So we have a gap, a huge one, massive gap in essentially the fossil record and the evidence that we have. And so I absolutely agree. I think it's impossible to start life where we first start to see it in the fossil record. And so I think there needs to be something before that.
So some hypothetical primitive cell that can't even be engineered in the lab. That's what you believe.
No.
You do.
They are putting cyanobacteria at 3.5 billion years. And if you study cyanobacteria, they do photosynthesis, they have circadian clocks, they do fixed nitrogen. They are very, very complex organisms. They are more complex than the most simple current cell, which is Pelagibacter rubic. They have about 4 to 5 million nucleotides. These are the most ancient known life forms. So we see that life already very early in the evolutionary timeline is very complex. So where do you go from that?
Everything has ATP synthase, which is 7,000 amino acids in length.
Okay, hang on. I've never heard that cyanobacteria date back that far. So I
can give you the source. I can give you the sources and you can look it up.
Okay, but still, like, I mean, if I go and look in my textbook, I really doubt they'd give me that number.
Well, why don't you use Google? Why don't you use Google real quick and go to ucmp.berkeley.edu, and it's the oldest known fossils, in fact, are cyanobacteria from Archean rocks of Western Australia, dated 3.5 billion years old.
They go even to 3.7 billion years. I can give you the link. You can just right now look it up.
Okay, I must be thinking of something else then. I apologize. But what was your original question? I mean, essentially just the complexity of the organism.
Well, my point was that if you extend the period of time within the length of the proposed age of the cosmos, it doesn't help at all. Otangelo already said the potential interactions are only 10 to the 139th. ATP synthase alone with an amino acid length of 7,000.
Well, what to say about the ribosome, which is probably the most complex protein known?
Yeah, but Argatha, he'll just say that the first cells didn't need ATP or proteins. There you go.
There's no way they could not need ATP synthase.
Okay,
no, they didn't need them.
Guys, Henry's in here by himself. Let's let him respond.
I want to say that I agree with you guys. Like, this is an issue that I see, and it's a valid objection. So we're on the same page.
Okay, so then why are you rejecting?
I'm rejecting it because we have evidence that there was life forms before it. And we can look at, I think one of the main ones is like atmospheric evidence suggests that there were life forms before our earliest fossils. So there must have been something before it.
Okay, but even let's suppose that this is true, Henry. What we do know today is that the most simple free-living life form is Pelagibacter rubic. And what science is claiming is that this is an organism which devolved from more complex prior organisms. And that organism is in the evolutionary timeline at about 1.5 billion years back. And we have cyanobacteria which are about 3 times more complex in terms of nucleotide size. They have about 4 to 5 million nucleotides. They are back to 3.5 billion years. We don't know of earlier life forms than that. Now you can go and say, okay, so let's take the last universal common ancestor, and they make just theoretical claims in regards of that. And they say it's about 500,000 nucleotides. Hey, even to have a proteome and a genome with that size is in the realm of the absolutely impossible to get that by random shuffling.
I don't think this is the right way to go. He's already accepted that the probability is a problem and is now stating that we have life forms that are earlier. which increases the problem. Because the problem is that if you have from the beginning of the universe until now, there's still not enough time to run through all of the possible combinations to come up with, even the simpler proteins, let alone ATP synthase or a ribosome or Titan, which is 33,000 in length.
Yeah,
so
just
if you go back further in time and say, well, life existed earlier, that just increases the problem that this could not have happened by random chance.
No, that you're misunderstanding my argument, because if I'm arguing that there must be things before our earliest life forms that evolved into those, and so they would have been.
And what were they?
Exactly. I don't know what they are.
Okay,
First
guys, hang on, Henry. So, let's assume you're correct. Let's assume there is life before life. Have you increased or decreased your possible actions from a probability perspective?
By going back further in time.
Yeah, I would say you've decreased your interactions but increased your probability.
So you have less chances to work with.
Yes, but you're making something simpler, so that probability is lower or higher.
Okay, Henry, let me say to this. In order to have life, you need 4 basic building blocks of life. That is amino acids, nucleotides, phospholipids, and carbohydrates. Just in order to have a set of 20 amino acids, you need to select them, because there is a pool of supposedly hundreds and hundreds of different amino acids laying around on the prebiotic earth. There was no selection process there to select those which then in the future would be used in life.
Yeah, I
That's
get what
right.
you're saying. But again, we see evidence of something before when the fossil record cuts off, and we have to figure out what that was. And if you believe that something could have created it, then you don't really need an answer to what was before that.
And it
But if
didn't
you
need
look
proteins?
at it- What?
It didn't need proteins. These more primitive cells didn't require proteins or selecting of all the correct amino acids.
All we know is that when the timeline cuts off, yes, those earliest life forms that we can find do need proteins. We don't know anything before that. We can't.
So are you suggesting that we just had like RNA strands bouncing around?
I know that's a theory, and I think that it just kind of pushes the problem back a little bit further. So I don't think that's a sufficient answer.
Pushes it back? That's the start.
So what is your
start
interrogation
hypothesis.
point? What is your interrogation point, Henry?
My what?
Your question or your doubt, or what is it?
My doubt about what? Of intelligent design?
No, in regards of what you just said, you claim that there are supposedly life forms or things prior to the first life. What is your doubt or question in regards of that?
I think there's sufficient evidence to suggest there's life forms that we don't know about.
So are you suggesting that those life forms we don't know about, are you suggesting that they are not RNA DNA?
All I'm saying is that there were things before we don't know. I think it could have been. I think RNA is a solid option, but honestly not that great.
No, it's not. RNA is highly unstable.
Okay, so if we had some other form of life that is not using RNA or DNA, how does life form?
Yeah, where'd the information come from?
No, don't worry about the life or the information. If whatever this other life, previous life that you're referring to, was not RNA, DNA, and polypeptide, how does the other, what we now recognize as life, come into existence?
Yeah, okay, so let me answer it in the form of analogy. And by the way, this is going to be the last thing I say because I got to go to bed. But so if you take...
Man, 10 p.m. is kind of early for a college boy.
Yeah, I know. I got freaking 8 a.m.s, man. Sucks being a bio major.
8 a.m. Anyway. So you need 10 hours. You need 8 hours. So you want 9 hours of sleep?
No, it was like 8.5. Wake up like 6:30, 6:40.
Okay.
My bad. Anyway, so we're trying to figure out what the earliest life forms are, which again, I don't know. That's an impossibly high standard. But again, my analogy would be, so based off the literature, from what I've read, 200 million and a billion years from when the fossil record cuts off and from where we have evidence of the earliest life forms. So you have potentially a billion years of evolution. If you go with that number, based off of our model, you can turn bacteria into humans. That's how big of a difference we're looking. If you want to say 200 million years, you can turn reptiles into mammals.
What's the selection mechanism?
For what?
So what is the natural selection mechanism in this scenario?
To get the first primitive cell that you don't even know of, and neither do your professors.
It's irrelevant.
Nobody does.
It's irrelevant. You've already.
No, guys, hang on. Henry, you just made the claim that that's enough time for evolution to human if necessary. What is, in this scenario, which is prebiotic, what is the natural selection mechanism that is causing the Darwinian evolution?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I have to go back and look at the conditions of the early Earth like that, but it's just a demonstration of the possibility that we can say, wow, this life form could have been completely different. As big a difference from a bacteria to a human.
What is the evolutionary mechanism that enables this to occur?
Yeah, in the prebiotic soup.
You do realize that it's recognized that prebiotic, you don't have natural selection to work with, right?
No, I mean, I've heard both arguments.
And you don't have ATP synthase.
Who cares about ATP synthase? It doesn't matter. We don't have
all of life.
Well, no, that's not the point. The point is, what is causing the organized replication?
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, you can hypothesize about it and say perhaps because their main information system isn't DNA, perhaps there's different ways you can get that variation. But
I still didn't get, what do you want to say with that the creator is not necessary?
Yeah, I don't think that that's what the evidence suggests.
Right. So you have high hopes for some natural mechanism.
So let me make sure I understand you correctly. You think that 3D printers and copiers, error correction mechanisms, data sets, code bases, and logistics factories can create logistics hubs can create themselves?
No.
So then what was the natural mechanism? What were the natural mechanism? We don't know. Okay, but you're sure it was natural environment, correct?
So,
I'm not saying it's sure. I'm saying
okay.
It's more probable.
So you don't think that a 3D printer could create itself? Is that correct?
I think you could program one probably, to create.
Who would program it?
No. You have to have a 3D printer that creates itself with no intelligent agent. Okay,
Guys,
so then
I'm going to sleep as well. Bye, guys. Thanks, John, for having me.
as always, on Tangel. Have a great night.
Bye.
So, what do you think the ribosome is?
What do you mean? Like a protein and some RNA?
No, I mean, no. I'm talking about the function of the ribosome. Like, what does the ribosome do?
The ribosome is making amino acids. Or making
no, it's not making amino acids. It's
makes
forming
proteins,
polypeptide chains, which then become proteins. You do recognize that. Actually, you probably don't know this. Do you know that the ribosome is recognized as a 3D printer?
No.
So, what does a 3D printer do?
Prints things in 3 dimensions.
And what is necessary in order to execute a 3-dimensional print?
I mean, I'm guessing you want me to say a code.
Well, I mean, it can be a code, but what is the information you have to have? You have to have X, Y, and Z axis and filament and time, right?
Yeah. Space.
Okay.
Space time.
No, I mean, from a control perspective, you must, as you're printing something in 3D, you have to have X, Y, and Z axis accounted for, plus the filament in question, plus the time control.
Yeah, sure. I think that's space time, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you're influencing space and time, but yeah, I mean, I'm talking about from a logic standpoint. I mean, everything is obviously inside of space time, but I mean, what do you think is the data that's being housed in an mRNA sequence?
What do you mean? What is that data? It's data.
How'd it get there?
No. We're talking. Yeah, I mean, yes, that's the ultimate question. But I mean, in terms of the mRNA, you've got the filament, you have three-dimensional logic, and time variables that are all encoded in the mRNA sequence.
Yeah.
And it's being read by the ribosome and the different proteins and ribozymes that comprise the ribosome, and it's done in a linear fashion. It's read in a linear fashion to result in a three-dimensional object.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, there's papers on this concept, but
Yeah, that's not really. I feel like that's not. It's indisputable. Like that's a fact.
What's indisputable?
What you said about the ribosome.
Right. So it's a 3D printer.
Yeah, essentially.
So do you think 3D printers can create themselves?
No.
So you think that the ribosome somehow created itself?
No, I just said that I don't think that it did. I know there's a conundrum there with the
Okay,
ribosome.
so in any other context, for a 3D printer to exist, what is the recognized necessity?
I mean, I've only seen 3D printers be operated and designed by humans. So
by intelligence,
right? And then if you need
and by humans.
Now going back to your original question that brought you into this in regards to templates and such, if you have designed a 3D object that you want to have printed, you've done it in CAD or whatever, and then you are now going to take that design file. And what you do next, you're going to translate it into like a G code, which is a standard language used for 3D printers. That's going to have X, Y, Z filament and time controls. And then you're going to run that information into the 3D printer. And the 3D printer is going to put the appropriate amounts of the different filaments in the correct three-dimensional shapes for the appropriate amount of time that's necessary for each component. To ultimately result in a three-dimensional object, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you can theoretically have a 3D printer that could be in place before you have the design file, right?
Yes.
But the 3D printer is never going to print anything until you have the design file, right?
Yes, this is the conundrum.
Okay. But then to create the original 3D printer, you would have to have had a design file at some point, or at least the schematics drawn out, or you'd have to have a mind. You might not have to actually diagram it, but you had to have created the first one, right?
Yes.
Wow. And you still reject Stephen Meyer, huh?
Hey, John, can you repost a link and maybe like pin it like not a noob?
No, I'm not doing that because I've gotten porn bombed lately. I'm waiting until people ask.
Oh.
So I'm not. So actually, Bob, I'm not a noob. I'm actually experienced, and I'm making some modifications. But so I guess where I'm going with all this is your whole hypothetical of might have been a more simple life before, etc. has absolutely zero bearing. None. It's completely irrelevant. No, it has zero relevance to
evidence of life before the earliest life forms that we have.
And how did that form? How did that more primitive cell form?
We don't know. That's the thing. We're trying to figure it out.
It's not going to require information and precise sequencing of proteins, amino acids, and everything else.
We don't know. If you want to say it was God, that's fine. But science is going to continue to look for a different answer. And if they find it, that's also fine.
And that's fine if they can engineer a cell in the lab, but that would require intelligent agency.
At what point do you give up and say, we've exhausted all options, there's no way this could happen?
They never will.
Science doesn't do that.
Science doesn't what?
Science doesn't.
All it
just
takes is
provide-
one thing to disprove a theory.
Okay, that's irrelevant.
Well,
Okay.
no, it's not irrelevant.
Whoa. Hang on. So if I came to you and said, I think that it is, we just haven't looked hard enough. I think that it's totally plausible that the next iteration of YouTube is going to create itself. What would your response be?
From what? From a scientific perspective, I would say go ahead, make a hypothesis, design an experiment, do it. I don't care. I wouldn't say you can't or that you've reached the limits of science or something.
So you would suggest that it is plausible that the next and with new functionality, but you think that, well, actually, let's go back in time. Do you think that the first iteration of YouTube could ever have created itself?
I would never say that it could have. Maybe, I have no idea.
So you're one of the extreme outliers who thinks that it's actually plausible from a realistic perspective, not just some out there hypothetical that's like, well, I guess in a perfect universe this could happen, but I don't actually think it's realistic. That you think that YouTube could create itself?
I would say it's highly, highly unlikely. Where I would say probably no.
Dude, I honestly, I seriously, bro, if you will, I will Venmo you $100 if on video you will go to your. What are you taking, like a microbiology class right now?
No, that's next semester.
Okay, I will Venmo you $100 if you will on video go in front of your class and state that you think it is entirely plausible that YouTube could have created itself from scratch with no intelligent agency being required.
That's not what I said. I didn't say it was.
You think it's possible? You said you think it's plausible that it could actually happen.
No, I didn't say it was plausible. I said it's I would go, if you told me I had to pick, I'd say no. But I'm not going to say that I know.
So you don't think that there's any reason to ever make a definitive statement on something? It's like, no, we should not pursue this because it's not a remotely coherent, plausible, and rational path to go down.
No, I think that you should be able to go down whatever path you want. That's what science is for.
Right, but not as the accepted premise of what is the what should be the standing hypothesis.
Yeah, where's the progress with abiogenesis, by the way?
There have been quite a few theories that have
like
bounced
what?
around. And
Like what?
Let me get to it, man. Come on. There's some theories that life originated twice. There's the RNA world theory. There's like the clay theory stuff, which I honestly, nothing has been very convincing to me, but there have
Right.
been.
It's all right. So it's all plagued with problems. I don't know if you watched the James Tour series. He really gets into that.
No, I have not.
Your RNA world on clay is
Sal, welcome.
Yeah.
Sal, welcome to the stream. How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. I just thank you for inviting me. Thank you for having the stream. I just wanted to ask Henry if he's taken biochemistry and molecular biology yet.
I've taken molecular genetics and biochemistry, yes.
I'm sorry, my audio is a little soft.
Okay, I've taken biochemistry and then I've taken molecular genetics.
Okay, thank you. Have you seen the James Tour series?
I have not. I've now recommended twice, so maybe I should watch it.
Because that would resonate with someone that's had organic chemistry like you have, and then biochemistry. He doesn't argue the issues like you heard it tonight. He would actually argue it in terms of the language you're familiar with from biochemistry and organic chemistry. I thought it was very powerful. I thought he pretty much ripped apart the whole abiogenesis industry. So anything that we say here, I think, would be kind of overshadowed by James Tour, who actually recently actually testified before the United States Congress on graphene chemistry. So that's why he's highly recommended. As far as I know, he's not professed to be a creationist or even an ID proponent, although he's obviously a Christian. But I think that'd be about the most balanced assessment of abiogenesis from an expert chemist, and just in terms of pure chemistry.
As usual, Speed
Wow.
of Pudding continues to showcase his never-ending dumbassery. He says Henry has more Ed in this than Tour. Pudding Brain, I know you never, per your own admission, you haven't been able to bring yourself to actually watch the lectures. If you had, you would know that the guy you claim has no knowledge of this actually has been the head of projects specifically in replication in biochemistry, and trying to figure out how to do it, and if they could find ways to modify, replicate, etc. So Pudding, you obviously don't know what the hell you're talking about, as usual, because you have amazing blinders. Oh wait, Tour is an organic chemist, not a molecular biologist. He doesn't have to be a molecular biologist to understand biochemistry and the understandings of the
He doesn't address evolution. He addresses abiogenesis.
Oh my, yeah, Emory, great. Oh, that is absolutely hilarious. You think Tour didn't take undergrad biochem? Oh man.
Can you
continues to be get dumber by the day. I tell you what.
That has to be. I have my ranking of the dumbest statements I've heard. One of them was someone who said, "It may well be that for the human race to survive, we all have to get dumber and dumber until we lose our minds."
Wow, Nathan. Okay, wow, Nathan artwork.
And
this
then,
is a good.
And then the next one was just the one about Tour, and not having as much background of abiogenesis. And regarding Tour not publishing in abiogenesis, he could, but he has more integrity. He has more integrity.
Sal, can you tell us how unstable the RNA world is, Sal?
There's a reason we have to keep it at minus 100, 12 degrees Fahrenheit, because it's going to start to degrade very quickly. I mean, far less than geological time. But the thing about Tour, he could do what these abiogenesis guys do. They concoct some purified experiment that just cheats all the way, and then say this is how it could happen in a prebiotic soup. That is so. I wouldn't sully my reputation, and I couldn't live with myself if I did something like that. And I feel that's why Tour hasn't published. Why waste time on it? Why waste time on it if you're a graphene chemist who's being invited by the United States Congress to actually advance technology?
Hey, Sal. So speaking of graphene, for those of you who don't know, graphene is a potential paradigm shift. Okay. You'll find this interesting, Sal. So I think about 8 years ago, when I used to do like cap raising for startups and such, one of the investment groups that I was involved with was telling about a graphene investment they were considering that was coming out of Oak Ridge research labs. And a relative of mine who's a PhD chemist, it was actually from another group. He told me, he's like, yeah, I'm going to Oak Ridge to look in, they're sending me off to go verify like this new process these guys have created for graphene is, valid and actually legitimate from a chemistry perspective and such. Turned out it was the exact same venture that the investors I knew were getting ready to invest in. At the time, their process you could do it at room temperature, and it had taken the cost for like a square meter from like around $100,000 to under $100 is what they'd pulled off. There were some multiple steps in the process, but they'd done a pretty, it was a potential paradigm shift there, and they had figured out a way to bind it to paint, so you could potentially have graphene paint. So that was kind of cool. But then with what Dr. Tour's team has done, they figured out a way to do flash graphene creation with electricity. And which is nuts. And I'm going to next in a week and a half or so, we have a tentative you heard it here first, folks. Tentative interaction with interview with Dr. Tour, actually.
What?
But that's one of the things that I will be asking about is the graphene because, and if anybody who actually watched his testimony to Congress, very interesting. But I'm very intrigued to know if there's any correlation between his team and the guys at Oak Ridge that I had heard about 8 years ago on this. But that whole premise because the whole premise of being able to put graphene into a paint form, wherein you could put a substance that's stronger than steel, but can also have flexibility and such, onto any substance from a paint perspective, and it's permanently binding. You now have the potential to, Dr. Tour is giving one of the examples of you could lower the weight of a plane by 80%. This is an example, right? So when you think about it from a transportation standpoint, your car could weigh a hell of a lot less, but be stronger than it is now. Dramatically stronger, actually. I mean, when you think about that, from an efficient, obviously an energy efficiency perspective, just all the potentials and the safety the safety benefits. I mean, there's so many different things that can happen in this in terms of an utter paradigm shift.
Yeah,
I really wonder how much. I hope that the members of Congress that were learning about this, many of them, I'm sure, for the first time. I hope they were sufficiently had their minds sufficiently blown at the potential applications of these processes they developed.
Yeah, Tor doesn't know anything.
I mean, honestly, it's an irritation to watch certain channels on YouTube because at some point I just have to deal with so much. That's an example of utter garbage, and I just can't take it. And even if he weren't as senior as he is, that's not the issue. The issue is the basic chemistry, and with a background in anyone that kind of can also appreciate this from a statistics standpoint in physics. I looked at this. I'm just like, oh my goodness, these are life has very carefully engineered molecules. That's why we need a polymerase to be helping do all the sorts of things that polymerases do, one nucleotide at a time, because it is so hard to construct kind of in a soup. Even in a biological system, DNAs are not replicated by soup techniques. It's by one molecule at a time by a machine. And when we try to do that in a human context, we need machines to do it also kind of one nucleotide at a time, and we don't do it as efficiently. And
which we buy from biological stuff.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason for that. And the more that I've studied this, my jaw began to drop because God picked some really tough materials. I mean, they're deliberately almost like the kind that are so fragile that they're going to spontaneously self-contaminate. One of them is a ribose sugar, deoxyribose sugar. I was looking at the chemistry of this. I'm just like, oh my goodness, the designer sure picked a tough material to challenge origin of life researchers, because if you take ribose and throw it in water, it spontaneously creates 4 contaminants. So you can keep trying to pull the contaminants out. And since Henry has studied biochemistry and all the chemistries underneath it, including organic and general chemistry, he'll understand equilibrium conditions. If you start to try to pull out some of the contaminants, like the beta and alpha pyranoses, they'll just spontaneously start coming from the beta furanoses, and the beta furanose is what we find in the DNA. And so it's not just a purification problem; it's the fact that you get spontaneous contamination just in natural processes. These things will spontaneously isomerize, and I mean, for me personally, let's say for hypothetically, there could be other life forms with other chemistries. This one was picked out with the most unlikely chemicals, and that's just one example. And then James Tour pointed out, well, we tried to do this with dry synthesis, and he shows all the problems. What was really funny, I got a comment on my video channel And I haven't done it enough chemistry to work with these things called protecting and deprotecting groups. But there is a video by Professor Dave that talked about protecting and deprotecting groups and all these, basically you need all these purchased chemicals. Someone challenged him on that on his own channel and said, you've actually proven how difficult this is to happen in an origin of life scenario. And they pretty much wrote him off at that point. So I would encourage, it would be a very good chemistry lesson, if for nothing else. I was very benefited just from the pure chemistry of watching James tour. And he is a college professor that teaches on chemistry. So from a purely scientific standpoint, where he doesn't even talk about ID or creation, it'd be a good video to see for hearing the criticisms from pure science. Another book, and the reason I asked about if you studied molecular biology, my understanding is molecular biology is a little different than molecular genetics. Molecular biology deals with the central dogma, and in certain classes, like the one Change Tan teaches at University of Missouri, she divides the prokaryotic and eukaryotic molecular biology and all the steps that happen in the process of transcription and translation, very detailed. But it's actually a subtle critique of origin of life. So her book that's available for free, thanks to Dell pointing out, it's available. If one has Kindle Unlimited, you could read it for free. It's like her molecular biology course, but it's a critique of origin of life. I'm going to be trying to recapitulate some of her course. I am trying to work with her, and she's been very helpful to recapitulate her molecular biology course on my channel. I just haven't gotten around to it, partly because of Dr. Tour's series that really got me thinking. So I think that would be whatever side you are on the debate, I think it would be very enlightening. Everyone has just raved about what they learned in chemistry, and people were telling me they started studying this and that subject even more. So we were getting even welders and mechanics starting to study chemistry. So that was kind of inspiring to see.
Sal, can you state what the central dogma is?
Yes. In general, and there are kind of some exceptions, the central dogma of molecular biology is that DNA transcribes to RNA, and then RNA translates to proteins. I got some of the details wrong, and I'm embarrassed because I actually taught a class on this, and I can't state it verbatim. I need to go back. So basically, it's the transcription and translation process, and then the other thing is the protein sequence doesn't go backward. It doesn't go back into RNA and then back into DNA. We do have some reverse transcription from RNA to DNA, but not from the protein, and that's probably really important.
The irony, though, is that we do have protein to DNA modification in relation to. I'm talking about from a tagging perspective, right? Which I find very interesting in terms of that feedback control loops and such, and different ongoing updates, if you will, that are being expressed or being executed through proteins that have come from the DNA source, which I find extraordinarily fascinating when you just think about it from a conceptual perspective of like, yeah, it's not necessarily coming back and deconstructing from a sequence perspective back into DNA, but it's actually modifying it can modify the expression of its own sequence into something different, which I think is extraordinarily fascinating. When you think about that from a what is necessary for those kinds of functions to be possible and to exist from a foreknowledge perspective.
Yeah. I wanted to say thanks for you inviting Henry. I'm not very combative against undergraduates. I try to be welcoming to them. People like, who, I'd probably be much more confrontational, but these are they're at the stage where they're still open to ideas, and they're not quite so hardened. And I'm glad that they hang out with us a little more, even though they do hang out with
Do
the
we
other
know
crowd, who I think are a bad influence. I'm sorry.
Do we know who? Because I'm thinking Matt Dillahunty, but he doesn't have an
No,
education in that field.
no, Bob. Who is he who shall not be named?
Dr. Dan.
Oh.
Dr. Dan himself.
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no. Dr. Danny Boy gets named. We're talking about speed of pudding.
What?
I mean,
he doesn't have an education.
No, there's an ongoing joke about he who shall not be named, and that is because I used to call him Lord Voldemort and different other things, and like I came up with different terms for him, but now it's just he who shall not be named or speed of pudding, because now he calls himself something different, but it's
His name is now Atheist. Answering atheism.
Yeah, like
That's all he's
atheism
saying.
has answers for anything.
Oh, goodness. Which brings up an interesting topic. I'm starting to go into the political Christian apologetics, partly inspired by you, John Maddox. I was very impressed with your critique of communism. Tony just dropped out. Hey, take care, Tony.
Tony, come back in, man. Tony's probably on his phone. He drops out sometimes. Tony, come back. I'll let you back in. You talking about my the communism or the socialism versus communism debate?
Yeah, this has happened partly because I'm expanding my channel to go beyond creation science and intelligent design. That was my specialty. That's why I talked about it. But there are things that are more accessible. And when I began looking at the book, The Rage Against God, How Atheism Led Me to Faith by Peter Hitchens, who's actually famous in the United Kingdom. He's Christopher Hitchens' younger brother. And that was probably like one of the epic debates when the brothers were debating each other, because it was Hitchens versus Hitchens. But the book, The Rage Against God, was that, he was talking about how, he was a reporter or correspondent in the Soviet Union, and he got to see firsthand where atheism led, and it began to make him think. This whole issue of morality, what happens if you, what happens if you don't have an ultimate source of morality? If humans who are in power are the final judge, it usually doesn't end well. And you can just look at all these atheistic, all these institutions that made atheism really important. Mao, Stalin, North Korea, Pol Pot, Cuba. I don't know so much about Venezuela, but that's not ending well. And there's a reason for that. And that tells me there are no answers in atheism. It's not going to bring about a utopia for society.
Only depression. It's only going to bring you depression if you're an atheist.
Well, and here's the interesting portion of Marx and Engels, but Marx specifically. Well, actually both of them, but they were staunch atheists, and the entire premise of Marxism is dependent upon atheism and naturalism. And that's not like a supposition on my part. That's not a hypothesis. That is stated by Marx in his writings, like in his speeches, and the underlying principles of communism are founded upon that. Like it's unavoidable. Let me rephrase. It's attempted to be avoided and dismissed and discounted and just glossed over or completely and utterly like rewritten by modern socialists / communists. But it's in the writings. Like if you actually go and look at them, you can't avoid it. And I'd say a book that I strongly recommend you read is in his image, making a good point. It was also very dependent upon Darwinian theory as well. But The Naked Communist is a phenomenal book. And for many years, it was actually approached as the textbook by the FBI and the CIA in regards to communism. Like it was that, and it's very fascinating. I remember when I read it, I felt like I was reading I could have been reading a exposition about modern society.
Oh.
In both the propaganda, the tactics, the language, the positions that are being taken. The irony, though, is that when that book was written, the majority of those things had to be done in hiding or behind closed doors or in a more subtle manner and mechanisms. In the modern society, they're being done in plain sight. And in regards to the leftist movements in the United States, or Western civilization, they're being done with zero reserve. And it's the irony of the rewrite of history, as well as the removal of the historical knowledge from multiple generations at this point of the youth, that the majority don't even know what was accomplished, what was attempted, what was defeated, and what is now being reinitiated aggressively. People don't even realize it. And it's like, oh no, comedy doesn't sound great. In my debate, sidebar, last my style turns over to somebody else. In my debate with Leo and Rib, aka let's go by Cider, yeah, Rib. They made the argument that More's Utopia was written after Das Kapital. And it's like, while simultaneously claiming that that we didn't know what we were talking about. And it's like, I'm like, are you serious? Like, you're actually making this argument. Like, you're claiming I don't know what I'm talking about, but you think that Marx was before More. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, and the ultimate irony for me was that the entire premise of Utopia is that the concepts that ultimately are like done from a philosophical perspective in an economic perspective in Marxism aren't actually possible. They're not actually feasible. That was the whole premise of the Utopia, of More's Utopia, was this isn't. And what is the actual meaning of the word utopia? It's amazing how atheists love to rewrite history and like reinterpret words, aka Randolph Richardson, who's now trying to reinterpret, and Dillahunty and the others are trying to reinterpret or redefine atheism. But utopia meant no place. That's what it actually means, is no place. Like, this is not possible. And yet we have people now attempting to create the no place. And the place that is not possible. I find it extraordinarily ironic. I yield.
Did Randolph Richardson say something about there are no answers in atheism? I missed that.
Yes, he did.
So that contradicts a certain YouTube channel.
Let's see. He says, no, atheism does not provide answers to anything.
But there's a whole channel that says there are answers in it.
That's true. Answers in atheism. That's true. That's very true.
Yeah. So, hey, good on you. Hey, good on you, Randolph. By the way, greetings. You're a great guy.
I think that would be hilarious. A hilarious debate between Speed of Pudding and Randolph Richardson on whether or not there are or not answers in atheism. Randolph, I know you're in the stream, so do you accept or reject the debate on whether or not there are answers in atheism?
Hey, good on you, Randolph. I mean, I like Randolph. I can get along with him.
I think
he's on the other side, but there are people on the other side I can have a conversation with. There's some that, can't.
Well, what I find very ironic about this whole black theist positions is it's like there are no answers. It's just a lack. It's not a position at all. It's just a lack of belief. I don't actually have any kind of stake in the game, but I have a position.
But it's not a position.
Which in and of itself is like contradictory. Like, I don't even understand how that's remotely coherent, but whatever. Some of the stuff that I find extraordinarily entertaining about the position that like there is nothing here is stuff like, let's see here.
I have a position, but I don't have a position.
Okay, so they don't believe in anything, right? Okay, so we don't believe. The Atheist Church of Canada advocates for freedom, critical thinking, and impartiality. We use a three-pronged metaphor built around the transistor, which also represents the importance of logic and science and progress. Okay, so you have formal position. Life is logic. Okay. You have, let's see, where's the other one? There's one. I thought that was pretty funny. Okay, the values espoused by the Houston Oasis Atheist Church. By the way, Atheist Church. Like the whole concept is hilarious if you don't actually believe anything. People are more important than beliefs. Only human hands can solve human problems. That's a belief. Reality is known through reason, not revelation. That's a belief. Meaning comes from making a difference. Oh wait, that's a position. Labels are unimportant. That's also a position. Everyone should be accepted wherever they are, as long as they are accepting in turn. Okay, that's a position. I mean, it's like
faith statements.
Exactly my point. I agree completely. I'm like, so atheism is not about taking a position and not about a belief. It's just a lack of belief. But then you're defining your position.
Good one. I couldn't articulate it as well as you.
I don't even know what to say, man. Okay. Oh, wait, here it is. Oh, here's a good one. The first atheist church of true science. Their faith is in truth. Their faith is in truth, data, reason, and the inherent good of mankind. Oh, and
their faith. Faith. Good one.
Church.
Okay. They find that adhering to a religious philosophy based on truth and real evidence is exhilarating and opens avenues for understanding, cooperation, inquiry, and love that are often blocked by religious views based on artificial and false claims. Okay, so it's just a lack of belief in God. I don't actually have a position. I don't reject God. I just lack a belief. There is nothing. It has no answers. There are no answers in atheism. Okay, so Randolph, you're welcome to come into the stream and expound upon this, because I'm literally bringing this from one of your websites, and like your own websites contradict your positions. It's fascinating to me. Emery, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How are you? You couldn't resist coming in on this one, huh?
Well, I've been actually wanting to come in for a while, but I'm in the middle of writing a group project paper that I'm basically the only person working on. So, yeah.
I feel for you.
And I kept Emery up for 6 hours, 6.5.
6.5, whatever.
He was on a stream with me from Saturday 10 p.m. till 4:30 a.m. I mean, Friday 10 p.m. to Saturday 4:30 a.m.
Tell you what, I had a lot of fun on that stream.
Surprised you recovered. Huh?
I had a lot of fun on that stream, so I'm not complaining.
I'm glad. That's how nerds go clubbing on Friday night, right?
Something like that. Yeah, those of us that are nerds, we don't go out and party. We find a good book tour, we find a good live stream, and we just plug into that for X hours.
Yeah. Well, I was just, you probably overheard the conversation. I'm getting more into the political stuff.
Yes.
I don't want to call it as an advocacy of a candidate. You know, the word political, I'm not really saying I'm going to advocate this candidate or this party. They're all corrupt. So many of them are corrupt. But the analysis of that humans don't really have the capacity to work to create their own salvation, and they're trying to do that, and it's not playing out well.
Yeah. I mean, I stay away from political advocacy, but I do have to touch on political stuff. Like, you've seen some of the stuff I've touched. I'll throw punches left, right, and center as needed. But geez, I mean, you watched my lengthy video on the garbage that came out of Tim Keller's mouth, and it's just like, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't watch the whole thing because I think my blood was starting to boil the first 10 minutes. I had really bad vibes. Oh, that's the other thing. One reason I'm wading into this garbage is starting to invade the churches big time. Yep. And so I'm not trying to convert the diehards. I'm trying to help some of the people in the church because their pastors are misleading them. For the longest time, let's say they said, "Oh, well, let's not talk politics," and then it is like, "Oh, now let's talk about racial problems in the country." And I was just like, "There are a lot of other problems you could be talking about, and you're going to focus on that."
So ecclesia is the Greek word from where we get the word church, which means to be called out of. So I would ask these atheist churches, what are they called out of, and who called them?
They called themselves. You ought to know this.
Hey, so hang on. So let's get let's have a news report.
Service this past weekend, there was singing, there was reflection, fellowship at a room full of non-believers.
A movement dubbed the Atheist megachurch has arrived in San Diego. 10 News reporter Michael Chen shows it to us.
In the news release publicizing it, the event was described as part foot-stomping show, part atheist church, and 100% celebration of life. Whatever you call it, expect to see plenty more of it in San Diego.
Sunday Assembly San Diego!
There are rousing words and rousing music. At first glance, this could be a scene from a megachurch, but there's one major difference. Everyone here is a non-believer.
My hope is that non-believers, non-theists, no longer have to hide in the shadows.
Debbie Allen and Jimmy Lyson organized this weekend's Sunday Assembly, a growing movement beginning in London more than a year ago, dubbed the Atheist Megachurch by supporters and detractors. On this day, music from the Beatles and a sermon focused on astrophysics in honor of astronomer Carl Sagan's birthday.
This is a picture of the whole sky.
Replaced the small atheist meetups of the past, as some 300 turned out at the Balboa Park Club. Instead of faith, the topics are scientific and social issues. Organizers attribute the popularity of the movement to a rise in non-believers. According to a recent study, the number of Americans who have no religious affiliation continues to climb. It's now at 20%.
If you do not
That was funny.
why try to emulate a house of worship?
Well, we're not actually emulating a house of worship. What we're doing is we're providing some of the same universal needs.
Eliason says that includes the need for fellowship and connecting with others.
People are yearning.
We're not emulating. We're just doing the same thing they
Hope to
do.
hold one Sunday assembly every month. If fundraising efforts succeed, the goal is to eventually find a permanent space, a belief in a new approach for non-believers. Michael Chen, 10 News.
Did you notice that
So
they were
you're trying
showing
to have
the
this-
cosmic microwave background radiation? I guarantee you they did not mention the axis of evil.
So there was absolutely there's no rejection of God whatsoever. They just lack a belief. There's no rejection of God in that scenario whatsoever.
But I do have another take on this that looked disturbingly like the business model of certain evangelical churches, meaning they could have just run this as a social club. And a lot of churches are just that. A lot of churches naming the name of Christ are just that. They're about entertaining and fellowship and a social club. That's why that business model is kind of working for the atheist church, because that's actually a lot of evangelical churches have used that as the actual appeal, not really the Lord. And it's kind of sad. So when I saw that, it's like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me, because that atheist church is tapping into the need of human beings for fellowship and celebration.
Very true. Very true.
You know, so when I say that, and I do regularly, people get mad at me. Now, how many people are going to get mad? Nobody's going to get mad at you because everybody likes you. But
well, see, now this even drives it home more. This is why, even though it was my professional work to work in apologetics and particularly creation science, never got anything worth an invitation over 20 years. Some people had to pull strings to get me there. And now it's making sense. That didn't fit their business model. Their business model wasn't fundamentally about connecting people with God. It was getting numbers. And that's a problem.
That's
Sorry
very,
to
that's
say
very
that.
true. That's very true. What's up, Randolph? Welcome to the stream. How are you?
Hey, it's good to talk with you again. It's been a couple of days. Yeah. Sal, I've seen you around, and you seem like a nice fellow. I'm glad to get a chance to speak with you as well. And hello to everybody else here. So,
hello, Randolph. I just want to say hi to you.
Hey, Jungle Jargon. Yeah, we've spoken before numerous times, and
maybe I should have. Yeah, I don't know. I should have remembered, but yeah.
The Atheist Frontier website is, you asked if I'd like to expound on it. What that is, I don't actually agree with the atheist church's idea, but I understand why they're there. The purpose of the Atheist Frontier website has been where I've been collecting various resources about atheism and a variety of other information. It's just, there isn't really a kind of a master plan behind it. It's just where it's kind of like a collection of bookmarks under the whole resources section. And if you're to just click on resources, you'll see all the subcategories all listed there. So you've come across the Atheist Churches section, which is kind of one of the more hilarious list of resources for sure. There was a church here in Canada a number of years ago. They called themselves an atheist church, and it was run by atheists, and they applied to the Canadian government for tax-exempt status. And our Supreme Court ruled that because atheism is not a religion, that the atheist church cannot have the tax-exempt status. I agree with the Supreme Court on that decision, actually.
So you do realize that if in the United States, if you, as a church, quote unquote, you take political positions, then you lose tax exempt status. So tax exempt status being allowed or denied doesn't really have any bearing on the point being made. But in regards to the resources, you are the, I mean, you wrote the thing in Perl, right?
Oh yeah, I use Perl for the back-end programming language for all this stuff. The design in the front is not reflected by that.
I mean, obviously, it's HTML and CSS, but I mean you created it, and you created the menu architecture and the pages that it links to, and the logic.
It's a very simple structure, but yeah.
No, not just. I mean, I know this website's very simple. I've built hundreds of websites personally.
Me too. I build a lot fancier stuff than this too.
I understand that. My point is that you're the one under atheism created the menu link of blogs, church groups, and publications as the 3 bullet points under atheism. You are the one that created that, and you're the one that created the page that houses that information for it. And now you're trying to like brush it off and act like, well, you don't really care about that. Well, then why did you put it there?
No, I'm not brushing it off. It's a resource. The intention is to provide these in an impartial manner. So when I come across, there's a few people in the list of all atheist YouTube content creators and some of the bloggers too that I actually vehemently disagree with on some of their views, and a couple of them I even have blocked on Twitter because I don't like them. But when it comes to having the list on the website, my personal opinions don't matter. It's there as a resource because one of my philosophies is for people to have access to the information and make up their own minds on these things. So,
so hang on. So you just made the claim that you're trying to be impartial and such, but you clearly state, quote, although atheism does not discourage or promote any specific virtues or values, because it's merely a classification of the absence of belief in deities, both etymologically and according to the highly respected Oxford English Dictionary, the vast majority of virtues and values are naturally aesthetic because anyone can understand, etc. And then contrary to the misconception, the theological system, such as religion, is not a prerequisite for moral or ethical standards, etc. So it seems to me that you're actually taking a rather specific position about what atheism is, while claiming that you're not on other parts of your website.
Okay, well, the point I make about that theism is not the prerequisite to moral values. I think that theism, the different religions definitely do have sets of values that are considered moral by those who adhere to those religions, and with different denominations, there's obviously some disagreement on finer points. But
so are you suggesting
there was moral values?
So are you suggesting that So are you suggesting that the churches which specifically delineate their value positions, are you suggesting that they're not actually atheists?
No. If they're what the delineation there is that if there's no belief in deities, then that's atheism. But if there is a belief in a deity, then that's theism.
So are you suggesting that people that have faith in truth, data, reason, and the inherent good of mankind, are you suggesting that they are or are not atheists?
They can be either category. Because those things don't necessarily entail. You didn't mention belief in any gods or goddesses there.
Well, I mean, you said that there's no specific tenets or values associated with it when I just read
Correct.
what their specific faith statement is. So are you
That's
suggesting?
what
So are you
that group
suggesting?
does.
Well, I mean, there's multiple. I'm using them as an example. There's many others, and the point I'm making is, if that is a commonality, are you suggesting that they're not anybody who does so and takes those positions is not an atheist per your
No,
definition?
those kind of values are incidental to atheism. Now, as an atheism group, it is very common for the groups to put forth certain values, and we see the same with religious groups too, in certain ways.
In what ways? Please expound.
I think usually what the religious groups are presenting though and promoting is all coming from the scriptures, typically, and there's but with atheism, these atheist churches. This is where I disagree with them, is when they start making statements that there is a specific moral standard or something like that, because my question to them is where is that coming from? And there are groups that are doing that. There are some that are saying, oh, all atheists are humanists. Nope, this is not true. I disagree with that point as well. And there are religious people who join humanism groups and partake in it and go along with most of it, and it's fine. There are humanist groups that aren't specifically atheistic, and there are groups that are. So typically, we'll see theists involved in the ones that aren't specifically atheistic.
Okay. We got a new one second, Jungle. So we got a new addition to the stream. I think this might be the first time. Robin, how are you?
Hi, Robin.
I'm doing good. I think you cut out just a little bit, but I heard. I think you said something to me.
Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yes.
I was welcoming you to the stream, and I think is this your first time joining one of these?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of your episodes, and so I'm interested in it. And I've seen Sal. I've seen you debate Matt Dillahunty before, so you did a good job.
I'll have to go and take a look at that.
Yeah, he did a debate with him. But you know, I came here with a question. Randolph was trying to present his atheism as a neutral position, or simply the lack of belief in God, when that's not really a possibility.
Why would that not
hold? Yeah, your position is the falsity of God, at least in the context of God being the metaphysical necessity, or the metaphysical ultimate.
I'm trying to understand, how is it that not believing in your deity is not possible?
Well, that's not. Hold on a minute. That is not my deity. Okay, I didn't claim to you that a God existed yet. But when we're talking about God in the context of a worldview discussion, God would be the metaphysical grounding, cause, and creator and sustainer of all temporal states of affairs. Okay. Necessarily, he would be the personal ground and cause of all temporal states of affairs.
I understand what you're saying.
Right. So I'll just ask you, when you invoke facts, when you reference states of affairs in the world, do you reference or do you acknowledge God's necessity for their actuality and intelligibility?
I normally don't even consider it.
Yeah. So that would constitute the denial of God.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Okay, go ahead. Ask the clarifying.
Randolph, are you an atheist or agnostic?
Oh, those are separate categories.
No,
I'm an atheist.
Right, that's why I asked.
They're not separate categories.
Yeah,
actually, the entailment of both.
So,
do you deny that God exists, or you don't know?
I'm just trying to answer Bob's question. So, I'm an atheist because I don't believe in deities, and I am agnostic because I don't know whether deities are actually real or not. So I fit both those classifications.
All right.
Okay, so I would suggest to you, that given the way that you stated them, that agnosticism is the superior position in your view. You don't know, and because you don't know, you tend towards disbelief. Is that fair?
It is for a lot of people. I haven't really thought about coupling those two together before, so I would have to put some thought into that. I don't have an answer for you right now. I see them as distinctly different things. I have a friend who is a Christian who is also agnostic about it. He believes in God, but he tells me he doesn't know for certain whether God exists.
Then how's okay? Anyway, that's a whole nother conundrum. Hey guys, let's. I think I saw where Robin was going. Let's give Robin a couple minutes to talk to Randolph.
Yes. Okay. So now you've conceded that you do not acknowledge God for the actuality and intelligibility of the states of affairs that you assert. Okay. Can God exist in a world where facts do not depend referencing upon him when they're invoked for their intelligibility?
I don't know.
Well, the answer is no. Again, when we're talking about God, I just established a working definition, God being the necessary personal cause and grounds of all temporal states of affairs. Okay.
Yeah, this reminds me of a conversation I had with Darth Dawkins a little while ago.
That's fine.
No,
I'd like you to respond. I'd like you to respond to what I'm telling you right here. So the point is, right, God cannot exist as he's been defined in a world where there are facts that do not need to necessitate referencing him for their intelligibility. Okay.
Well,
that's the logical and necessary entailment.
You're defining your God that way. I told you I understood what you're saying. I'm not sure I can accept that definition unless there's some way to demonstrate that is actually how the deity is.
That's not how definitions work. I could define something. I'm not asking you to accept that it exists. For example, I could define an alien. I'm not here to demonstrate that an alien exists just by defining it. Okay. We're just talking about definitionally what a God represents in the worldview.
Okay.
And whether or not that aligns with your worldview. Okay. Now your worldview and the worldview where God exists, they are in contradiction to each other. So God logically cannot exist in your world that you claim you live in. You believe you live in a world. Listen. You believe you live in a world where facts do not necessitate referencing God. God cannot exist in that world. That it is a logical entailment, necessarily entailment. It is necessarily entailed.
Well, it's requiring me to take a position one way or another on that, and I'm not taking a position on that. You have the definition.
Yes. Okay. So this is where we're at odds here. You have an explicit claim, and you have the logical entailment of an explicit claim. I'm going to ask you this question. When somebody makes a claim, and they're making an explicit claim, and the logical entailment of their claim is contradictory to what they're actually explicitly saying, does the logical entailment have precedence over their explicit claim? If you need me to provide an example, I can give you an example.
I generally think that's correct.
So the logical entailment has precedence over the explicit claim. So you could say something that completely contradicts the logical entailment, but if the logical entailment is the logical entailment, then that's what you hold to be the case over the explicit claim, right?
Yeah, so we use the logic as one method of testing the claim, right? So is it consistent? Is it logically consistent? If it's not logically consistent, then obviously the claim has a problem.
Right, but then you'd need to acknowledge then that your explicit claim is beholden to the logical entailment. So you really don't. You could disregard the explicit claim and only focus on the entailment, right? Because somebody could say something, right? For example, I could say, I took something without somebody. I took a pencil from somebody, but I didn't have his permission. But I didn't steal the pencil, right? I took it without his consent, but I didn't steal it. Well, I could say I didn't steal it, but the logical entailment of what I said already has implicated me and made it so that I stole the pencil. So you could disregard whatever explicit claim I say after that. The logical entailment is that I stole the pencil, right? So what you need to respond to is not simply by merely repeating the explicit claim, but you need to respond to the entailment and what is wrong with the entailment I presented to you.
There could be some information missing, though, such as you took the pencil. It may not actually be theft if it was taken from a jar that has the word free pencils on it.
No, I'm saying I took the pencil without the person's consent, and he. This is his pencil. It's not free. It is his pencil, and he did not give me permission, and I took it. And if he had known if he had known I had taken it, he would not have wanted me to take it. But I did not steal the pencil. Okay. This is an ironclad. This is ironclad. There's no missing information in the God. There's no missing information in the God in the God scenario I presented to you.
Yeah,
There's
when you specify it that way, there was no consent and whatnot, then you are clarifying. So yeah, that example seems to make sense.
Okay. Now this is the exact same. This is perfectly analogous now to the scenario I brought up to you earlier. Okay. There's no missing information when it comes to the God position. Okay. When we are talking about God as the logical, when we're talking about God as the necessary precondition and cause and grounds for intelligibility and all temporal states of affairs, that is simply a definition. The only thing you could object to is if there was somehow a contradiction in the definition. But if you understand what I am telling you, then there's nothing to object to at all. Okay. So now that we understand that definition, we also understand that God cannot exist as he's been defined in a world where there are facts that do not necessitate referencing him. That there are states of affairs that exist and they're intelligible. They cannot exist if they do not reference God in a world where God exists. Okay. Now you believe that you live in a world.
Hypothetical, and if those conditions are true, then sure, what you're saying follows. Yep.
Great. Now you as you've already claimed, you believe that you live in a world where there are states of affairs, there are facts that are intelligible, but you do not reference God. You believe that these facts can be standalone or independent of God. God, as I just said, 30 seconds ago, I said God cannot exist in that world. So the logical and necessary entailment is that there is no God in your worldview. You believe that there is that is the logical entailment, the falsity of God.
So I'm not actually making an explicit assumption.
Wait a minute. Wait. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm sorry to cut you off. But again, we cannot recapitulate the explicit claim. You have the explicit claim is irrelevant. Respond to the entailment, and if there is something wrong with the entailment that I'm providing to you, that's what you need to respond to. You can't respond to it just by repeating yourself.
You're saying that all the facts are depending on God, and you're trying to say that I believe that these is something when I haven't confirmed whether I believe that. So I'm telling you that I don't necessarily believe that.
You're just recapitulating the claim, the explicit claim. No, I understand that's what you explicitly state. But does the logical entailment cash out to you? Does that make sense to you, the logical entailment I presented to you?
Well, I told you with the hypothetical situation as you presented it, yeah, that all seems to follow logically.
Okay. So then you accept the fact that it's the logical entailment.
Yeah, based on the conditions you provided, yes.
So how is it that God does not exist?
I don't make the claim that any deities don't exist.
That you just said 30 seconds ago that was a logical entailment.
Yeah, with the conditions that you provided.
Great. So how is it that, I mean, this is simple. I mean, I've heard you talk to people before, and you've evaded this question numerous times.
I'm not evading.
Okay.
You're asking me to take a position on reality. We've just talked about the hypothetical. So in order to, I've told you in reality, I'm not taking that position. So your definition, you mentioned that it's just a definition. It's not, you didn't say it's necessarily reality. So we're dealing with two different things here.
Right, but the position this has nothing to do with whether or not God exists. This has everything to do with your belief and your position, the logical entailment of your position. We're not addressing whether or not God exists. I completely agree with that. I'm simply addressing the fact that you claim to be neutral when that is simply not the case. Okay. Now we can address whether or not God exists, and that's a different discussion though. Right now we're talking about your position as an atheist, and agnosticism is the same thing. The logical entailment, agnosticism, atheism, apatheism, laxtheism, all those stuff is the same. It's the same thing. Okay, in terms of logical entailment. Okay, the point is your worldview entails the falsity of God, and that is something that needs to be defended. Okay. Now,
So,
do you have a
I'm
rational?
not-
Do you have a rational
I'm not-
defense for that?
I'm not making an explicit claim that deities don't exist.
I understand
So,
that.
no, I don't have to defend it.
But
Because it's
do you
not
understand that we've went over this already?
Yeah, and
The explicit claim is irrelevant. The entailment is all that matters,
around
and you've
here-
already agreed that the entailment is solid.
What we seem to be dancing around here is some kind of implicit conclusion that can be drawn.
That's true.
It's not explicit. And explicit and implicit are very different in this regard. I don't explicitly make this kind of claim. Now, if you're going to infer that I somehow hold a position that I don't hold, I reject that.
Now, what it sounds like you're doing is you're contradicting yourself, and you're going back on things that you've already agreed to previously in this discussion. There are multiple things. There are multiple things. Hold on one second. I'll say this really quick. There are multiple things that you've agreed to. Okay, you've agreed one to the fact that if somebody is making a claim explicitly, and the implicit logical entailment, if it's contradictory to the explicit claim, then the logical entailment is what should take precedence. You've already agreed to that. Okay, now it seems you're going back on that. Okay,
well,
the second thing you've agreed to.
Agreed with that. Yes. Yeah.
Right. So that goes against everything that you're saying right now. Okay, because you're contradicting yourself now. The second thing you've.
So this is going to be a
logical-
long conversation, and I got to work in the morning. So I'm going to bed. 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4, the gospel by which you are saved is that Christ Jesus died for your sins according to the scriptures. He was buried, and he was raised again on the third day according to the scriptures.
That's right.
Agreed. Have a night, Rob.
Good night, Bob. So my time is limited as well, by the way. I wasn't expecting to get into all this, but again, because you're trying to get me to accept a burden of proof for a claim that I haven't explicitly made, that's why I'm rejecting this.
So the task here is simple. Okay, all you need to do is tell me how the logical implication, the logical entailment is false. Which this is the second thing you've now contradicted yourself on, or it seems like you've okay, great, that's perfect, because now you're accepting it as valid, and now your rejection of it is now contradicting your previous statement when you said that the logical entailment takes precedent. Do you understand what's going on here?
My statement is that I don't believe in deities. It is
not. I understand that.
It is not an explicit position that deities don't exist.
Okay, but again, that flies in the face of what you said earlier, because somebody could say I haven't stolen it, and I've never claimed to steal this pencil. Okay, but I've done a ton of other things that I've made statements that have given the implication that I have stolen it. What is different
to make it? You've laid out a lot of conditions for the situation where the pencil was taken without consent and whatnot.
Yeah, but now you're getting caught up in the analogy when you've already accepted that the logical you are, because you've already accepted that the logical implication of your position is ironclad. You've already accepted it. So you're getting caught up in the analogy over superficial things.
Yeah, we were talking hypothetical. Now
we're not talking about a hypothetical. We're talking about your worldview and the implication, and you've already agreed 2 or 3 times that it is ironclad. You've already agreed to this. I mean, you've already agreed that this is the logical entailment.
I specified that if somebody's position or claim is not logically sound, then that perhaps could indicate that there's a problem with the claim.
We're talking about your position, and we're talking about the logical implication, and you've already agreed that it is the entailment of your position. You've already agreed to that. So I mean, honestly, this isn't looking good for you.
I'm not holding it explicitly. That's the thing.
Yeah, but you've already agreed that the explicit claim is irrelevant. So why are you contradicting yourself?
I didn't agree to that.
You did. Okay, so in a situation, let's just do this again. In a situation where the explicit claim and the logical and necessary entailment are at odds, do we take the logical and necessary entailment over the explicit claim?
Well, as long as we understand what the different conditions are, sure.
No, it doesn't matter the different conditions. The logical entailment is a logical. No, the logical entailment is a logical entailment. If we know the logical entailment, okay, then does it take precedence over the explicit claim?
I would say that the explicit claim would take precedent normally. The logic is a tool we use to test the validity of that claim.
So now you're contradicting yourself.
Between the two of them. So it's not that entailment is taking over, it's that we see consistency between the two. That's a good indicator.
So now what it seems like is you are contradicting yourself, because you realize that accepting the question I provided to you would put you in a bad position where you would need to defend the position that you already know you hold to. The thing is, you've already said earlier that the logical entailment takes precedence. We have this on recording. You've already said it 2 or 3 times.
Then I probably misunderstood the question.
Well, you said it 2 or 3 times.
I did ask for clarification on the pencil example and said, well, what if there's a sign on the pencil jar that says free pencils? And you clarified, you added more information there to indicate that that's not the case.
Yeah, but again,
and so that's what I'm
still, that is still the logical entailment. The fact that I've added more information, great. Okay. But the fact is, the logical entailment. The fact is, the logical. Great. Let's just pretend I didn't even. Let's pretend that the first time I gave the example, I provided all the necessary information. I mean, that's getting caught up in the weeds. The point is, the logical entailment is a logical entailment, regardless of the information. Okay, because the logical entailment is. I mean, yes, I provided sufficient information, but the logical entailment, regardless of the information I provide, is the logical entailment, right?
No, I'm not.
It doesn't matter what I say.
I'm not making an explicit claim, and then you're turning around and saying that there's a logical entailment, and so therefore I should be upgraded to making an explicit claim.
I'm not saying you should be upgraded. All I'm telling you is that there is a logical entailment that is at odds with your explicit claims, and we should reject your explicit claims on the basis that they're at odds with the logical and necessary.
Yeah, if I was making an explicit claim, then yes.
You are making you're making an explicit claim. The explicit claim is that you are neutral. That's the claim, and the problem is that that's not the case. And I've given you the logical
so I'm thinking that
entailment.
The claim about whether deities exist. I'm telling you the claim. I'm characterizing my point of view as being, I guess you could say, neutral. And I think that when I'm not making a statement that deities do exist, and I'm not making a statement that deities don't exist, that is by definition neutral. And so logical entailment there would be that I have not made a claim.
Right. But we've unpacked, right, why that's not the case, right? We've unpacked this. You've already agreed to all of the conditions that I've presented to you. Unless there's a problem, there is literally nothing for you to object to. So literally nothing.
One of the conditions that you put forward, I actually did not agree with.
Okay.
And that condition was that all the facts of reality, I guess, are dependent on the deity or something to that effect. And you had said we're just talking definitions. So, okay, I accepted that that's just a definition.
Right. Yeah, I didn't claim that that's actually the case. All I'm saying is that we're talking about a definition.
Yeah, so it's in that case, it's not really relevant because it's just a definition.
Are you promoting neutrality, Randolph? You're promoting neutrality? Is that what you're promoting?
Yeah, you could probably say that. I am promoting that, somebody taking a neutral, non-confrontational approach to things is more likely to probably have an easier time of getting along with people, for sure.
Well, you have to understand, and this is no offense to you, Randolph, but this is the height of cognitive dissonance. What we're seeing right now. Okay, this is the height, the epitome of cognitive dissonance. Okay, You've already agreed. Now what you're doing is you're flip-flopping, you're contradicting, and you're laughing about it. You're smiling about it.
Well, no,
Okay?
I asked you about this deity, this god, and you agreed that that is just a definition. So I haven't accepted it as part of reality. I've only accepted it merely as a definition.
I didn't ask you to accept that it existed. We are simply talking about the fact that your worldview necessarily holds that this being that's been defined does not exist.
And I've told you I don't make that claim.
Right, but the entailment contradicts your explicit neutrality.
Yeah, and then when I asked you, what you're saying is that I should be upgrading my explicit to an explicit claim of that, you said no. So I'm not committing cognitive dissonance here.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last statement?
So I had asked you at one point just a moment ago, said it seems to me that because of the logical entailment, there's some kind of an expectation that I should be upgrading to an explicit claim that's consistent with that. And you confirmed for me that that's not what we're asking to do. And I said, great.
So you're not an atheist.
Well, the point is that, well, okay, yeah, the point is that you should be acknowledging the fact that you are not neutral, and that so I would say, of course, yeah, then you should be making an explicit claim that there is no God. You should acknowledge the fact that that is your position. But regardless of whether or not you acknowledge it,
that claim.
well, regardless of the fact that you acknowledge it, it doesn't matter what you say. I could say whatever. The point is that the logical entailment is the logical entailment, and that's what we need to address. Okay, because you could say whatever until the cows come home. You could shoot off your mouth, and all of us could do that. Okay, we're going to address.
Even with logical entailments, we can do that. Yes, I agree.
Right, but the problem is you've already agreed that the logical entailment is sound, so you can't run away from that. I'm sorry, that's not an option for you.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the logical entailment. It makes sense in the hypothetical situation that you provided. Right. So when I'm telling you that I'm not making a claim that deities don't exist, I actually am not making the claim that deities don't exist. That's the reality of it. Now, if you're going to,
but that's not in contention. That's not in contention. I'm not saying that you're not making that claim, right? I'm completely and 100% acknowledging that that's the explicit claim you're making. That is not in contention. I don't know why you're bringing that up. Great, but I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that the logical entailment is the logical entailment, okay, and that it should take precedence. As you've already agreed that this should be the case, right? This is why I asked you the question.
Hypothetical situation,
you've already agreed.
Earlier, sure. Yes.
I was given the hypothetical situation as an example, but prima facie, I asked you if that was the case, and you said yes already. Then I proceeded to provide an example to bring clarification for the benefit of you and for everyone in the audience. The point is, you've already agreed it. You've already agreed before I even provided an example that the logical entailment should take precedence over the explicit claim. That's what you already agreed to. You agreed to it 2, 3, 4 times already.
In
okay.
The hypothetical example that you provided, yes.
No, you agreed to this before I provided the hypothetical example. You can rewind this live stream, okay, and you can attest to that. Okay, you agreed to this before I brought up the hypothetical example, and then after you also you affirmed it again. The point is, that's what you've agreed to, and I would appreciate if you stick by what you agreed to and not contradict yourself in the middle of the discussion when you realize
it was in the context of the hypothetical with the definition you're talking about.
That is not true.
Just the definition.
That's not true.
That is true.
So again, I'll just
so the problem I have with this, Robin, is that and I've enjoyed this interaction. It is challenging, and you're throwing a lot at me here. And so there could be some confusion on my part. I will admit I'm not perfect at understanding things, but the problem that I see here is that it seems like you're using this logical entailment to argue that I should upgrade my position to an explicit position that's consistent with that.
That is secondary. I would agree that yes, okay, you should do that to be consistent with the logical entailment, but that's sure you could agree, but you could upgrade your position. The point is the logical entailment is the logical entailment regardless of what you say. So all I'm interested in is addressing the logical entailment. The fact that you acknowledge it, that's secondary. Okay, you could acknowledge it. Go ahead.
The best that it could be then is the logical entailment goes to something implicit, not explicit, because my intention is reflected by what I am explicit about.
So great. So what I want you to do then is to respond to the logical entailment then, which is that there is no God. That you've already agreed that's the logical entailment. So I want you to respond to that.
Oh, okay. So again, because explicitly I don't make that claim, if you're going to say that implicitly there is some kind of a presumption, like I'm acting as if there is no deity, you could draw correlations there, and all so the cows come home. That's fine with me. And yeah, you'd be correct to say that. But that the best you could say there is that would be implicit, indirect. It's not directly explicit.
Okay, so
there are people.
We're going in circles. I really don't think you're understanding this, because this is basic.
That could be. Yeah.
This is very basic. Okay.
Well,
the fact is,
I'm not going to say if it was very basic, then it would be crystal clear to understand.
Well, I've talked to multiple people about this.
That it is quite possible that I am not understanding you correctly.
Yes. Well, I have talked to multiple people with this exact same line of reasoning. This is not complicated to understand, and this is why I ask you multiple preliminary questions before I bring this the full thing home. Okay. The point is, right, when we are dealing with explicit claims and logical implications, logical entailments, okay, the logical entailment will take precedence over the explicit claim. It wins over every time. You could disagree with that. You can disagree with that.
I don't fully
but
agree.
It's just.
I don't fully agree.
So why are there people in prisons today that have made claims, while maintaining their innocence, they make claims, and the logical entailment is that they've committed the crime, and the evidence shows that they've committed the crime, but the explicit claim from the perpetrator is that they're innocent. I want you to explain that to me.
Well,
are all these people in the court system corrupt? Is that what's going on?
That's an interesting conclusion you want me to draw, and I can't draw it. I'd have to examine those cases on a case-by-case basis, and I don't imagine that I have enough time to do all that. There is, and then the amount of expertise needed, I would probably be missing things. There are specialists in the courts who make those determinations based on the evidence that they have, and they determine guilt or not guilt. And unfortunately, our court processes, particularly the U.S. is well known for this, but Canada's not perfect either, is that there are innocent people who do get convicted at times.
You're not focusing on the issue.
So what happens is if somebody comes along to a courtroom and says they're not guilty, and yet there's mountains of evidence that show that they are, and witnesses and whatnot, then, it, of course, doesn't fare well for them.
Well, we could just, in fact, to make this analogy even clearer, okay, let's say there is no external evidence. Let's just simplify this to the bare bones. Okay, let's just say that there is no external evidence, and the person's on the witness stand. Okay, the perpetrator or the suspect at the time. Okay. And he implicates himself strongly. Okay, let's say, for example, he says, he's on the trial for murder. Okay, and he says, I shot the person in the head. This is the gun I used. Okay, I shot him at this time, at this place, but I didn't murder him. I didn't kill him. This is an extreme contradiction. The logical entailment is that the person, he's admitting guilt.
Then this.
Okay.
Where more information is needed, and the court's job is to find that, and hopefully he has a good lawyer who's going to make sure that happens properly. It's unfortunate that sometimes people get convicted wrongfully. He is admitting that he committed the action, so the court then has to determine what the intention was. But not all courts are built equal, unfortunately. Now, I'm not saying the courts are all corrupt, but if there was a situation where the court was corrupt and convicting him no matter what, then, well, he's screwed anyway. I can't rule out the possibility of happening.
I'm trying to figure it out if you're promoting atheism or not promoting atheism.
Well, if you go to the Canadian website, you'll see that atheism is very distinctly promoted there. We're getting on a different topic with Robin.
So Robin,
what
so
are
Robin,
your
is the
concerns
point you're
with
making?
Bergen?
So Robin, is the point that you're making about the example in the courtroom that the logical entailment from the admission of the action overrides the explicit claim?
Yes, that is absolutely the case.
So
yes.
So yeah, so in the court, if somebody comes in and admits that they're guilty, then it's pretty cut and dry. There's no objections from any legal. Off they go. Now, if the judge is drunk out of his mind, then probably they're going to try to do this again and not take him seriously. But in most cases, they're going to take the person seriously. Now, if they say they're not guilty, then of course that's where there's more examination happening. So it doesn't mean that just because the court finds them guilty that they are going to agree that they're guilty. There are people who are actually guilty of crimes who consider themselves innocent.
Right, but I think the point
entailment, there's an example of logical entailment not taking over and turning it into an explicit claim the person made.
Right, but the explicit claim is that they're innocent, even though they admit to killing the person.
Right. The fact of the matter.
Sure.
Let's just say the fact of the matter. Let's just address the only thing the person's saying. Right. The person's saying, yes, I killed the person, but the fact of the matter is that the person shot another person with a gun. This was not
okay.
This was with malice. This was premeditated. This was not, this was a murder, okay, for all intents and purposes. This was unjustified killing. But the person and during the questioning, he's acknowledging the truthfulness. So exactly what's going on here. I ask a question. You're acknowledging, yes, this is the case. God, yes, I acknowledge. I don't acknowledge God for the facts, right? This is the case in the murder case. Did you shoot the person? Yes, I shot the person. Was this premeditated? Yes, it was premeditated. What was the motive? This was the motive. Whatever. Okay, but the person still maintains he's innocent. Do you understand the problem that's arising here?
Yeah, and that's why the courts have to render a decision there. Now,
well,
if
the
courts,
you're focusing too much on the court. I want you to just focus on
I'm trying to make
the fact of the matter.
Make your point. And I think you don't like where I'm going here. If that person continues to profess innocence, even after admitting everything, and the courts end up saying, okay, you're guilty of this, that guy's not changing logical entailment. I mean, he's making an explicit claim of guilt. He's still proclaiming innocence. And what I'm saying is, just because logical entailment brings up the implication of what treating reality as if there's no deity, doesn't mean that I should be taking that, making an explicit claim in that regard.
Do you understand what it means for something to be logically and
claim in that regard?
Do you understand what it means for something to be logically and necessarily entailed?
I think I do,
because I don't think you're. When something is logically entailed or necessarily entailed, I use them interchangeably because they're generally something that's logically entailed is necessarily entailed, pretty much. So when I say that I use them interchangeably, just full disclosure, this means that the falsity is not possible. When I'm saying that something is necessarily entailed, okay, it is necessarily entailed that XYZ occurred. This means that given the certain facts of the matter, this has to be the case. Okay. Now, if you want to poke holes in the entailment, that be my guest. Fine by me. Go ahead and find a hole in the argument, and I would love to hear it. But as of yet, you've done so much as to acknowledge the fact that the entailment is ironclad, and that there is no problem with the logical entailment. That's what you've acknowledged So
and
far.
the point that I disagree on is that it seems that you are saying that because of that I should be upgrading my own explicit position, and I'm not doing that. And that's think
fine.
we're receiving it differently.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I don't care what you say explicitly. Again, that's the whole point is that I don't care. You could do that or you could not. All I want you to do is to address the fact that the explicit claim is actually the case, or sorry, that the logical entailment, right, that's the logical entailment, and to address that. The problem that seems to be arising is that you want the logical entailment not to be overriding the explicit claim. You want the explicit claim to override the logical entailment, but you haven't actually reasoned why that should be the case.
I just used your court example to explain how it doesn't override it.
You're getting too caught up. The example, the court example was an example to point out the fact that something is necessarily entailed,
make the point.
Meaning that it cannot. Listen, this is what it means. It means it cannot be otherwise, which means that the entailment literally overrides the explicit claim. That is the necessary entailment. That's what it means to something to be logically and necessarily entailed. That the opposite, the falsity of the entailment, cannot be. That is impossible. And you have acknowledged that this is the case with your worldview. So your explicit claim is literally eviscerated. Literally, because you acknowledged that this is the necessary. Maybe you didn't know what necessary and logical entailment meant. And if you want to revise that,
I admitted that already. Yeah.
Okay.
But, I admit.
So do you want to revise?
You're finding that, and I did specify right from the beginning that, or early on, that it implicitly you could draw that conclusion, but it still doesn't change explicitly where I'm at.
It doesn't matter what you say explicitly. This is what I have to continue to tell you. It doesn't matter. The logical entailment and necessary entailment is what will win the day. Okay? And you've already acknowledged that this is the necessary entailment. So you could contradict the necessary entailment all day long. That is fine by me. You could do that all day. But that doesn't matter.
Well, then
it couldn't matter.
The necessity is going to be important.
Okay. So are you now saying that you don't? Are you now saying that the entailment is not logically necessitated? I think that this is not the necessary entailment, because I could go through it again and explain to you why it's a necessary entailment.
Well, the thing is, it seems that you want me to take on an explicit position that deities don't exist, and I already made it abundantly clear that I don't.
It doesn't matter to me what explicitly you say. I'll say this for the 10th time. It doesn't matter what you say explicitly. That's not an issue.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter to me about the implicit.
Right, but you've already agreed that this is the logical and necessary entailment, meaning that your worldview. This is your worldview. This is a worldview that you hold
to. Yeah, I agreed with you in a hypothetical scenario that you provided. When it comes to reality, though, I've still not accepted this.
No, this is what is called special pleading. This is called special pleading. You don't want to accept it, and so you're just going to dismiss it offhand. That's what you're doing right now.
Dismiss? No, I'm telling you right from the beginning. I've been consistent that I don't believe in deities. I'm not.
Right, but this is just irrational.
Specified that I don't explicitly hold a position that deities don't exist. I have been consistent about this all the way.
No,
through.
you do. This is what the logical entailment means. This is what it means for something to be logically entailed. That you do hold this position, and you could contradict that, but it doesn't matter. You're contradicting logic. It's like me saying 2 + 2 = 5. I could say whatever I want to. But 2 + 2 = 4, regardless of what I say. And you've already acknowledged this.
You're attempting to conflate the implicit with the explicit. And
I'm not conflating anything. I've literally said that the explicit and the implicit can be like contradictory. I've literally said multiple times that they could be at odds. I'm not conflating them at all. I'm saying that they could be contradictory to each other. So there's no way I could be conflating them.
Well, then
what I'm saying is that
and that's my scenario.
Right. Yeah. But the thing is that when we're dealing with a necessary entailment, that is what's going to take over. That's what's going to take precedence over whatever thing you want to say out loud.
And
So
that's where
so
that's
then
where
now,
we disagree. Okay, so like you say, we're going around in circles.
okay.
That's where we disagree, and
Well then,
that's
okay, that's fine.
just where it's at.
Right. Well, I'll just leave you
So,
with
so,
this. then.
so Randolph, hang on one second. Is it your position that unless you make an explicit claim that logical entailments don't exist?
If I make an explicit claim, then of course there can.
No. I said if you
I'm not understanding your question, John. Sorry.
Okay, if you have, is it your position that if you haven't made a formal explicit claim that a logical entailment does not actually exist until you make the formal explicit claim?
Yeah, I thought we were talking about claims here. So in this case, yeah, I think so.
Robin, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that kind of the point you've been making, that that's the logical entailment is not
exactly
is not dependent upon the explicit claim?
Exactly. So what now? Now what you've exposed to everyone here, Randolph, is that you are at odds with logic. You're at odds with reason. You're at odds with the reality of the situation. And if that's what makes you happy, then that's what makes you happy. There's nothing I could say to you after that. But you've I mean, this is as far as I could take you. Okay. I've explained this to you. I've explained this to the audience.
I think that you're
everyone here understands what's going on here.
Too much emphasis on the logical entailment aspect by trying to use it to conflate implicit with explicit. That's what I think.
Why do you keep repeating that? Why do you keep repeating that? I'm not doing that. I've explained why I'm not doing that. You haven't given a rebuttal to why I'm not doing that. So you're just repeating now yourself.
No. At one point you told me the position is anti-theistic, and I don't agree. It's not.
Yeah.
Aren't you trying to walk on both sides of the fence? You're trying to walk on both sides of the fence?
No, because I'm not holding a position either way.
But earlier you said you were both atheist and agnostic, though. Isn't that two positions?
We're not talking about agnosticism here, but yeah, I explained why I don't know if deities exist or not, and I also don't believe. Those are two separate classifications, though. So, and I think like the focus here has just mainly been on atheism. So
you're promoting atheism.
Oh yeah, that's my primary focus. Yeah, and I'm promoting it as something that's not necessarily aggressive and militant and things like that, because I'm actually trying to improve things and get things where theists can be more comfortable engaging with atheists, and atheists can be more comfortable engaging with theists. That's partly why I participate in the debate. Well, not too, because I think that'll be good for the world. Like I'm not like somebody asked me just the other night if they're asking everybody in the panel if we could just suddenly snap our fingers like Thanos from one of the movies, a deity of some sort, and just eradicate religion from everywhere. My answer was no. I wouldn't eradicate it, because I believe it's very important that people have the freedom to intellectual sovereignty, you can say, to choose to be religious or not. I think this is a very important thing, and it surprises quite a few atheists that I take this position. Interestingly, Christopher Hitchens also has this position, that he wouldn't eradicate religion, and he didn't elaborate on the reason, but that would be my reason, and I suspect his is probably fairly similar in that regard.
So, do you know how to define our God, the God we believe in, or any God? Do you know how to define a God?
I have ideas, but I'm going to immediately defer to you when it comes to defining the God that you believe in, because I think that you're the one who believes in it, so you would be the best source of information to find out about the deity you believe in.
The definition.
I try to do it without making assumptions, because I think it's important to be fair.
If you don't know the definition, how can you say the God doesn't exist?
But I'm not saying your God doesn't exist. I'm saying I don't believe.
You are. You. That's exactly what you're saying. And so what we would have done, right, after this point, just for the benefit of everyone talking to the audience, what I would have done after Randolph would have accepted that that was a logical entailment, I would have asked him, how is it now that he has rationally justified that there is no God? Okay.
So,
and at that point, we would have been at a standstill because there is no rational justification for that. So your promotion of atheism, while you may think it's a virtue, while you may think that skepticism,
I don't think it's a virtue.
Unconditional skepticism is a good thing. Well, you're doing it, so I would assume that you're doing things that you think are productive and good.
I actually tell people that not believing in things is not a virtue. It's just a freedom that we have.
So why are you promoting this skepticism? Why are you doing that?
Skepticism. I'm promoting atheism.
Right. Well, so you're saying that atheism and skepticism are not related.
They're separate things. They're separate things. Skepticism,
right? But atheism is rooted in skepticism.
Skepticism is utilized by religious people as well. It's not exclusive
in the context of. Of course.
So Randolph, do you reject the foundation of our debate topic from last night that atheism is the rational conclusion of skepticism?
Oh no, I don't reject that. I do hold that to be true.
Because, so do you think that religion can be the rational conclusion of skepticism?
I guess it depends on how you're applying skepticism, but I'm thinking that if skepticism is applied literally all the way through and doubting everything, the end result, the conclusion at the end is that it's atheism. And this is what I hoped to talk about with you in the debate the other day. John, I wanted to really
you just said don't know. You just said the rational conclusion would be don't know. Which you just said that the rational conclusion would be that you don't know, and that would be and not knowing would be what I founded my entire opening statement on last night, which was agnosticism is the direct and the logical conclusion of agnosticism is the logical conclusion of skepticism, not atheism, because you don't know, which is what you just stated would be the end result, which would be I don't know, which would be agnosticism, not atheism. So are you formally pivoting your position?
I can agree that agnosticism can also be the conclusion there too. Can be a rational conclusion. It's but the focus was asking about atheism. So the agnosticism.
So you think that skepticism can be the rational conclusion, or religion, agnosticism, or atheism can be the rational conclusion of skepticism?
It depends on how you're applying skepticism, of course, but I suppose, yeah.
Basically, there is no actual rational conclusion from skepticism.
That's the key. What is rational? And
as I also asked you last night, in the context of all of these concepts, you had in context of of theism, you've got yes, no, maybe. Correct?
Okay. If you want to have those three options, all right.
Okay, and then you could have affirmative yes, affirmative no, or I don't know, I don't care, or
slash maybe. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Or theological non-cognitivism, correct?
You disappeared for a bit.
Okay, so you've got affirmative yes, which is theism.
I don't know if it's my connection. You're kind of roboting right now.
Can you guys hear me? Or am I roboting?
You're good. You're good on my end.
Okay. So we have affirmative yes, which is theism. Affirmative no, which is atheism.
Okay.
No. Anti-theism is against. It's not the rejection. It's not only the rejection of. It's the opposition to.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. So are you suggesting that anti-theism and anti-theism and atheism are synonymous? Are you saying they're synonymous?
They're not synonymous. No. Anti-theism is commonly understood in a couple of different ways. That used to be meaning anti-religious, but that's kind of spread off into a separate category now. A lot of people are moving away and calling that anti-religious now. An anti-theist is one who is holding the position that deities don't exist, or they're against the idea of people believing in deities. And when I'm talking about anti-theism, I'm using the former one that I just mentioned there of being holding a position that there are no deities, and atheism is just not believing. So
against theism, against the God.
Theism is believing in one or more deities. So monotheism would be belief in one deity and a god or a goddess, and polytheism would be believing in two or more.
So is it your formal position that theism is not a proposition?
Sorry?
Is it your formal position that theism is not a proposition?
Well, it can be expressed as a proposition. It's a belief in at least one deity.
Right. So is that a proposition that God exists?
You can state it as a proposition if you like.
I'm saying it is a proposition. If you're a theist, that means belief that God exists.
Right. I agree with that. Yes.
Okay. So we went over this last night. Are you stating that a atheist is not saying not theism?
No, an atheist is not believing in deities, and
no, I'm talking about from a formal proposition perspective. Is it not or without?
Well, it's without belief in deities. Yeah.
Okay, so without is absence versus not.
I'm not seeing the distinction here.
We went through. We mean you don't understand this. Like we went through this last night on your freaking website. You literally state it means the absence of, not without. It says absence of. You've made that clear distinction.
Yeah, absence of belief in deities.
Okay, so again, as we went over last night, those
are all the same things.
And by the way, because the morons on MDD who were claiming that somehow I did not clarify my positions and was making crap up. Let's just address that crap real quick. Even though I literally quoted it and had it in my presentation. Let's just pull this up real quick. And
my time's very limited here.
I know your time is very limited because you're so busy on Sunday night as you're doing this.
I am going to go see a client in a few minutes.
You're going to see a client?
And take care of systems for them. They're having a problem.
2 a.m. Okay. Oh, I bet they are. So before you go, are you formally rejecting this?
If you are going to call me a liar here, then I don't want to continue to engage on this.
I didn't call you a liar. I didn't call you a liar. Hey, do you formally retract your position from last night?
Your response to me was like you're being sarcastic when I'm telling you I actually have work to do, and it's like you're not believing me.
I'm so glad for you that you have work. Until you leave,
sarcasm. And I was going to comment about the comments in the comment section of the YouTube video from Modern Day Debate.
Okay, awesome. So, are you formally rejecting that where it says right here? Then it follows that atheism is not the absence of the psychological condition of believing that God exists. The A in atheism must be understood as negation instead of absence. That's twice. As not instead of without. Therefore, in philosophy at least, atheism should be construed as the proposition that God does not exist, or more broadly, the proposition that there are no gods. Are you formally rejecting that position and claiming that they are false? They're incorrect?
It depends on where it's being used. So in Stanford University's academics of philosophy, their Department of Philosophy, this is their guideline within their university. It is not consistent with the common usage that is out in the wild in the rest of the world. So that's what I'm saying.
So you're stating
they're correct.
So I just want to make sure there's no misconstruing of your position. You formally reject the philosophical definition from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
This is not the philosophical definition. This is Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's guideline for the philosophy department in the academics of in the university.
That's not the definition. And atheism. So you're saying that atheism is typically defined in terms of theism. Are you suggesting that is when it says typically defined? Are you suggesting that is not implying in general, which is because further down in philosophy at least, is the support of that position.
That is an opinion.
This is the formal position.
That is an opinion piece article that applies to Stanford University.
So
to apply
you,
that to the rest
so
of
you
the
don't-
world would be a category error.
Even though I showed additional pieces of evidence that supported my position, and an additional piece of evidence which specifically addressed semantic fusion and morphological fission of the definition of atheism, which explicitly went into detail about lacktheism. Are you claiming that all of those things just somehow, even though they come from multiple sources but of a high level credibility, are you suggesting that they are all wrong and your interpretation is the correct one?
No, because the common denominator, the fundamental common characteristic that these varying definitions share is the absence of belief in deities.
But they formally reject absence. We literally just read that it formally rejects absence. You just said it's the commonality when I just read one that's the formal rejection of absence.
There are other parts of that SCP article that actually acknowledge that
You claimed that.
It's in there.
Where?
I don't remember offhand. It's in that article. I do remember seeing that.
I mean, because I've read through it and I haven't seen that being the accepted position.
I'll find it and I'll get back to you on that.
But I'm sure you will. So in the context of your website, you specifically you only have in atheism absence of belief in deities, and you have atheist absent of belief in deities. There's not a single definition in any source that I found that it specifically states those definitions. There was only two I came across that said lack. Nobody said absence in the literal definition. And
Sure, I'm
say denial
a little
or
more
rejection.
specific, but it's synonymous.
Okay, so you have applied your own interpretation, and in our debate last night, you formally stated that the linguistic experts who did this for the different definitions just didn't understand the etymology correctly. Is that still your position?
No, actually, linguistics recognizes non and a as meaning absence or without or not possessing. So that's actually quite commonly understood.
Without would be absence, not would be rejection, and that was the entire point of what's being delineated in the what I just read is that it's not, therefore it's the rejection of, not without, which would be the absence.
Yeah, you're grasping at straws here. I was wanting to comment a little bit about
this is not straws. What straws is he grasping at? He literally gave you something solid to point to, and all you're doing.
John, I wanted to comment a little bit about the response in the comments section on the YouTube video for the modern day debate that we're in. I think that a lot of the people have been quite mean-spirited in how they're describing you, and I just want to say I don't like that's happened.
Well, I appreciate it. Honestly, the majority of the comments on honestly, when the atheists on MDD are talking mad shit, I actually laugh my ass off, and it means that I probably did a good job because I triggered them.
I laugh at some of it too, actually, and then I just felt like this is some of that stuff that was written was just so mean-spirited and it's just not fair to you, and I wanted to convey that to you and make sure.
I appreciate that. The irony for me is the majority of the atheists on MDD literally don't comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth half the time, so it's okay. I take it with a grain. I take it with a grain of salt. But I'm
extending an olive branch.
Sometime I'd like to go with the definitions of gods with you, go through them with you, if that's okay. I don't know if you have time right now.
I don't have time now because I do have to go because I have to get stuff ready for my client for tomorrow.
I mean, it wouldn't take very long.
Can we do another day? Because I would like to be able to focus and give you my attention on this, because I'm actually very interested to hear your perspective on what God is.
On the definitions of God, just maybe think about the definition of gods or God.
Of deities.
We can
I
go
say
through
deities because it includes goddesses. But I know what you mean. So I'd be delighted to speak with you on that some point, Jungle Jargon. I've seen you around many times. We've interacted before, and I think that could be quite an interesting conversation indeed, because I'd certainly be interested to find out what you think, to you,
Because
what God is.
if I could convince you that gods exist, then you wouldn't be an atheist.
That is a logically true statement.
Yeah, but if you only understood our definition of God, or at least my definition of a God.
Yeah, and I've already spent quite a bit of time with Robin here, and I look forward to the next time we can all talk. Thank you very much, John, for inviting me to join in here, and it was good to chat with all of you. I did like the interactions.
No problem. You have a great night. Thanks for coming.
Take care. Good night, guys.
All right. I mean,
so in
it's
the
not complicated.
so a quick sidebar. Ramen, I don't understand why you're not showing up in the chat. I'm trying to like do a direct tag to you. So I've been having a crazy super chat patron tonight from Ramen doing super stickers. Thank you. Just did a $50 super chat. My goodness, thank you. Did deserve that one, but thank you. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good time enjoying this, Robin. Thank you for your very Jungle for all your comments. So Robin, that was a very interesting rabbit hole we went down there.
Yep. Well, thanks for having me on. Yeah, I've heard Randolph Richardson talk a lot, so I wanted to address some of the stuff he says.
Yeah, I think your argument is interesting. It just maybe if you could I don't know, make it easier for us to understand. Maybe that he could understand it better. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's I always try to make sure that it's understandable, but I understand that there are times when it could be a little bit hard to understand. So I always, whenever I'm discussing with somebody, then I always want to make sure that they understand. So if there's anything that is unclear,
Because I think you have a reasonable argument.
yeah,
It's just a matter of conveying it to them so they can understand.
Well, I mean, I think to maybe dumb it down a little bit would be like, if I drop this, it will fall. I mean, like, I don't believe that gravity exists. It doesn't change the fact that when you drop it, it will fall. And it's kind of like saying, it's like, I don't believe, I lack a belief in God. By definition means you're rejecting the existence of.
Yeah, that's
just because you say no, I'm not making an explicit claim that God doesn't exist, but the end outcome, the logical entailment, is that God does not exist.
Exactly.
Therefore, it doesn't matter if you say the words or write them down. That is the position that you're taking.
Exactly.
You can deny it all day long. It's just like saying gravity doesn't exist. Doesn't mean that things will not fall.
Right.
I mean, it's like, am I correct in the point you were making there, Robin?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And I think Randolph realized that, and he just was stuck on the fact that he didn't want to accept it. That's true.
Well, here's the thing, and this is I should have gotten into this with him a little bit, but actually I'm just gonna pull it up real quick so nobody can none of the iron charioteers of the side chat can't claim that can't claim that I'm making things up. So real quick here. Okay, so the explicit objective, okay, is clearly stated. Okay, so one, we have, and this is on defineatheism.com, which is a website built by Randolph. So two things. One, his explicit purpose is to do something about this often manipulative and/or extreme theists who want to denormalize the absence of belief in deities. And we're a community of oppressors, which are called atheism vilification community. Okay. So that's one thing. But the purpose is to educate people on the actual definition, the correct definition. Okay, so apparently the correct definition is absence of belief. That's for theism. And absence does not say lack of, does not say rejection of, denial. It's only absence. But more, just as importantly, in terms of expressed intention, is for onus of justification. And stated intent, since the atheism classification is not justified by claims for or against theistic or anti-theistic positions, the burden of proof is not applicable in regards to this. Although it's certainly possible to have reasons for choosing atheism, such justification is optional but not necessary. So I don't know if you guys don't want to weigh in on that, but to me that seems to be like a rather clearly implied objective of this supposed education into the hypothetically correct singular definition of atheism.
Right, exactly. Their presentation of atheism as simply a lack of belief or some lack theism is to not have to justify their claims that there is no God, that is their position. Make no mistake about it. That is their position, that there is no God, as I've demonstrated here for everyone here tonight. That is their position. But they don't want to accept that.
Well, the thing about atheism is that it's a claim that there is no God.
Right, exactly.
Except that
if they want to recharacterize it as something else,
it can't tell you what there is instead of God. I mean, it can't tell you what is.
Right, exactly. Which is why it is irrational, because without reference to God as the ultimate foundation of all reality, and the God with a specific property set, you don't have human intelligibility. You don't have intelligibility without the existence of the personal absolute, which is God. You don't have it.
Yeah.
Jamie, super chat, thank you so much. He says belief is different from knowledge. That's
no, I wouldn't agree to that. Not in the way. Well, I would define knowledge as justified true belief. So knowledge is a type of belief. At least the way I define it.
I
how do you
see
guys
that.
define it normally?
I can see that, and I can say that I would say that you can also apply belief to knowledge. Like, well, you could use
apply
certainty. You could have knowledge, apply knowledge to belief in a bigger concept. Like look at it from like the cumulative case perspective. Like I've got these different pieces of knowledge, which as a collective lead me to a belief and a confidence in a bigger premise. And here as a sidebar, I find it very fascinating how the atheist community is so obsessed with this premise that belief in God necessitates blind faith, which I think is a categorically false position.
That's not what biblical faith is at all. The word in the Bible for faith, pistis, does not imply faith without or belief without evidence or conviction without evidence.
Correct.
That's not what the implication is at all. You have people like Aaron Ra online, just pontificating, just falsely. It's pathetic.
To me, it's like and what I find extraordinarily fascinating, and Randolph is no exception to this very common trend, is okay. Have you looked into X? Insert whatever the concept is, right? That counters whatever the specific at the moment, whatever the talking point that's being addressed, right? Well, no, I don't have time, or no, I looked into it a long back, but not in a while, or I that's already accounted for. Insert whatever talking point to somehow justify the fact they don't have the time, nor the desire, nor have ever had the willpower to go and find out whether or not the position that they are so adamantly taking is true, is actually supported by logic and reason, which they claim we are not utilizing in our blind faith.
You can't help but laugh at the irony. You can't help but laugh at it, right?
It is extraordinarily fascinating how, and this is why, Robin, I don't know if you've seen this, but my Atheist Fantasyland projection complex video and that concept of it's like you can almost guarantee that whatever we're being accused of is actually projection from the atheist. Sal, welcome back, man. You is your mom doing okay? You were able to take, I assume you were taking care of her and some plants?
Yeah, she's doing well. She's doing well. You know, at that age, she could be doing well 1 month and then hospice care the next. It's just, you know, and her health has been precarious most of her life. She nearly died at age, she's had like heart problems, kidney problems, thyroid problems. Everyone didn't think she's going to last beyond age 60. So God's given her a long life. So thank you for asking. I'm in a little bit better mood because I just fed her and she was actually able to eat. I have to spoon feed her stuff I put in the blender, but she was at least able to eat that. That's like the most solid meal she's had in only 1 or 2 of these meals, like in the last week.
Oh, wow.
Her condition's improving because we're using a last resort antibiotic, and it looks like she's responding. So it's one of those things that we hear about, antibiotic resistance, and she looked like she was developing it or the her immune system was just not fighting off the infections like she was used to when she was younger, or it could be a combination of both. So I'm encouraged because the medicine looks like it's helping. But I tell you what, last week she wasn't even drinking any fluid. She couldn't even open her mouth. And I'm like, she's not going to last a week at this, if she doesn't take in any fluids. Then, we're not going to hook her up to some life support system that's just going to force feed her and force ventilate her and force fluids. So thank you for that. Yeah, I'm in a much better mood, and I don't know what I'd do without you guys, really. So I'm very appreciative of the live streams to have a chance to fellowship and be encouraged and supported.
Well, I'm glad I'm glad we're able to help provide some encouragement. Sometimes just having that ongoing interaction with your fellow humans can be very beneficial.
Well, it just, we kind of saw it ironically in the atheist church. People need each other to support each other, even when their value system's kind of messed up. In my opinion, they need each other, and that's something that's hard to run away from.
No, that's very true, and oh my goodness. Iron Charioteer without fail manages to say something dumb as usual. Why are Christians so obsessed with their sky daddy Jesus? Weird. It's like, it's really amazing how it's like, so Iron Charioteer, why are you so obsessed with random chance and chaos somehow being the underlying justification for your very existence, that it's somehow completely improbable and illogical and implausible things somehow all came together in the perfect magical way in order for you to exist? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Which one of us is actually taking a greater leap towards the sky daddy? I mean, in your context, it's the abiogenesis rock daddy, and I'm going with the intelligent agent. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
I bet he won't come on here and defend that. I bet he won't come on here and defend it.
You know what it is? Because I've talked to ex-atheists who became creationists. They said, yeah, when I was an atheist, I worshiped nature. And you hear that in Romans, they worship the creature rather than the creator.
Yep.
Even if it's not logical, they will still worship it. It was never logical to carve out an idol and worship it, but it's just inherent in people's nature. And even if you could throw people all the evidence, they're going to believe what is in their heart. So some of these people will believe in nature rather than the creator God. That's just, that was prophesied basically in the book of Romans, where people's hearts will turn. Because one guy left a nasty comment on my channel. He said, oh, nature is so capable, so magical. You guys are just idiots. And the way the language he used, I did, I don't really, maybe I should have kept that comment because it illustrated, it was almost worshipful. The way he was describing nature, it was worshipful. Like, this is all there is, and it's just wonderful, and it's powerful, and it's a form of pantheism, and it expresses itself in odd ways. Like, there's a movement among some atheists to exterminate humanity because they want to prevent global warming or climate change. They want to, they've devalued human life so much that nature's the more important thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're seeing is it's not about logic and evidence. It's about a religious belief, and they won't admit it, but that's, I've talked to enough people that had switched. They said, yeah, that totally described it. That was their God.
Iron Charioteer, I think, is like showcasing your point. So, Christianity holds society back. Prayers will never work, even if you had faith the size of a mountain. Okay, so two things. Number one, prayers working or not working, and faith has zero relevance to whether or not Christianity holds back society. And given the fact that Western civilization and the transformation into what we now enjoy and enable us to be having these conversations and, ad nauseum dumbass talking points like what used to be Iron Charioteer, to be allowed, are the result of the application of Judeo-Christian values to civilization. So if you're going to make that claim, I don't really think you have thought that one through too much, because I'm pretty sure that the Reformation and the Renaissance, which are directly tied together, are well established to be the fundamental beginning of what we now enjoy in modern society. So you're willing. I hope you're willing to retract that stupid statement. If not, please come on the stream and defend it. We know you won't, but obviously the invitation is open for you to come and defend that latest stupid statement.
Oh man, it's pronounced Iron Cheeto, by the way.
It's what?
It's pronounced Iron Cheeto. The name.
Oh, it's not Iron Charioteer?
No, it is. I'm just joking.
Iron
I call
Cheeto.
him Iron Cheeto.
Now he says that the Bible has never solved any problems. That's funny. And I agree with you. He's like coincidentia oppositorum. The one free miracle is the appearance of all the mass energy in the universe and all the laws that govern it in a single instant from nothing. Agreed.
Yeah, but wait a minute. The statement about the Bible never solved anything. It's the Bible. It's the Word of God that changes our lives, changes the world. So that's just totally false.
And really, what do you atheists have to offer society? Do you think it's going to offer advancement and freedom and improvement of the human condition? We have experimental evidence of where it leads when humans decide what's moral. And they don't appeal to higher. If humans are the final authority of what's moral, it's the humans that have the most power, and that doesn't usually end well. In fact, I don't know a single instance where it did end well.
Well, now that they've got atheist churches, it's going to be fine. There's been an atheist reformation.
Yep, they're breathing Christian air on Christian foundation, whether they acknowledge it or not. It's just the way it is. Your language, your culture, it all is Christian.
The premises of where's that church? Okay, who wants to bet that at some point in the not too distant future, the church groups on Atheist Frontier will disappear? Anyone?
I'm not taking that bet for the reason that's how they need each other. They don't have God to support each other, and that's the only reason.
I mean, okay, so here's another one. So, First Church of Atheism. Okay, the fact that using the word church just cracks me up. Okay, so First Church of Atheism. Okay, the First Church of Atheism is formed around the belief that the mysteries of life can be explained through science and reason. This church aims to provide a place for atheists to become ordained for free, as well as be a hub for atheists to find ministers to perform their ceremonies. This is their, wait for it, drum roll, doctrine.
Doctrine.
Quote,
this is their religion, yeah.
Nothing exists besides natural phenomena. Thought is merely a function of that natural phenomena. Death is complete and irreversible. We have faith. We have faith solely in humankind, nature, and the facts of science. I mean,
and atheism doesn't even have any teaching.
Oh, good grief!
We'll have to start a 12-step program.
Except their doctrine, except the doctrine that they have clearly defined. Man, okay,
it's a veiled pantheism. It's a veiled pantheism.
Exactly. Maybe we should do this in like a more like a movie trailer perspective. Okay, so the First Church of Atheism.
I'm in for that, really, because it's not that I'm moving away from creation science apologetics, but the defense of the Christian faith is more than just creation science.
Oh, agreed.
And when I started hearing you talk about these things on S.J. Thomason's channel, I was like, this is starting to resonate. And then the last month, I started studying Peter Hitchens' work. The guy is just brilliant. And he talked about, he finally made the connection for me of why these atheist states had failed. I mean, I knew that they had failed, but he really connected the dots well when he said that if the moral code is changeable by humans, all bets are off.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you have no. And the irony for me is that somehow that is viewed as a outdated premise, right? It's like, so I don't think anybody really disagrees that when you have individual dictators, emperors, kings, sole individuals of power, it is guaranteed. They might not be the first person in that role, but it's usually within three generations, you have the utter depraved dictator who does whatever is their whim, and any and all semblance of morality outside of their own at the moment whim is completely removed from the equation inside of those kingdoms. Like we know this.
The people that believe in it, they're so naive, as to what, Sorry for interrupting.
No. I agree with you. The naivete is fascinating, but the same logic applies when you give a small group of people the authority. Eventually, you're going to have utter corruption, even if you have put checks and balances in the equation. What is our Constitution, right? What is our form of government? It's designed to take into account that eventually the corruption will occur, and we're going to do everything in our power to account for on the front end to mitigate that being the outcome for as long as possible. Yep. And this is what really fascinates me from a history perspective, and the lack of knowledge from a civics angle in relation to the United States Constitution. If anybody I strongly recommend for people to take the time and read Madison's notes on the Constitutional Convention. It is a very detailed account of their discussions and debates for 6 months as they formed the Constitution of the United States, and the why and the logic and the reason and the big picture understanding of the human condition, which was applied to how they inserted as many checks and balances as possible as they could think of at the time. They're not perfect. Obviously, they're human, but as many as they could think of to account for how humans act and what will be the end outcome if you don't have those barriers in place. And I find it extraordinarily frustrating and annoying listening to supposed experts now on constitutional law and listings on TV, radio, books, etc. When they talk about, they didn't account for this, they didn't account for that, they didn't think about this, they hadn't foreseen X. And it's like, well, clearly, quote unquote expert, you have never read James Madison's notes on the Constitutional Convention. Clearly, you have not read the Federalist Papers, because between the two, the vast majority of the issues that we face in modern society were directly accounted for from a conceptual perspective as being the outcome from a moral perspective of the human condition if you allowed for their free reign, and or even if you have the restriction in place, the people no longer hold politicians to the moral standard. And the second you reach that point where the people are ignorant of the morals or reject the morals and are ignorant of the barriers is the moment in which totalitarianism gains a foot in the door. And I think it's rather obvious that with the removal of civics education from the United States public schools and the deprecation of the moral compass as derived from the Judeo-Christian values that our country was founded upon, we now find ourselves in the position that we are in, which is our fundamental rights being overrun, rejected, and even to the extreme of being told we never had them, i.e. the Ninth Circuit Court and their ruling last week on the fact that you do not have the constitutional right to keep and bear arms. I mean, if you reach the point where a circuit court is going to make that ruling in spite of the ridiculous amount of case law which rejects that position, what does that mean? I guess they're going to say, hey, people don't know what it actually is. Or B, the Supreme Court has been compromised and let's get it up there, and they will rule in the favor to undo a fundamental right of our society, because the moral compass and the understanding and the logic and the reason that comes from knowledge and morality are not at the forefront of, in this context, American civilization, and therefore we can achieve our corrupt objectives. And
well, did you guys hear about the lawsuit against Dave Ramsey? A federal lawsuit that's been filed now?
I have not. Is this in relation to him like buying up that debt and forgiving it?
No. Apparently, when he employs people, there's a code of conduct that he has people under, a Christian code of conduct that they have to be under, a certain standard. And there have been people that have been fired and because they have violated this code of conduct, and now there's been a federal lawsuit against Dave Ramsey on the basis that that employees should not be forced to sign this code of conduct. And I think this could be very dangerous if this goes against Dave Ramsey, because there's setting a precedent that we can't hold certain values. We can't hold our certain employees to certain values, right? This is ridiculous. Like, what implications would this have for churches, right? Yeah. Pastors are technically employees, right? If they break some sort of code of conduct, if they are caught doing something that is worthy of them getting fired, if they're not able to get fired for this kind of stuff, this could be dangerous for.
Well, that's going to be a very interesting outcome of it for on multiple fronts. For one, it'd be interesting to see what federal law they would go under, because Tennessee, which I live in, I live 15 miles from the Ramsey Solutions headquarters down in Franklin. By the way, he bought up some land and they built out a gigantic complex for Ramsey Solutions. But Tennessee's also a right to work state. And then if entering into a contract for employment and the standards exist prior to, if there's a rule, if they rule that is unlawful, then no contract could have a good faith or an ethics clause.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that has a much bigger ramification than just. I mean, I agree with your point on churches 100%, but I mean that applies to every publicly traded company and every major private company, every
schools, other institutions. If you're gonna be at a job, there's like you're gonna have to follow a code of conduct.
Well, absolutely. It'd be like saying, well, you can't. I have wrongful termination if you fire me for being arrested for pedophilia, or child porn, or coke addiction, or robbery. Like, no, you can't fire me. That's not justified termination.
Right.
Like, what? I mean, it doesn't surprise me that lawsuit's in place because, I mean, good grief, our litigation environment of the United States has reached such incredibly ridiculous levels. Like, you can sue somebody for, I'm suing you for a contract that I entered into willfully.
Right. This is just
what? So it's a private entity. So you entered into a contract in a relationship with a private entity. You decide you don't like it now. So instead of just quitting, or you didn't follow the terms, they found out about it and they terminated you for violating the terms that you entered into willfully. Like,
yeah, this is it's no accountability, but I think this is going down the path that was prophesied. People, this is just progressive. Another step.
Well, in the end, people will call good evil and evil good, and right wrong, and up down, left right. I mean, we're clearly in that state of affairs, and I think it's being accelerated dramatically. I mean, I won't say why, but I kind of predicted this in 2015 when the marriage ruling came down.
Right, and that's exactly.
I predicted the day of that Supreme Court ruling that we were going to see a dramatic acceleration of a lot of other progressive positions. And it has been dramatic. I mean, I would say we've gotten 0 to 60 since 2015. I mean, we're now in, I mean, the irony for me is a lot of the things that are now being put forth as almost criminal if you reject the position, were the opposite. They were not the formal positions of either Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton.
Oh yeah, of course not. Of course not.
And in their formal campaigns in like 2008, right, were not their positions. And now it's fast forward to today, and things are, if you don't hold their position, then somehow you're a horrific human being. It's like, so are you suggesting that, like, basically, I'd say probably 85% of the left, like the leaders of the left, a decade ago, which were the polar opposite, are you claiming that they then weren't what you're accusing everybody else of being now? Or perhaps you're just trying to shift and shift the paradigm or create an entirely new paradigm and ostracize and eliminate what has been the established principles since the formation of the country. Right? It's truly astounding.
Exactly. We definitely seen a shift. I'm not going to predict the outcome of this lawsuit, but I would just say I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up going against Ramsey, because that's just a direction that seems like we're heading. So I wouldn't be surprised if it went against him.
I think that'll depend on if it's tried in the federal court here in Tennessee. So
it's a federal lawsuit. So that would mean the Supreme Court, right?
Well, no. It would first be tried in the circuit court.
Okay.
The federal circuit court. And then if he loses, then it would appeal to the federal appeals court, and then theoretically from the appeals, depending on what happens, from the appeals court to or the circuit appeals court, and then to the Supreme Court. So there's multiple layers that potentially could go to. I would be number one, I'd be stunned if it wouldn't be I mean, I don't know, I'd almost want to go with a jury trial on that one, of like versus a judge. I mean, if you have a jury trial in Tennessee, I mean, it would be Now, obviously, the court's in Nashville, but it would still be in the. I mean, that would be an very interesting case because I mean, we're in a right to work state. The city of Nashville, ironically, is literally considered the buckle of the Bible Belt, even though it's changed dramatically in the last 30 years. But I mean, arguing that you can't fire somebody for violating a contract.
Yeah, it's stupid. I mean, it's stupid, but you know, where have we been? We've been in a realm of just of sinfulness and stupidity. So
yeah,
you know.
yeah, that one's. But I agree with you. I mean, the potential precedent being set on that is, or the precedent that has the potential to be set in that lawsuit could be have dramatic ramifications. I mean, there's been other ones that have had significant issues of like the one recently where the funeral home lost a lawsuit after somebody who worked for them for like 15 years decided to be a cross-dresser and come to work that way. And they lost in court, and then it set a precedent. I forget which circuit that was in, but doesn't apply. It doesn't apply nationwide, but it applies in whichever circuit it was. And it was like, you don't have the right to fire somebody for doing that. It's like,
wow, I didn't hear about that one. That's really crazy.
Iron Charioteer, polygamy is healthy. The Christian God knows that. Man, there's so many ramifications of polygamy. So many. It's we definitely live in a weird world. I'd say what I joke about this all the time, but Orwell was not a fiction writer. He was a time traveler, and all he did to not mess with the timeline is change the date for the title, so people wouldn't realize when it was actually going to happen. Because I mean, when he's just an absolute and utter prophet, and had a formal understanding of the human condition, which is also kind of plausible, but the level of detail that he put into that novel, and to me, the irony is that in many aspects of it, we've actually surpassed the lunacy of that he delineated in the book. I mean, we've reached the point of madness. I mean, like, at least in that context, Big Brother was listening to you, and you didn't necessarily realize it, or you didn't have any aspect of resistance without the risk of being, tortured or killed. People, at least in Western civilization, are willfully inviting the surveillance into their I mean, it's amazing. It really is. I mean, when you think about like the fact that somehow they've somehow they now have access without warrants to like Ring and Nest video surveillance cameras, and they do not have to get a warrant in order to access yours.
You mean the FBI Supreme Court ruling? I don't know. Was it the FBI ruling, or I heard something similar to that? I don't know if that was it.
Well, there's been multiple rulings, but no, I mean, like there was a ruling. I know there was a ruling that they don't have to get a warrant to get the Ring and stuff access to them, because Ring and Nest and some of the other ones have put into their contracts that they give access to law enforcement. It's like in the fine print of the contracts, and it's like, hold the phone. So people, again, to my point, people are willfully accepting and allowing and authorizing the warrantless access to the microphones and the cameras of their security systems. And it's like, in the perfect world where nobody would ever abuse this, it can be used for, like, help stop XYZ, right? You're telling me that you don't think there's any people who are in some of these like remote access scenarios and whatnot, you don't think that there are people who are remote accessing those cameras to check out the hot chick while she's taking a shower, or for the freaks to like look at kids and all that kind of stuff? Oh wait, we do know that's the fact because there's people who've been arrested for it.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, like, come on, man.
I mean, this is so simple, honestly. I don't know. But you know, what can you say?
Well, and then you go a step further, and some of these systems are so like Ring had a whole issue of getting hacked at the wazoo, and with like the two-way communication technologies that are built in, like kids were getting like freaking pedophiles were hacking into the systems, and not only spying on kids, they were literally like talking to them and freaking them out through the two-way microphones or microphone and speakers.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm dead serious.
Wow.
And anyway, my point being that the corruption of humanity is apparent, and it takes an incredible amount of just naive like idealism and or ignorance to not accept that the negative is likely if you just give free reign. But George, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, John, Iron Charioteer is the ultimate keyboard. Actually, I'm gonna insert a different word for you and go with what Jamie said. The ultimate keyboard Cheeto. I agree with that one. Thank you, George. Appreciate that very much. That's
Oh, and I wanted to make an announcement. I have running water in my treehouse.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you dig everything out yourself and lay the piping, or did you eventually hire somebody to come do it?
No, I got one of those water tanks and put it on top of the roof and supported it and everything, and I put water in it, and I got running water for my shower and everything.
Nice. You using the good old gravity, huh?
Yeah, gravity. Yeah, gravity feed.
Hey, Robin. Would you say it's the logical entanglement that if you put a water tank on top of the roof, that you will be able to get water pressure for your shower, which is beneath?
Of course.
But I reject that is. Actually, I lack the belief that will happen.
Yeah, well, I would say you're suffering from cognitive dissonance. That's what I would say.
But I don't have a position. I only lack belief.
I know, right? I mean, it's.
What up, folks?
What's up, Iger? How you doing?
Yeah, good,
man. Hanging out. Nice to see you, Jungle, Sal, Robin, and LPB.
Hey, so Iger, have you watched the Felix Baumgartner jump from space?
Yeah, I have, bro. Actually.
So you don't think that contradicts flat Earth?
Well, can you play it?
I mean,
or if you want, I can play it. I could pull it up, but it's like 2.5 minutes long. But you're gonna notice something very interesting when it's showing a curve. All you're looking at is New Mexico or whatever state they're over, and it's showing a curve where basically New Mexico takes up half of the Earth. And then when he first opens the door, you're gonna see that there's a flat horizon, and that's the only time you see it, when they first open that door when he's inside the thing. If you want to play it, you can, but I mean, that was debunked a long time ago. There's even a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you that they're using a fisheye lens curvature, that you can't see curvature from that high up, which was like 140,000 feet or whatever.
I just have one question. I have one question, Iger.
Go for it.
Why does the sun go down on one side and come up on the other side?
It's due to perspective, and I know you don't like hearing that.
I mean, that's never mind.
All right.
Okay. So here we go. So here is Baumgartner.
Let's go play the whole thing, bro.
All right. So
mute it. Mute it so we can mute it so we can talk.
I will. Hang on. So for the people, hang on. So for the people in the audience who are unaware of what you're about to see, so this was a couple years ago. This was Felix Baumgartner jumping from space, setting a new record. I think he was at 128,000 feet. Let's see. Let me do it real quick. How high was Felix? I'm gonna
Oh, this is
jump.
crazy. Is it going
It
to show the whole
was
thing?
Notice the Earth. You can see all of it, and it's all the state of Arizona or wherever he was at, New Mexico,
yeah,
whatever.
it was 128,000 feet. Okay, it's pretty amazing. The
How high is that in miles, bro? Just to give a real perspective, because you get lost.
let's see, it's 24. It's like 25 miles, something like that.
No way. Do that math again, bro.
Okay, so there's 5,280 feet in a mile. So 128,100 divided by 5,280 is going to be 24.2. So my math was pretty damn close, bro.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I apologize.
Yeah, okay. All right, so
24 miles. Wow.
All right, here we go.
But yeah, notice there's already curvature at the bottom of the camera there. There's like a little black dot we can't see. Notice the curve is fluctuating from up to down, so it's concave, convex. Watch this, watch this. Look, it's oh, they cut it off. It's all right. But there's a concave Earth, there's a round Earth. It's all Arizona or New Mexico, whatever it is. It gets interesting when he first opens up the door, though, man.
So this is when he goes, this is when, okay, so for folks who don't know, okay, so quick pause here. So he ends up breaking the speed of sound, okay? And but one of the there's massive ramifications of this jump. So number one was if there's any kind of perforation in his suit at that altitude, your blood will literally boil. Then at the speed he's going, if it starts to rotate, he would be rotating so quickly that his internal organs would liquefy. So at one point, I can't hear this when we talk about it in the longer version where he's like talking and stuff. He's like, I'm going into a spin. I think I'm going to pass out. I'm about to pass out. And like the last second's able to like correct his, like overcome the spin. And it's like he's on the edge of death, basically. He
passed out. He passed out at one point. If you want to play the audio. But notice the Earth is concave. Now it's convex. Who knows what this guy is?
So there you can see him spinning there.
But you missed the part where he opens up the door, bro. I don't know what video.
This version is a shorter version. I didn't pick the long version.
Yeah, but you missed the part where he first opens up the door, and it like as soon as he opens up the door, you can see the horizon is flat, rises to eye level. And
Right. I think when he opens the door, it's the camera moves because it's his head cam versus the fixed cam on the see, now you see he's not spinning anymore. I think when he opens the door, you're seeing the view from the camera that's attached to him, to like his helmet, versus
it's behind him.
The fixed
it's
one.
Behind him. I wish we had the longer version actually. But that's good. I mean, you showed this.
So what's happening here? Is there enough air for him to not spin, or why was he was spinning because the air was too thin, right?
It's too I mean, okay. So when I remember reading all about this. From that height and the drop, basically the speed he would gain because of thin air. There's multiple reasons.
Oh,
but
because of this thin air. Yeah. Okay.
Basically, he had to maintain his like perfect balance when he stepped off there's actually a balloon, but when he stepped off of it, if he was like at an odd angle or whatever, it would automatically put him into a weird, like a fatal spin. If he gets it right, but then doesn't maintain for like a certain period of time, he doesn't maintain a perfect like angle and whatnot, then the probability of him going into a spin because of the speed was very, very high, which he did go into a spin, but then he was able to correct it kind of at the last second.
And then when the air got thicker, then that slowed him down,
right?
So,
and then I mean, so the curvature of the Earth, is that fake video now?
Well, if you notice, at one point it was convex, then it became concave. So it's because it has a fisheye lens camera. But I know you don't trust me, bro. So it's probably better.
Well, it's not about trust, man. It's like I'm just saying they had to do a lot of CGI on this one.
No, it wasn't CGI. It was just a plain old fisheye lens camera. That's why
So
the
this is it's kind of like the submarine that went down into the Marianas Trench. Nobody's ever trying it again.
here. I want to show you a quick 1
Anytime
minute
soon.
video of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying you know, his opinion about it, because you know he's a smart guy, right? He's an astrophysicist. He's kind of like the heliocentric priest of the New World Order, One World Religion, one of them, because they got a lot. But it's a quick 1 minute video of Neil deGrasse Tyson breaking it down better than I can, because he's more trustworthy.
Iger, before you play the video, I just have a quick. So are you a flat earther?
You know it, brother. Well, I you know, flat earth is such a strong word. I prefer the word enclosed geocentrist. But here, I'm gonna let this play out. It's only a minute long.
Okay.
Out of a perfectly good balloon. What's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe.
Wow.
That edge of space jump.
Hey, so put it on pause for a second, Iger. So are you
Now, you know,
are you saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson is a flat earther himself, or an enclosed whatever?
He's an Illuminati puppet, bro. That's what he is. But I'm again, it's only a minute long. Can we just let this play out? It's like
I'm just trying to get clarification.
long. Just
go ahead.
I don't. It's he wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Okay. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
So,
real quick, yeah. Basically, all they did was have fisheye lens cameras. That's why even in the video you just showed, you noticed the Earth went concave and then convex, because that's how fisheye lens cameras work, also known as wide-eye lens cameras. So that's, I mean, even Neil the Snake in the Grass Tyson is telling you they faked it. So the curvature of the Earth per se. I'm not saying he didn't jump from that high up, but no, I believe he jumped from that high up. But the curvature of the Earth is obviously being superimposed by a simple fisheye lens camera, a simple GoPro. And if that's your best argument for the ball spherical Earth spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then yeah, I feel, you know, like you haven't looked into it enough. Because that was debunked such a long time ago, bro. We used to argue about that back in like 2017. But even Neil deGrasse Tyson said, this is silly. Even he came in and put a stop to it. You got to come up with something better than that.
So would you say that the shape of the Earth is like a hockey puck, that kind of a shape?
If you just look at my emoji right now, nobody knows, bro. Deepest hole ever dug is only 8 miles deep. So after that, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Why don't
The Bible says it sits on 4 pillars. That's what the Bible says. That's what I go with, just because I trust the Bible. I don't trust man, whether it be Iger Television or somebody else.
So would you say that like the photos of other planets are faked?
Oh, for sure, bro. You could just go outside and get a telescope and look at them for yourself, and they look like little star like lights. Here, I'll show you a quick. Am I still sharing my screen or no?
But if you use a telescope, right?
2. I got
like
2.
especially a high power telescope, you can see the detail of Mars and Jupiter, right? And they don't appear to be flat in any way, right? You'll see them at multiple perspectives depending on the time you're looking at them, right? So how would you reconcile that?
Oh well, the whatever we see up there, they're just little lights in the firmament. So they play
They're
no.
not lights, right?
That's right, they're lights.
No, but I know. I'm saying if you're looking at them with your naked eye, they would just appear as like a ball of light. But I'm saying you could use a high power telescope and get more detail and actually
Have
look at
you?
the surfaces.
Have
No,
you
I
used
haven't. I don't have the money to
any
buy
telescope?
an $80,000 telescope. But
Right.
I'm just saying,
Buy
people have done
any
it
telescope.
before. So you have a high power telescope?
I have a regular telescope.
Okay. Is it high enough power to see the detail of the planets?
Yeah, you can see planets with your naked eyes. For all you're doing is
I
submitting to
know,
the light that's glittering there. Now, some people are gonna argue that it's out of focus or whatever. But that's you can argue anything is out of focus. Like what I'm seeing might not be the exact same thing you're seeing. Some people are colorblind, so it's all debatable. But when you start getting into their landing things in Mars and stuff like that, when Mars just looks like a little blinking light in the sky, no matter how much you zoom into it. Man, can't find my man, I have so many videos of stars playing. Hold on one second. How to fly aircraft.
But the reason I said with a telescope is so that we're not just talking about a light.
Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm
sorry again. My bad. Hold on. My internet's lagging.
Yeah, I'm just curious because you can look at other planets, and it's not just a light like with your naked eye. You can actually look at the planets with a telescope. So there's no manipulation going on with that, right? And you can see that there are different perspectives of depending on the planet that you're looking at, right?
Correct.
So how would you reconcile that with some sort of a flat Earth, flat planet sort of a worldview?
I don't think it's flat. I think it's like a bowl per se.
A bowl?
Yeah, a bowl. Like water needs to be contained. So
it looks like a half sphere. Is that what you're saying?
In the beginning of recorded history, and
jeez, my bad, bro. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. I apologize.
That's fine. I'm just curious. How would you reconcile that? Because when you look at other planets, they don't look like bowls, right? The Jupiter doesn't look like a bowl. Mars doesn't look like a bowl, and you can look at it with a telescope with your own eyes. It's not like a CGI, right?
No.
The sun doesn't look like a bowl. The moon doesn't look like a bowl, unless you're saying everything is facing us, like the bottom half of the bowl of every single planet that we look at is facing us. Is that what you're saying is going on?
I'm gonna say that this is the only actual planet that there is. This is the only place that there's ground, life, water. This is the only terra firma that we know of. All the other things are not solid at all. And if you look at them through a telescope, which I can't find my playlist that I have made because YouTube likes to hide stuff from you. But either way, bro, they don't look like here's Mars real quick.
So they're all gas. Is that what you're saying? They're gas. Like Mars is just a gas, like a gas planet, like Jupiter.
They're not just gas because nobody's been past the firmament, which is what God made on day 2 according to the Bible. So it's not even like they're gas. It's like a frequency creating a source in the water is the best way I can describe it. But I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're gas. I don't know exactly what they are because I haven't been up there. But all I can tell you is they don't look solid at all. For instance, I'm gonna show you what Mars looks like here in a minute, because I can't.
Is this Gravity?
I can't find
That movie?
Yeah, this is a clip from the movie Gravity, but this is what Mars looks like here, and it's not a solid object. It's not something you can land on. It's not what NASA, or JAXA, or any other space government agency presents to you. If you go outside and get a telescope, you can actually look at Mars today around 8 o'clock. Oh, perfect. This is there's a couple more planets here. This is Vega, Jupiter, Saturn, and another star. But that's what they look like. That's what you're gonna see through your telescope. You're not gonna see a solid object. So when you're saying, "Oh, the other planets look round," well, they look like circles, but are they? Is it just like a laser beam that we're seeing, or who knows what it is, bro? Nobody knows what it is. According to the Bible, they're angels. The stars are angels. The planets are fallen angels. But yeah, that was perfect, actually. This one right here is a beautiful clip. I'm gonna have to upload this again because it seems like I can't find it. So I'm gonna have to make a brand new playlist on stars and wandering stars.
And you believe that Antarctica is at the edge, right? Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah,
Or
that's my belief. Yeah, the most current. I mean, the most widespread flat Earth model is the one with the AE map, Antarctica as the outer rim. It's also the flag for the United Nations. It's the logo for the aeronautical. You know, the people. It's a lot of logos for a lot of different people, and but yeah, it's definitely that's the most common flat Earth map, and it's the one I like the best because you can actually lay over a planisphere and astrolabe and kind of everything makes sense and becomes predictable.
And has anyone been there at the edge?
There is actually one guy that supposedly went there. I want to say his name was George Rayner.
And what did he see?
I saw it would look like the dome meeting the ice wall.
Why don't you go down there and check it out for yourself?
Yes, I don't get $50 million a day, $20 billion a year like NASA does, so I can't afford to just take off and go to Antarctica. And also, I don't like the cold weather. But yeah, there's a famous picture from 1920. This guy named George Rayner went over there, and apparently he found a place where it seemed like the wall kind of connected with the Antarctica ice wall. Can't believe I still remember his name, George Rayner. Yeah.
I'm trying to convince Iger to take a trip with me from Argentina to Australia, 14-hour nonstop flight back and forth. And we can fly over Antarctica or beside it.
Yeah, bro. Let's go, bro. Let's go to Antarctica. Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't like the cold weather.
From Argentina to Australia, go in the summertime. I mean, the wintertime here, summertime there.
See, either way, bro. If you guys still trust NASA,
we can go visit
obviously. If you guys still trust NASA, where they fake the moon landings.
You can book the flight on Qantas. They got daily nonstop flights from Qantas from Argentina to Australia.
That's fine, bro. That's not gonna really prove anything as far as I'm concerned.
Well, 14-hour nonstop flight. 14-hour nonstop flight.
The problem is, Jungle, we can see way too far. If we lived on the ball, we shouldn't be able to see that far. That's the bottom line. There should be curvature. We don't see curvature.
Because on a flat Earth,
you look at the planets, like I just showed you a minute ago, and they're little twinkling lights in the sky. They don't look solid. all your
Well,
all
that
this
doesn't. I mean, that's not. Is that
CGI you're
actually?
getting from
Be-
NASA, RAXA, JAXA, and fake X.
because on a flat Earth, it's on the other side of the flat Earth, Australia from Argentina. You have to fly across the whole face of the Earth to get there.
Okay, Jungle. I will say, because I'm open to it. Just like 3-4 years ago, I believe that I lived on the spinning ball, so it's kind of new to me. You know, I'm only like 3 years into this, right? Maybe 4, and there's no there. I could switch to a different map, but I'm not gonna go back to the spinning ball. I'm not gonna go back to say, oh yeah, NASA, RAXA, JAXA, everything we get from them is true. So so I could switch to a different map maybe. So maybe the map is wrong. And you know, I get a lot of maps from like the 1900s, 1800s, 1700s where there's like you know, it's what you're saying. And but half of me thinks like, you know, if they can fake the moon landings, how easy would it be to just tell you that they have a nonstop flight or whatever, or whether they're
No, you
using a
can take.
faster aircraft or
That's
catching
why
some
I'm saying we
passengers.
can take the flight. We can book the flight and take the flight.
Yeah, either way, bro. Once you know that everything you're being presented to from space regarding the NASA, RAXA, JAXA people is fake, it's not gonna make me change my mind that that water is level, that you know, they use fisheye lenses and other types of Hollywood CGI trickery to to, you know, try to convince you that you're living on a spinning ball. And it's so bad. Like most of these cartoons are so bad, bro. Like nowadays, I look at them and I just laugh. I laugh all day, bro.
If you were able to take a flight to the to the ISS, for example, would that you're saying that would not change your mind?
Not the ISS. That's not what he was talking about, but
No,
I
I'm just
doubt
saying
the
like
ISS is real. I know people claim to have seen it. There's 3 channels that I've watched that can that videotape it. It was Jeranism, it was Smarter Every Day, and it was also Rest Rhetoric, which is you know, they might be paid out or whatever. So yeah, I don't take none of that as fact. You know, you got to understand there's a lot of fabricated science that's been going on ever since like the late 1900s. When it comes to evolution, it comes to dinosaurs, it comes to space, they're making stuff up. And you know, just because a scientist says something and you read an article and it's peer reviewed, is it trustworthy? It's not. You gotta look at them for yourself, bro. You can.
yeah. I mean,
Constellations haven't changed in
this
the 5,000 years of written history. If we're spinning, wobbling, swirling, twirling through infinite space, these constellations would have changed at one point or another, but they haven't. Orion's still there, Scorpio's still there, Libra, Sagittarius, Capricorn, all the constellations are still there. They haven't changed.
well, yeah, because I mean, if you're a creationist, we believe that the Earth was created 6,000 years ago, so there's not going to be a lot of change in the constellations from then. The point is, honestly, you know, these are verifiable, like mathematically speaking, and if you take into account, you know, how the seasons work and tides, that kind of stuff, you know, I don't know how you reconcile those issues.
Yeah, I'll show you real quick while I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, that's another thing. If you're on the equator,
I've shown this to Jungle Dragon before, but this is like what you're saying. Like you think, oh yeah, satellites are predicting this, but you know, we had like weather balloons, we had Doppler systems, we have all types of other technology that do not involve satellites at all. But we've been able to predict how the weather patterns are like, how the sea currents are like. We don't, you know, it's
because
just it's being superimposed on you that it's on the ball, but
if you're on the equator, the sun comes up at 6 o'clock every morning, goes down 6 o'clock every night, all year round, and
I
goes
don't know about
straight
that, bro. I've never
straight up
been to the
overhead.
equator.
I live there. I live there.
So you're saying if you're at the equator every morning, the sun's gonna come up at 6 o'clock, even if you think you live on a spinning ball.
Exactly 6 o'clock. Yeah.
No. Check this out. Even if you think you live on a spinning ball, there's the Tropic of Capricorn. There's the Tropic of Cancer. So sometimes it's up here. Sometimes it's at the equator. That's why we have equinoxes, guys. And sometimes it's down here in the Tropic of Capricorn, or sometimes this is the Tropic of Cancer. It goes up and down throughout the year. The sun moves up and down throughout whatchamacallit.
No, all year round, goes straight up overhead all year round. Only it comes up in different places, but it always comes up at 6 o'clock. Goes down 6 o'clock at night. Gets dark real fast.
Well, that would
all
be
year round. I grew up there. That's happened every day of my life in the Amazon. Comes up at 6 o'clock in the morning, goes down 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I grew up. I've been to Central America. I haven't been as far as the equator, but it works the same in whatever model you want to believe in.
But if you're in the southern hemisphere, of course, you're looking north to the sun. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you're looking south to the sun.
That's the same thing that would happen on the globe.
No, that's why.
I mean, when it's
we are on a globe.
No, I'm saying it will be the same on the flat Earth. Is if you're, the sun's only traveling on the Tropic of Cancer. It's not. That's what it's doing.
But it's all year
traveling
round.
the same way, whether you're believing if it's traveling.
Yeah, but you're always looking south in the northern hemisphere. You're always looking south at the sun. It goes up and down a little bit, but you're always looking south.
Well, that's because you're in New Jersey, bro.
No,
you're literally at the Tropic of Capricorn. But if you're in Florida, where the sun's traveling above your head, towards the summertime, it's going up.
Yeah, right.
So like I said, it kind of works the same way on both models.
But it's not directly overhead in Florida, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. At one point in the year, it is because, that's why it's called.
I mean directly overhead where you can't see your shadow.
Yeah, at one point of the year is right on top of your head. No matter if you're in between the Tropic of Capricorn, which is the same on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, or the Tropic of Cancer, at one point of the year, if you live anywhere in there, it's gonna be on top of your head because that's what the sun does.
Close. It gets close, but not like when you're on the equator. It's straight up overhead.
Well, if you lived at the equator when it was the summertime for us.
No, it doesn't. There is no summer or winter in the equator. There's just rainy season, dry season.
Right. So it's still.
But there's no seasons. There's no seasons of the year except the sun changes positions where it comes up at. But it always comes up 6 o'clock in the morning, goes down 6 o'clock at night, and goes straight up overhead.
So you're telling me at the equator, the sun's always on top of your head?
At noontime, yeah.
What about when it's on the Tropic of Capricorn? When it's summertime for us here in America and the sun's actually traveling right on top of our head, you still think it's on top of the equator? I don't think you ever looked at it when you were living there, honestly, Jungle Jurgen. I know you lived there, but you weren't looking at stuff like this when you lived there. I wasn't looking at it when I was there. I didn't care.
Yeah.
So I mean, just be honest. I didn't care.
Because I know.
Now that I'm thinking about it, it's like I'm looking at it now.
The schedule that we had, it always came up because we always have to be inside before 6 o'clock, or otherwise it's dark.
You had to be inside. They had a curfew back
Well,
then.
yeah, unless you have a flashlight, because after 6 o'clock it gets dark. In
One
half
one
an hour it's
interesting
dark.
thing about they didn't have daylight saving times in Brazil, did they?
Not on the equator. It's the same. It's the same clock all year round. Same. You don't need daylight saving time because it comes up 6 o'clock in the morning, goes down 6 o'clock at night, all year round. It's 12 hours daylight time, 12 hours nighttime, or whatever. I mean, yeah. And then, but if I'm up here in the northern hemisphere, I'm looking south at the sun, and it's going up and down in the south. If I'm in the southern hemisphere, I have to look north to the sun. It's going up and down in the north. And of course, I see different stars in the southern hemisphere. I can see the Southern Cross in the southern hemisphere.
Well, yeah, that's because
And you can't see the North Star.
that's
in the
because
southern hemisphere.
the stars are not as far away as we've been told. They're only like, I'm gonna guess at this point that the firmament actually starts at 100 kilometers away, which is about 60 miles, and that's it. That's the
But
furthest
why?
anybody can
But
go.
why would there be different stars? Why would you be
Because
looking at different stars?
you know, the street light in my house is not the same street light in the street light in my neighborhood is not the same street light in your neighborhood, and that's the same concept. We can only see so far away. It's not that far away. Now, how does it work up there? I don't know. Nobody does. You can spend 5, 6, 7 hours into this, but nobody knows why it works. But it's definitely not what NASA's telling you. It's not what Copernicus. Well, Copernicus didn't even tell you anything. He
Well,
just
you know, Magellan sailed around the world, right?
yeah, he skimmed around the. Oh man,
Africa.
look that up. I looked
Went
it up.
around
To
Africa.
Magellan.
He sailed around the world,
Yeah, he did.
and he didn't run into an ice wall.
Of course not, because he didn't go to Antarctica.
And he didn't fall off the edge of the sea either,
Magellan.
or the edge of the earth.
Well, nobody could. There was a guy named Captain Cook, so nobody could. This is what Magellan did right here. He never went to Antarctica. All he did was go from the Philippines to Africa,
Right.
to Spain, to South America. So I mean, all that does is he never went to Antarctica. That's one thing. You can't circumnavigate from north to south. You can only do it from east to west, and the
Right.
AE map makes the most sense. So
You do it from east to west, yeah.
that's it.
Stay on
It's
the
east to west.
equator.
It's not. Yeah, stay on the equator exactly. And that's all he
Basically
did.
following
He
it.
didn't go. He didn't go north to south. Nobody has. Nobody will. There was on my last
Well,
debate.
unless you're in an airplane. You have to be in an airplane to do that.
Airplanes don't fly over Antarctica. They're not allowed to because the Antarctic Treaty. So there's
Well,
that.
you
The
fly.
Antarctic Treaty. Have you heard about that, Tungo Jordan?
Well, obviously they're flying around it one way and the other way, because New Zealand you fly on one way around one side, and in Australia you fly around on the other side.
Have you heard about the Antarctic Treaty? It was signed in like the 50s, right before NASA
Yeah,
was.
yeah, I heard about it, but I'm just
Well,
saying.
nobody can fly over Antarctica. It's not
I'm
allowed.
just
You can go to
saying.
Mars. I
There's
mean, you know,
daily
they claim
flights,
to go to Mars, but they can't fly over Antarctica.
but there's daily flights to Australia and New Zealand, and one flies on one side of Antarctica, and the other one flies on the other side of Antarctica.
Either way, bro, I didn't want to disrupt the conversation.
And New Zealand and Australia aren't that far from each other. So, you know, it's not complicated. Well, I'm just saying, you make up your own mind, but I'm just saying.
I already made up my mind. I thought I lived on a spinning ball for 35 years. Now I believe that heaven is above me and hell is below me. So that's my mindset right now. Where's hell at, Jungle Jurgen? On the spinning ball.
The
Where's
mantle is
heaven at? Where's
underneath
heaven
it.
at? Hey, Jungle Jurgen, is heaven on top of Australia or on top of America?
Well, there's heaven in both places.
Where's hell at?
It's in the mantle, the magma.
The magma. So
I mean, that's the picture of hell, anyways. It's not actual hell, but the actual hell is worse than burning alive.
all right, bro. I gotta get going soon, so I don't know if LPP done left you or anybody else.
I guess everybody else left.
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
I'm still kind of like I can't find my playlist of the stars and stuff like that. I'm sad. You could be like hiding your stuff from yourself. For real, bro. Like, oh man, why even
Well,
I haven't had it for a while, but still.
Well, so Iger, before you go, I think that we may need to have you address a side chat controversy that's going down about you specifically. You may have two ladies that are fighting over you right now.
I'm not fighting over him. Trust me.
She's not fighting over me. She says, I haven't been paying attention to the side chat.
He just cheats. That's all. He's a cheater.
Yeah.
Oh. No, there's an ongoing joke between Susan and Lena. They
Yep. Yep. And he's a liar.
Uh-oh.
Put it all out there.
Uh-oh.
All right.
You're just so Iger, is the real reason that you're like, man, I gotta go because the
well, I could feel my girlfriend was getting uncomfortable.
I'm not his girlfriend. I'm his slave.
My slave.
I don't want to be on this. I don't want to be on this.
Yeah, I mean, I could feel I could feel it's time for me to.
You can't stand up and say you have a woman. And that's
I have a woman, guys.
No, he had a woman. You don't anymore.
Oh snap! Oh man, Iger,
He doesn't have to stop cheating.
Uh-oh. Have you been cheating, Iger?
Not recently, brother.
Have you been cheating with Flat Earth? Or sorry,
definitely. I've been spending way too much time on Flat Earth.
Well, that's understandable.
Also creation. Also the dinosaur hoax. Also, there's the whole how plants cure everything. So I have been spending a little bit too much time online. I will admit to that. But dang. Whoa, this guy close. So much for staying anonymous.
Who?
You are anonymous. Nobody knows who you are.
That's true. Nobody knows who I am.
Or I don't know who knows who you are. I know who you are.
Well,
all right. Well, it's been real, guys, but I think I'm going to take off because, I do want to keep my channel, my YouTube channel, more young Earth, anti-heliocentric model, anti-evolution, and try to bring people to Christ. So I'm sorry that this came out or whatever.
You could have stopped it a long time ago by
could have
telling her
stopped
you
it a
had a
long
woman
time
when I asked you to a long time ago.
Either way.
Oh.
If you don't want nobody to know, you just can't slave. So you know what?
Oh man, 325 action night.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Okay, I gotta take it easy.
Hopefully not too many NASA trolls see this video because I really do want to try to stay anonymous. I got a family now and kids and stuff, so
nobody would know it.
Yeah, I try not to. I try to keep my personal life away from the core of the lie, man. The lie is so deep. Everything that we've been told and whatever.
The bad guys bad people. You don't want to put your information out there like that.
Yeah, I don't want to put my personal information. I don't want nobody coming to my house and stuff like that. But either way, God bless y'all. Jesus loves you, and I hope you have a great day.
Have a good night, Edgar.
Okay.
Peace.
Likewise.
All right. Well, I guess that's probably a good time. It's 3:30.
Yep. That's about it. Yeah.
Well, that was a fun one. Somehow this stream that I was going to do for like 2 hours has now been going for 5 hours and 40 minutes. But good times all around. You got any last words before we wrap up, Jungle?
Stay close to God, and God's word will cleanse you.
Agreed. Agreed. That's a true statement. Well, folks, I hope you've enjoyed the madness, the variety of entertaining things. One of the things I really enjoy about doing these streams is you never know where they might end up. Sometimes, I mean, heck, my opening statement or the little opening spoof video I've done, I guess tonight, yet again, embodied that you never know where we might end up, and that definitely is the case once more. So come back to our next stream, whatever that is, and I hope that as you go through life and on a day-to-day basis are searching for meaning and understanding of your very existence, your purpose, and the underlying root cause of all that is, was, and ever shall be, that you use your mind, your intelligence, your common sense, but ultimately the conclusions you reach, I hope that you will make sure that they are logical, plausible, and probable. Have a good night, y'all.
Nope.